The crack ground both bodies into a paste in under a second. Two powerful beings genuinely vanished out of the world at that moment, leaving nothing behind at all except what was in my hands. The pressure in that room went up until I thought the space was about to tear, and even Mr. Wang, who has spent years elbow deep in his own products, lost his composure. I had cold sweat down my back because that was the moment the whole thing turned on, and I drove both handfuls straight into Chen Hao's body. The flesh came alive on contact. It went for the nose and the eyes and the ears and the mouth and, as far as I could tell, the pores, and from somewhere inside him a howl started coming out. The cuckoo has taken the magpie's nest. There is no consciousness left in that material. What remains is instinct and the strength locked in the blood, and here's the part I had not budgeted for. Demons are chaotic by nature, and in a devil's genes there are seeds of evil and conspiracy written in. Having lost their land, those seeds blow around looking for somewhere, and they looked at a boy I had brought into my own house and found fertile ground and started putting roots down. If those wills won, then even a technically successful fusion produces a pure devil with no human consciousness in it anywhere. His eyes went red, his voice dropped through the floor. The sound coming out of him was the howl of a soul that died unjustly somewhere below this world. Not good. Chen Hao's will was completely powerless against those seeds, because a devil's genes are more domineering and more extreme than any beast or insect I have ever grafted, and I did not expect the size of the difference, and that is my error and nobody else's. You dare. I have prepared too much to let somebody else take the harvest. The floor cracked under me, and the heat put the room up more than 10 degrees, and for about a minute my necromancer's laboratory was a volcano with furniture in it. Divine descent. I poured my own power directly into that boy's body. The rule, since it explains everything I am building. Certain evil gods can briefly inhabit a believer through descent. The more fervent the faith, the higher the chance, which is precisely what makes a fanatic believer valuable, which means every fanatic believer can serve as an external avatar. And if the avatar dies, the god loses a portion of power rather than a life. And the cost was immediate because in the instant of the descent, the demonic will inside Chen Hao came back up the connection into my brain. What I saw was purgatory, and it was not a picture. It was vivid and it was moving. Chaotic brawls everywhere and cunning little conspiracies running underneath them. A man covered in sores with a filthy mouth and eyes full of blood. A boiling sea of blood on every side. And a demon in an exoskeleton like a hedgehog crawling in from the flank, and I was surrounded, and there was nowhere to run. I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second time. What do a few wills matter? Turn all of them to ash. Because there is flame demon blood in my veins, and I have stood in front of an avatar of rose and bitten through my own tongue to get out of it. After a legendary creature and an evil god, 3 orphaned wills in a boy's bloodstream is not a serious threat. The flame came up like an eruption and took all of the illusions with it, and then a third will arrived. Absolutely cold, entering my head from a direction I could not identify, ancient and going through skin rather than around it. Even my necromancer, who does not have nerves, stiffened and put a hand on the scepter. Chen Hao stopped howling, and black patches came up across his face and spread almost instantly. He went down on his knees fighting it, and the patches took the whole of his left side. Then a hoarse laugh came out of his throat, and he raised his head slowly with runes across his cheek. And what was behind his eyes was a will that frightened me, like a storm capable of removing everything in front of it. That is the power of a devil. The new Chen Hao, since you should know what came out of it. Right cheek unchanged, left cheek covered in black patterned marks. The skin aged and went gray. Horns came up out of the forehead like a beast's, and in the pupils there was an indifferent contempt for life and a killing intent aimed at everything that exists. Those are seals. His body was rebuilt from the ground up, and the marks work like the tattoos that come up on my chest in transformation, and every one of them is full of the strongest poison in that room. He spat a black stinking liquid onto my floor, and it took the finish off the boards, which told me he had inherited the scorpion demon's poison attacks intact. It worked, and it was very slightly short of finished, and I knew why. When a demon reaches adulthood, it has to kill to prove the growth. That is not culture, that is a mechanism. He needed blood to prove the rebirth, and I had to find him something to kill. That was his coming-of-age ceremony. Since you need to kill to prove it, then put on a show for me. Palm to the floor, crack, and a gnoll came into the room. Jackal head, gray-green fur, claws an inch long. It ground its teeth and stamped, and the shockwave threw loose stone off my walls, and it was not frightened. To a gnoll, a chaotic dark creature standing in front of it is not a threat. It is an appetite. Chen Hao opened. He raised one hand, and 10 fingers extended slowly, with the sound of bone grinding against bone. And then 10 finger bones came out of his hand like rounds. The bone demon. Alongside the scorpion demon's poison, he had inherited limitless bone growth, and the gnoll is famous for agility. Its blade came round silently, took the first finger bone out of the air, and put it into a wall. That thing's strength exceeded my estimate. And Chen Hao did not take one step back. He walked forward at the pace of a man going to a shop, with no anxiety on his face at all, put his right hand on the back of his own neck, and, with a noise I do not want to describe, drew out his own spine. The spine is one of the most vulnerable parts of a human body. Break a zombie's and it loses 70% of its fighting power. That boy not only did not die, his aura sharpened. Sharp, fast, unbreakable, and above all impossible to defend against, because that attack posture cannot be understood using any sense at all. His bones are infinite. And the Knoll can think, which is the part I hated. It looked at what was happening and, for the first time, took the fight seriously. It came in with the claws, closing every root out, and I watched Chen Hao bend his body into a position that a person does not hold, soft and economical, using the skeleton as a frame rather than a structure. At a meter he hit it once with the arm bone, which goes through metal and stone. The Knoll's defense opened on the first strike and it went backwards across the room, and it did not give up. With its chest opened, it stood there and looked at him in complete silence. And at the sight of the blood, Chen Hao's face changed, not into pleasure, into distaste. And his conviction came down like a dark storm cloud arriving over a field. Then 8 bone spikes came out of him. Elbows, knees, palms, and both sides of the neck, white as blades. One step, and the air whistled where he passed. The Knoll's arm came off against a broken edge, because the spike in his palm had cracked from the force going through it, and the broken end, dirty with blood, was sharper than the whole one had been, which is not a thing I would have designed. A severed arm. The pain of that to a Knoll is not something it has language for, and it took it about 2 seconds to accept the arithmetic, which is that without arms, its attack collapses. Hide and chase, meet and fight. And in a moment, the positions of prey and hunter reversed entirely. Another spike grew out of the back of his skull. That is a killing machine, and there is no other word. The Knoll, covered in wounds, staggered and made a genuine animal noise of pain, and then straightened up, and Chen Hao looked at it without any expression at all and kept walking forward at the same pace. And here is the thing I understood while watching, and it is the reason he is not simply meat with a weapon in it. He did not stop killing, and for him it was a form of venting. It is a kind of self-protection. He has suppressed most of what is in him, and that was where it was going. He pulled a spike out of his own arm and used it as a knife, and he used it well, because Kaylin has been teaching him for 6 weeks. Ms. Lynx. Under that particular woman, he has memorized a great many weaknesses of the human body, and I can tell you most of them transfer. He worked through them like a list: heart, temple, base of the spine, throat. The Knoll is dead. That is the whole of what needs to be said about the last 30 seconds. I could not entirely believe that the monster which had shaken my walls a minute earlier was a heap in the corner. I let out a breath. Chen Hao's growth had gone past everything I had estimated. Physical power, lethal poison, and a skeleton. 3 separate extreme killing techniques fused into one body and welded to his own bones. The Knoll's death is the announcement of his rise. The power of a devil has gone into that boy's blood and into his soul and into every bone and every muscle and every nerve in him, and I own the result. He raised his head, and his expression was still as calm as a lake. His hair was covered in blood, and instead of being repulsive, it had a destructive kind of beauty to it, like the purest snow with black ink thrown across it, and I could not stop looking. And unlike my transformation, Chen Hao is now a genuine devil. No, there are no devils like that in purgatory, which means that after my imp, I have now inadvertently created a second thing that has no equivalent anywhere in the world. The council chamber of East Bridge holds thousands and has a circular marble table with 10 seats round it. Financial tycoons, talented generals, none of them are qualified to sit there. Only the real holders of power and professionals at the peak of their abilities, which is how I came to have my seat. And all 10 of them looked worried that morning because of a report being read out by a man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses. 10 days ago, zombies attacked the stronghold and killed more than a third of my camp's population. 4 days ago, a monster attacked my city, resulting in 2,079 dead and missing. The city walls were damaged. Fuan Street is rubble. 9 professionals were maimed, and old Liu gave his life. The argument was whether to enter close cooperation with my order. And after Zhang Lihua, every person in that room is now wary of external forces, and my own unusually low profile has become suspicious in itself, which I consider a fair conclusion. But the opposition was on the back foot, because the person arguing for it was Lin Yue, and she is the strongest expert in that room. Zhang Lihua and his masters are dead. Ma Kai is dead. Gao Ming has 1 arm, which makes her, by my count, the first sword in the whole of East Bridge. And after the Horde and after the demons, her power has reached its own peak and shows a tendency to overshadow the man who made her. Her opponent said something entirely sensible. We are in a weak period. We should recuperate. An alliance now is inviting trouble. And she put the corner of a marble table on the floor in pieces, accused him of exaggeration, and called him ignorant on the subject of the conservative faction, and shut down a second lieutenant with one sentence. I liked her immediately, and then several influential people supported her immediately. Look at who they were. Iron Demon Army commanders, men she pulled out of the field personally, people who have been watching her since the parade. Without noticing it happening, Lin Yue has acquired her own circle and her own influence, and I did not build that part. She did. Zhao Wei coughed. Quiet, all of you. We have finally won, and this is the racket you make. What kind of behavior is that? And then he made the observation that told me the whole thing was already over. In the past, Lin Yue was like a plum blossom in winter. She sat there and gave people a cold and distant feeling. That morning, she was like a blade that had recently been sharpened, and if you were careless around her, you would find yourself cut. Li Jun. Send somebody to invite Second Lieutenant Chen. Nobody objected, because while Zhao Wei holds that chair, nobody in that city has either the right or the nerve. 4 people were left when I came in, and those 4 are the actual pyramid of East Bridge. Li Jun for internal affairs, Gao Ming for armament, Lin Yue for war, and Zhao Wei as the pin holding the 3 of them into one object. I could see the weak point from where I was sitting, and when Lin Yue saw me, that ice face changed for the first time in front of witnesses, as though she had seen the thing she leans on and had put the mask down. Compared to unanimous discussion, killing a few monsters together is worth more, and she had already made a decision that was going to shock every person in that room. Zhao Wei looked older than he had a week earlier. His friend is dead, and he has not stopped working, and if a healer were not treating him daily, he would already be in a bed. I know that arithmetic from the inside, and a healer can only provide relief. It does not extend a life. The first gift was a set of insignia, Lieutenant Colonel. At your position, a military rank may no longer mean anything. This is a small token of appreciation, which is not nothing. Lin Yue is a major. That rank puts me below exactly 1 man in that city, and above several thousand. The second gift came in a box, and Li Jun carried it in with visible difficulty, and his hand was unsteady. A long sword, completely black, as though it had been cut out of a lump of coal, about 60 pounds, with no decoration of any kind anywhere on it. I have owned prettier rocks, and every part of me reacted to it at once, because what came off that thing was blasphemous. That is not a weapon from this world. This long sword was discovered a few months ago. It went through a 5-layer steel plate in one strike. It can be considered a divine weapon, and then the rest of it. However, it is somewhat ominous. Anybody who lifts it suffers misfortune shortly afterwards. 5 people who came into contact with that sword have died, one after another, each under some special circumstance. 2 or 3 might be coincidence. Things do not happen more than 5 times. There is something hidden in it, which explains why they were willing to hand it to me. It was a hot potato in a box with a bow on it. Now the lore, because this matters far beyond one sword. When the barrier opened, it did not only drop creatures, it dropped plants, and it dropped equipment. Somebody in my province gained an ability nobody has catalogued by eating a fruit. Somebody else reached the top through a ring, and equipment has a reverse side. Certain rings contain undead-like entities that have existed for an uncountable number of years, whose strength and knowledge exceed a human's, and under their guidance, a nobody becomes a power. I have watched it happen twice. And then there is the strong expert cataclysm. Evil creatures from other dimensions threw powerful equipment into the human world, and, by particular methods, made the strong fight over it. Those who won were sharply strengthened, and one after another, they fell under the equipment's control and became terrible ghosts operated by something standing in the dark. I saw the end of that road in my last life. They say there are 6 of those objects: a ring, a longsword, boots, a cloak, armor, and a shield, and every person affected by one of them was a legendary figure, in a class where I would not have got close enough to be introduced. An extremely eerie longsword, the legendary catastrophe. I do not know why the rumor arrived in my head at that exact moment. I took the sword. Not being able to explore its mysteries now does not mean I will not know them later, and I have been wrong about very few things in that particular direction. Zhao Wei looked at me for a while without hostility. Sometimes I genuinely feel that you can see the future. Our meeting in the economic development zone, Zhang Lihua's true identity, you appear to know all of it, and I did not offer him an explanation, because the more I say, the more mistakes I make, and silence of that kind only adds to the effect. On behalf of everybody, I want to thank you. I cannot imagine what a monster like Zhang Lihua would have done to East Bridge if things had continued. I would like to discuss cooperation with you. After an event the size of Zhang Lihua, everybody is naturally frightened of everybody. Whatever others say about you, I believe in you. Your insight is extraordinary, as though you were born able to sense danger, and you always make the right choice at the right moment. I agree to cooperate. Now let us discuss the details, and I want you to hold something in your head while I describe what I did to that man. I have never forgotten the day we met, when the deformed beast came through the school and he gave the order to shoot his own soldiers because there was no other way to hold the line. Everything he does is not for a few individuals, it is for the greater good, and he pays for it personally every time. And in that room, his own senior people were violently against an alliance in case I used my position, and he did the opposite, because he understood that the only way to make me spend myself on East Bridge is to tie me to it. Foresight. The goods were a crate of firearms, and they smelled of blood because Gao Ming had enhanced every one of them with a monster soul. I put a round into a wall and made a hole the size of a watermelon. If you give ordinary men weapons like that and have them volley, even a silver expert does not evade all of it. I want 500 of these. I can supply the souls. And they took it because their problem was never the forging. It was the raw material, and I have more raw material than anybody alive. My side of the exchange, and this is the part where I stopped being a warlord and started being a state. 10,000 caddies of insect meat out of my economic development zone. A plant professional on loan to me. Improved crops with enormous yield and no side effects. And most importantly, a harvest every half month given enough energy. Captured construction monsters. Not especially strong, superb builders. East Bridge's defenses go up a tier inside a season. Corpse processing. With enough bodies I can assemble an undead army here, and in a crisis skeletons go into my line instead of ordinary people, which cuts the death rate more than any wall ever will. And on request, strong experts arriving immediately. Even Li Jun was surprised, and then visibly started hunting for the catch, because people like me never fight a battle they cannot win and never take a loss. I know all of this is worth considerably more than the guns, so I have one more condition. One must always be wary of other people. After Zhang Lihua, I have to be more careful than that. One wrong step and everything is finished. So I want to designate a partner, and I will conduct all future transactions with her alone. I do not want these resources ending up in the hands of a conspirator, which means my partner needs more authority so that she cannot be targeted by anybody. Zhao Wei frowned and looked at me for a long time. Because that apparently ordinary request contains a great many hidden problems and requires more power, and to me it clearly indicates an intention to seize it. I want to know this person's name. Do not worry, I have not chosen a remnant of the conservative faction. You are quite familiar with this person. She is sitting next to you. Lin Yue, Major Lin. One stone and the whole surface of that room moved. That is no longer a transaction. That is advice to step down and hand over the seat. Translated, what I had just said to Zhao Wei was this. After Zhang Lihua, I do not trust anybody in this room, and that includes you. If you want my trust and my resources, I raise up the person I do trust, and only the ruler of East Bridge is qualified to trade with me. Zhao Wei frowned. Li Jun held himself in place. Gao Ming looked at me with open fury, and all three of them were also curious. Then the name landed, and nobody believed it because Lin Yue is their Valkyrie, and Zhao Wei raised her personally, and she would not betray him. I knew better, and she froze for a moment, and panic went across her face, and she bit her lip. Those men have spent their whole lives reading rooms. Of course they saw it. Not good. Gao Ming came out of his chair pointing at her with the arm he has left. You can know a face and not a heart. I thought Zhang Lihua had hidden himself well enough. Now I find there is another wicked person sitting among us. Lin Yue, look at me. When has Colonel Zhao ever treated you badly? And you have colluded with an outsider to seize power. No wonder you defended Wu Lei so fiercely an hour ago. Traitor, you are a traitor. And my eyes went cold, and the air in that room went with them. Because with the insect tied on the doorstep, I cannot accept East Bridge still being in 3 pieces, and I had run out of patience for the sequence where everybody says the same thing for a month. And I want to be fair about why I chose her, because I do not think Zhao Wei is a bad man. He is a good one. I believe he thinks about the people. His problem is that he has too many things to consider, and under those conditions, none of my plans can be developed inside a useful time frame. Lin Yue is different. She is full of a desire for revenge, and she acts with far greater decisiveness, and decisiveness is the only currency I need from that chair. And I had prepared for the other outcome. Under the pretext of delivering supplies, I had already moved 800 soldiers into that city. Mr. Wang's corpse fiends were ready. My necromancer skeletons were ready. A coup foreshadows deaths. I never imagined that if the relationship soured, I would be able to take East Bridge without bloodshed. I was ready for a battle. Anybody who tries to stop my plans deserves to die, and the scene did not go the way I had planned for, and it is the best thing that happened in that city. Zhao Wei was calm. The accusations I was braced for did not come. He raised a hand and stopped Gao Ming, and then he asked her with a slight tremor in his voice, Hong Zhuang, I want you to tell me yourself, is this what you actually think? And she wanted to shake her head and deny every part of it. I watched her want to, and then she remembered what she decided kneeling next to a body under a white sheet. She has made her choice. We should not choose to run away. She closed her fists until they went white and said it one word at a time. Eastbridge needs to change. I am doing this for everybody's good. And in that moment she went through some limit because a blade aura came off her and everybody in that room, me included, felt something cut at them before she had used a single ability, and Zhao Wei smiled slightly as though he were remembering something or letting go of it and said it quietly. You have grown up, Hongzhuang. I have always put shackles on myself, thinking everything I do is for the good of Eastbridge, and in fact that is not the case. I am an ordinary person, and however hard I try, I cannot become a professional like you. The future belongs to you young people. I am getting old. Perhaps it is time to let go. And he aged in front of us while he said it. The straight back went round. He has been stubbornly holding on for 6 months. As leader of the war faction and colonel of Eastbridge, everybody else in that city has been allowed to feel grief, and he alone has had to keep a clear head at every hour. I do the same job, and I know what it costs. Ordering the shooting of his own soldiers broke his heart. Every concession he made afterwards made him angry. Watching Ma Kai die in the field was worse than either, and I was close enough to see it land, and he could not show any of it, for the single reason that he is Zhao Wei, and now, with the subordinate he cultivated personally rejecting everything he has done, that stubborn man finally put the weight down. I have been in this position so long not because of power, but for the sake of the whole of Eastbridge. You are not wrong. Perhaps it is because I am too persistent. Promise me you will make this place better. The betrayal of those who trusted him. That was the last straw, and it went in without a sound. The outcome, on paper. Zhao Wei declared himself ill and handed complete control of my city to Lin Yue. The Iron Demon Army and the rest of the forces swore to her without a single objection. Gao Ming was removed from his post and now only handles weapon forging. Li Jun mysteriously retired to a third-line position and no longer touches my city's secrets. That is the publicly available information. Anybody with any power at all, me first, knows perfectly well it was a coup because the old forces disappeared far too suddenly, and who exactly is going to say so? A week later, my order went out to clear the remnants of the conservative faction. In one day, over 100 conspirators killed and more than 600 committed supporters arrested. Nobody had expected Lin Yue to use methods that swift. Eastbridge. A new era. Then it snowed. The first cold wave of the apocalypse came across that land, and I had been waiting for it since October. Last time that wave froze or maimed at least tens of thousands. There was screaming and crying, and countless people out in the open turned into rigid shapes in the snow. I walked through that. More than 10 centimeters came down in one night, and by the time the leadership understood what was happening, it was already too late, and the people who had survived the monsters were killed by the weather. This time, I had the date. This time it did not happen, and the reason it did not happen is me. Lin Yue stood at a window, looking at the white, and could not believe it. The ruler of Eastbridge, who became a traitor for the sake of revenge and personally tore out the roots of the conservative faction, looked about 15 years old standing in front of me. How did you know there would be snow like this? The truth is that I lived through it, and the worst part of the truth is that I was outside on a raid when it came, and the frostbite I took cost me an enormous amount to repair afterwards. I was never going to say that, not to her and not to anybody, because of who I am. I have a professional who can predict weather accurately. He sensed the cold wave, so we avoided a loss. And the thing that made it land is what came before it. Weeks earlier, I had demanded a network of underground tunnels. She considered it wasteful and pointless because that city has 100 other holes eating resources and manpower, and she agreed to it purely because I would not drop it. And the snow that morning slapped her in the face, and she said so herself. It is not possible to calculate how many survivors still living in wooden huts and stone walls would have died, and the tunnels were dug by goblins. As my slaves, those creatures used their best skill to show off, which I have decided to find endearing. Because of how harsh their home environment is, goblins do not build upward. They build kingdoms underground, which hides the traces and, far more importantly, holds a temperature. That is why I bought them. In 1 week, my small crew dug hundreds of tunnels under Eastbridge, each of them 300 to 500 square meters. Cramped. And incomparably better than being outside. We also opened part of the high-rise buildings to people at the start of the snowfall rather than the end of it. On food, Eastbridge's stores previously covered ordinary consumption with a serious gap between that and anybody actually being full. The Alliance ended that. Insect meat reserves in the Economic Development Zone have reached a figure I do not publish, and the first harvest of mutated food came in. Of the mutated corn alone, several 100,000 kilograms. The cob grows to 0.5 meters. The kernels are dense enough that 3 or 4 fill an average child. The disadvantage is that Guodong rebuilt it completely, and it is dry, flavorless, and does not smell of corn at all. And what time is it now? As long as there is food, who cares about the taste? And I have a measuring stick for that. When people are genuinely starving, they swallow bark with the soil still on it. In some places, they dug up the recently buried. Who becomes that voluntarily? Nobody. That is what hunger is. Economically, on top of the daily ration, an adult's day of work in my territory now pays enough to feed a household of 3, and a man who takes his job seriously can earn a strip of insect jerky on top. And here is the political result, which is the most grown-up argument in this entire account. The conspirators were waiting for a disaster to bring Lin Yue down, because a great many people did not accept the way she came to power. Zhang Lihua had his diehards, and as the soul of that city, Zhao Wei has considerably more. I counted them before they counted themselves. And the conspiracy was drowned by public opinion before it started because my supply convoys arrived. If there is food, who gives up a good life for no reason? A poor man cannot afford 1 grain of rice. Bring him a few bags of rice and flour, and he is grateful to you for the rest of his life. An elderly couple live alone in a house that leaks in the rain and lets the wind through in winter. Go and repair their roof and get some warmth into the place, and they will cry. That is my whole method. That is the contentment of that particular social group. They do not have many extravagant desires, and they never did. For me, all of that was a logistics problem I solved in a fortnight. For those survivors, there was nothing in the world more important. My plans from there. Demolish part of the standing buildings and put solid housing on the ground they occupied, because what I need now is to turn that land into a genuine fighting fortress that people also live in. And a road. 30 kilometers from my economic development zone to East Bridge, since the old one is broken up by the earthquakes. It does not need to be smooth. It needs to not shake a cart apart. Because I know what is coming, and that road is a golden route for reinforcements in one direction and for retreat in the other, so that both cities can react instantly. And the goblins are working it enthusiastically, because I promise that any goblin who puts in more than 5,000 hours on the construction gets freedom. To them, that is unthinkable. At home, a captured goblin is eaten or worked to death in a pit. In my camp, the air is clean, the environment is pleasant, and above all, with good behavior, you eat until you are full and then you are released. Aside from a few lashes for cheating on the hours, nobody troubles them at all. Having lived in that environment long enough, I am fairly sure that if I told the goblins to leave, they would stubbornly stay, and I have decided not to examine how I feel about that. Personnel, finally, so that Zhao Wei's people could not resurface. Even Li Jun went under house arrest, and to stop the city seizing up, I brought Lin Jie across. Which means that after the reshuffle, the top of every department in East Bridge contains not only Lin Yue's people, but several of mine. She has not expressed any dissatisfaction with that, and the reason is the most important thing about her. The real reason she agreed to take Eastbridge was not power. To her, power is a tool for moving soldiers and controlling a battlefield, and nothing else. I have met very few people I can say that about. She got what she wanted. She looks at my people and her ministries and lets it go, as long as I genuinely fight beside her. And she has admitted one thing to herself. I am a strategist, and very little escapes me. That was true of Zhang Lihua, and it was true of the snow. They are in a cooperative phase, and without noticing when it happened, I have taken the lead. Over the last few days, we have been eliminating the conservative faction. Besides those killed on the spot, we have captured over 1,000 people, including some professionals. What should we do with them? Strictly speaking, I am a cold-blooded man. 1,000 people is a terrifying number, and there is no possibility of my showing mercy to an enemy. If they can be reformed, allow them to turn away from the dark. If they remain unrepentant, send them to Mr. Wang. He happens to need a batch of test subjects. She had been wondering for weeks how I got that madman under control. She stopped wondering, and I watched her decide not to ask. Madmen only have things in common with other madmen. Mr. Wang and my necromancer found each other inside a week and started working together, and shortly after that, the necromancer simply moved into his residence. One of them is a fanatic about experiments, and the other is a deep authority on dark magic. Different species, different planes, and in the one respect that matters to me, they are the same creature. Research. Crazy research. And from then on, people walking past that institute occasionally heard crying through the wall. On the prisoners, I made genuine concessions, and I want that counted. But a portion of them stayed stubborn, because a devil had worked on them, and they became fervent believers of something, and faith is extremely difficult to change. Correcting a mind takes time I did not have. I do not have time. The intelligent ones came out of the dark and took the offer. Nearly 500 went to the institute. Having lost their chance at freedom, the only future available to them is to become corpse fiends. It is cruel. It was also their own choice, and I made the alternative genuinely available, and I am going to keep saying that because I know how thin it sounds. Mr. Wang invited me to see the result, and what was standing in that room was 2 meters of humanoid monster, functionally a corpse fiend. No human thought in it, only the instinct to obey an order and the will to kill, and the innovation is that a skeleton has been grown onto it. The arm and leg bones of a skeleton warrior, bent and wrapped completely around the corpse fiend's body. The neck is armored with bone as well, which closes the one weakness those things have. My necromancer did that without being told. And pressed against the head there is a skull with soul fire still burning in it, which means it continues to accept orders. So I get a corpse fiend's appalling agility plus heavy protection, and as long as the head is on, it fights. And the skeleton's consciousness has not died, so the bone across the body can bend and deform on its own, wrap round an enemy on contact, and hold him still for the fiend. When genetics and dark magic collide, the reaction is considerably more complicated than 1 + 1, and I have seen a great many monsters, and that one made me uneasy, because I knew exactly what it had been made out of, and the thought that came after it was worse. If an ordinary person produces that, what comes out if the raw material is a professional? There are 4 professionals among those prisoners. They are obviously next. Those are people who were fortunate enough to be blessed by heaven in the first week of the apocalypse, and a few months later, they walk into a building, and this is what I get handed back. Fear is spreading in there. Some of them have started to regret it. Faith falters in front of death, and several have wept and asked Mr. Wang to release them. I did not give that order, and I am not going to. Their freedom ended at the door, and nobody is going to reopen it. And my justification is entirely practical, which is the only kind I have. What I need is a batch of corpse fiends in the field before the insect tide arrives. This is a race against time. What I have to do is squeeze every ounce of energy and resource I own into building a force that can meet them. And the 2 madmen have plans of their own. The fiend is only an experiment. Next, they want insects and beasts. Imagine a red rock beetle or an iron-backed gorilla rebuilt as a corpse fiend and wrapped in skulls. I told them to bring me the design when it works. The 36 little devils are being trained as an air force. Each one gets several dozen high-explosive grenades. They fly over the enemy and drop them. The objective is not to win an engagement, it is to break up an attack and buy Eastbridge a chance. The devil plus technology. When a little devil is given the technological gift of a fragmentation grenade, explosives arriving out of the sky are enough to cause real disorder in a tide, and disorder in a tide is worth more to me than any wall I could build. What they need now is to learn to fly together, which is proving harder than the grenades. Because power is not the most important thing to me at the moment. Building fighting strength is. I need warriors, very large numbers of warriors. They do not have to be human. Skeletons, corpse fiends, and demons are all within my purview, and I have stopped distinguishing. What is coming is a collision of flesh. Once it starts, humans and insects go into a grinder together and become indistinguishable inside an hour. A storm is coming, and the thing I lack most is time. While I was doing that, there was a man on the Qingshui River doing something considerably nicer. That river is the mother river of my city, and it runs through the whole of it, and before the end of the world fishing in it was illegal because it was a famous ecological landscape. Nobody knows how many fish are in there. That was the point of the law. The man is called Tracker. That is not a name, it is a nickname, and the motivation for choosing one is the same as Sickles was. They want to make a name for themselves in my economic development zone. He never awakened. His sense of smell simply became enormous, and he can now locate anything he has smelled once before within a kilometer, which got him into my reconnaissance team and then into a squad command under me. And there are going to be a great many more like him, which is one of the most important facts in this account. Many ordinary people who never become professionals will have some capability enhanced: vision, agility, strength, or a nose. If an average person is 0 and a professional is 1, those people sit somewhere between 1/2 and 1. And the reason is that the barrier between dimensions is thinning, and energy from other dimensions is leaking through and accumulating here. The world is a body, and that energy is food. After taking in enough nutrients, a weak body gradually becomes strong. Strengthening the entire population is no longer a fantasy, it is a schedule. What Tracker noticed coming back into my territory is worth having from an outsider's eyes. Overnight, my walls went up, skeletons guard the city, corpse-hanging trees stand outside the gates, and there are insect meat factories running shifts. The economic development zone was not destroyed by the apocalypse. It entered a second period of development, and the thing that actually stopped him was a new professional, a mermaid, an actual mermaid, small, beautiful, says very little, and goes red the moment anybody speaks to her, and below the waist there is a fishtail instead of legs. Approaching her feels like approaching an ocean. He said he caught a smell of the sea off her, and that it cleared his head. That is Su Mei, the younger of the 2 sisters I picked up out of a latrine alley in East Bridge. And Tracker fell in love with her inside a week, and it is the only clean thing in this entire account, so I am giving it to you properly. He told himself constantly that she is a confidant of a powerful figure and that he should stop. He could not control it at all. This world is dangerous, and even as a captain, his nerves are usually raw. And after they met, his heart, which had been put down in a great many places and picked up again, finally had somewhere to sit. I noticed, and I left it alone. He only needed to watch from a distance. That was the whole of his ambition. He is 17, an age as pretty as a flower opening, and I am quoting one of my own report writers, who apparently moonlights. And since then, Tracker has started taking care of himself. He acquired several well-fitting items through channels he has not explained to me. He has begun cutting his hair, and I have said nothing about any of it. And he has considered changing his name on the grounds that Tracker, honestly, who thought that was a good idea? What she can do is the reason I sent her there. It was a bright day, and the river had begun to freeze from the snow, and an adult with tools needs a while to break through that. She swam out onto the ice, and the solid sheet cracked in lines away from her, and a frozen river started moving again. Then she raised one hand and produced a few notes that are not a language, and the river boiled, and fish came up around her in numbers I did not have a container for. Nets in. The mutations are the interesting part to me. Crucian carp that used to fit in my palm now run half a meter. Some species have reached 2 meters and spit spears of ice. And on the bank, a fish loses at least half its strength, so with rifles and blades, even the worst of them becomes a corpse in a barrow. 5,000 caddies in one day, which gives my economic development zone a second food source after the insects. And unlike insect meat, which tastes faintly of fish and disappoints everybody, actual fish is better and more nutritious. Fish soup, or dried fish. When that went round the housing blocks, grown men had to stop talking about it. Tracker stood on that bank and could not help feeling that the girl in front of him might be an envoy sent down from somewhere specifically to save my economic development zone. Protecting each other stopped being a task for that squad and became a mission, and I did not have to pay for any of it. Now, something I want to show you, because it is the only room in my city I do not let anybody into. In the whole of my territory, only my imp dares to stand at my door unannounced. Not Lyra, who is a priestess of an evil god and holds the lives of thousands of her own people. Not the necromancer. Because as a creature that cannot be worked out with common sense, its world consists only of me, and so-called respect matters far less to it than being where I am. And I have been busy, and I could not keep it at the door, because if it accidentally eats somebody again the way it did in a corridor in East Bridge, I have a problem I cannot solve twice. So I moved house specifically, and gave my imp the next room. To everybody in my camp, my imp lives in a cave surrounded by blood and corpses. If Su Wen represents light, my imp is my dark side, permanently associated with cruelty and appetite. The room is the opposite. Rather than a demon's den, it is more accurate to describe it as a young girl's bedroom. Pink wallpaper, a dressing table in the corner buried under sparkling jewelry, and beside it a cabinet of beautiful clothes that my imp cannot physically wear. The will to devour has quietly altered its behavior and its preferences. It loves beautiful things. Clothes, jewelry, hair clips, all of it carefully collected. And I pay for every piece. And I suspect that is the dragon. Dragons like shiny things. The centerpiece is the dragon crystal, out of the red dragon's body, where most of its power and the soul of its previous life were stored. My imp ate the energy months ago. What is left is a beautiful ornament, and it hangs from that ceiling and blazes. In the corner of that room, a chain devil stands as a guard, which needs explaining. A chain devil is a mid-tier demon wrapped in iron chain, and there is a great deal of chain in purgatory, and it is denser than human steel. In a fight, it entangles you first and kills you afterwards. Chain devils enjoy cruelty and are among the very few things down there that prefer killing to scheming, which is why I keep my one in a pink room. That one has a timid, obedient expression on its face. The chains were replaced with necklaces some time ago. It is functionally a second dressing table hung with my imp's jewelry from the shoulders down. And a demon that used to snack on little devils in purgatory and take its bad moods out on succubi now stands in a pink room smiling permanently, and the smile is sinister and terrifying, and it is not allowed to stop. That was my idea, and I enforce it. In that room, my imp is the master, and the most powerful demon in it is a decorative vase. There is also a container beside the bed with 3 dead little devils in it. Heads caved in, no other injuries, killed instantly. Because my imp has very few companions, and the devils who swore to it became the only playthings it has ever owned. What is an ordinary throw to my imp is a fatal injury to a little devil. 3 of them died in 1 week, and those are my Air Force. There are not many of them, and there is no way to make more, and 3 died without ever seeing an engagement. I lost my temper with my imp about it in a way I have not before, and forbade it from going near them. It has been melancholy since, without playmates, and mostly because I criticized it. And the bodies of the three did go to use. They were soaked in something of Mr. Wang's and left by the bed like soft toys. The other thing in that room is the dried fish. My imp sits on the floor with a fish in front of it, and, as though it were learning, picks up a piece with a hand, puts it in its mouth, and chews carefully. It is learning to live like a human being. Before, it would have absorbed the whole thing into its body. Now, having decided to become a person, it has begun practicing eating with its mouth. I taught it none of this. It is difficult, and it is far less satisfying than absorption, and it opens and closes its mouth patiently and takes a long time to finish a meter of fish. I have watched the whole meal more than once, and I let it take as long as it wants. And although that mouth has not evolved any sense of taste at all, the behavior makes it feel like a human being. Then it does the careful part. It glances sideways at the chain devil, confirms that the thing is still smiling straight ahead and not looking at it, turns away, and lifts the edge of its own cloak like a thief checking on jewelry. I pretended not to see, at which point the ghoul came in, because the ghoul always comes in. Footsteps on tiptoe, and my imp heard them anyway. One arm went out like a python and took the boy by the throat and put him into the opposite wall. He is 8 or 9 to look at, thin everywhere and thinnest in the limbs. That impact would have flattened a child. He got up a second later, red in the face, without one injury on him. That is what my house does to a boy. He has zombie blood and appalling vitality. My imp has knocked him down more times than anybody has counted, and he keeps surviving it. His nature is overwhelming curiosity. His will is bloodthirsty and his intellect is a child's, and he goes into places he has not been like an animal. And he has terrible memory. Somewhere he explored on the first day is unfamiliar again by the second. That room is the only place in my territory, apart from my own quarters, that no living thing is allowed to enter. He has been beaten for it an uncountable number of times, and because of a congenital defect in his memory, he continues his expeditions with undiminished enthusiasm. Get out. Next time, I will kill you. Evil succumbing to a worse expert. The chain devil is one example, and a creature some scholars have called the zombie leader is another. He left moving like a spider, folding that body in ways it should not fold. And my imp puffed its cheeks out, performing anger, and then dropped it quickly, because it wanted to get back to what it had been doing. And here is my imp's secret, which nobody in the world knows, and which I only found out much later. Alone, it went serious and lifted the cloak carefully. The clay underneath turned over, and 5 human fingers and half a foot came up through it. That is why it takes its temper out on the ghoul, not because he trespasses, because he nearly saw. That evil creature with a body made of mud is not only changing its consciousness and its behavior, it is changing its body. The process is slow, and it is working extremely hard at it, and I have no idea what it will be at the end, because its owner likes hands and feet. So it is going to conjure up hands and feet. It is exactly like the murders. It will do whatever its owner likes, and it does not distinguish between the two categories, and I am the one who taught it that. And then that creature, surrounded by demons, with a body that would empty a city, sat in a pink room and said one word to itself under its breath. Hug. Some pleasant image must have arrived, because the little thing laughed. It is moving, and it is cruel, and both of those are my doing. The message from the south came the next morning. The runner was a professional out of reconnaissance with enhanced speed, the same class as Wang Zhao, and she had come straight from my economic development zone without stopping, and she was frightened. And she also arrived having arranged herself carefully and put a great deal of effort into being pleasant to me, and adjusted her posture twice before she started her report, which is not unusual anymore. As ruler of the economic development zone, I am now something like a blazing sun standing over everybody, and human beings chase the sun, and I have become the object of the chase. Pleasure is a poppy, and I have watched it take better men than me apart. For me, it is seasoning. Power is the meal. She read my complete indifference inside about 4 seconds, dropped every one of her tactics, and gave me the report, which improved my opinion of her. Our stronghold near the south has been destroyed. The observation post that was painstakingly built is gone. There were no deaths. 16 soldiers and 7 workers were wounded. And then the part that made me stand up. Team leader Wei's arm was broken. He was already unconscious when we found him. Song Yang is my own promotion. He is close enough to Silver Peak that 2 more beast souls make it a formality. With the lizard transformation and the arm of 100 beasts, he does not die to a single strike even from Kalen, and he holds for a while. Somebody knocked that man unconscious, and that is what turned it from an incident into a decision. The economic development zone is unified. Every visible force in it is destroyed. Ordinary insects and beasts no longer come at my walls directly. Who exactly dares? That is a provocation, and it was meant as one, so I went back myself. A tiger patrols the mountain. However fierce it is, it cannot stay in the forest permanently. As king of that forest, it has to come out occasionally and walk the boundary so that the smaller things remember. That is my job description now. The road between East Bridge and the Economic Development Zone is nearly finished, which cut the journey to a day and a half, and I did not go into the city at all. I went straight to the site. The outposts are mine. Around both cities, I ordered a ring of them built against the tide, and that one had been a hospital, which made it easy. Standing buildings and a wall to patch. The ground floor had whole sections of wall gone, including load-bearing ones. The foundation was compromised. As a base, it is finished. The other party had not gone all out, and it still raised my killing intent because I do not allow anybody to challenge my authority in my own territory. While searching the vicinity, we captured a strange woman. However we questioned her, she stayed silent. Waste. An experienced commander went down on his knees on my gravel and said he deserved to die, and I let him stay there for a moment. Bring her. I will interrogate her myself. They brought out a woman in loose clothing with blood on parts of it, and I asked the obvious question first, which nobody had asked. My search teams patrol daily and announce themselves to survivors. Why would anybody choose to live in the wild and make trouble for me instead of walking through my gate and eating? Ordinary survivors do not have that kind of nerve. Then I took her by the hair and lifted her face, and my pupils narrowed, and I very nearly laughed. Her face was covered in crossing scars. Deliberate ones. Disfigurement. That is the standard induction criterion of the daughter of punishment. Madame Shadow, the strong expert I saved by accident in a police station in the second week of the apocalypse, and I have been waiting for that particular thread to come back since. Her rules are simple. She takes women and vulnerable children first, and her power is sufficient to protect them, and anybody who wants to stay beside her has to disfigure themselves. Her doctrine is that appearance is one of the original sins, and only by abandoning your original face can you pursue a more accurate understanding of what living actually is. I did not argue with her, which has already leaned over into being an evil church, and I say that as somebody with two of them. She has put an enormous amount into it, and at its height she had several genuinely formidable figures around her. It is difficult to judge that woman as good or evil, and I did not try. Something in the first weeks broke her, and she is unpredictable, and under ordinary conditions she does not kill, which fits the facts on the ground because my outpost had wounded, and not one dead. Her people are almost all women and children who came through the first months of this and did not come through them whole. What was done to them was done by human beings, and every one of them has a story that ends with somebody holding them somewhere. I have heard enough of those to stop asking. The scar is not penance. To them it is a refusal. My face was the bait, so I took the bait away. And there is exactly one exception to my rule about not killing. Anybody who held people by force does not leave alive, and there is no appeal and no negotiation and no second look, which is a policy I recognize because it is mine. The practical consequence for an interrogation is that every one of her people is hardened, and the disfigurement pushes the personality further out every year. I noted both, and I kept them. That woman was not frightened of me. She looked me in the face and snarled. They have already endured pain past what anybody has words for. Why would physical pressure produce a confession? However, the person conducting the interrogation was me. I held her head and looked into her eyes, and my left eye went pale green with 4 points turning slowly inside it, like a funnel opening onto somewhere else. Illusion. And here is why it works when nothing else does. Ordinary punishment is nothing to those people, and my soldiers have to keep a prisoner alive, so there is a ceiling on it, and everybody in the room knows where the ceiling is. Inside the illusion, there is no ceiling. In that space, I am the god of that world, and her soul goes where I put it, and however I arrange things, she cannot resist, and that world does not end. It took a few seconds by the clock outside. She came out with empty eyes and saliva at the corner of her mouth, and nothing left of the snarl at all. Her spirit was destroyed and very close to gone. I had not asked for that much. Now tell me where you are from. Water tower. Almost as a reflex, because inside there I asked her the same question an uncountable number of times, and refusing made it worse each time, and by the end her ability to tell that world from this one was damaged, and she believed she was still in it. My soldiers stood around that yard and did not look at each other. There is exactly one water tower within range, 3 kilometers from the outpost, abandoned for years because of its condition. I believe in sacrificing anything for personal gain. That is my guiding principle, and I have never dressed it up. And although I have a connection with Madame Shadow, it is superficial. Preparation before a war is not optional. Nobody stops my plan. In my previous life, I would have been extremely careful about a legendary figure like that. Now the city is unified, and although Lin Yue is on top publicly, everybody with any information understands who the king in the shadow is. Is Madame Shadow really that frightening? You have interfered with me, they die as well. The men around me stopped breathing evenly, and there was sweat coming off 2 of them in a temperature below freezing. Mobilize the troops, combat teams, and reconnaissance operating together, everybody assembled by tomorrow. The state of my army, since it is worth stating once. Besides everything committed to daily defense, my combat teams field over 800 men at permanent readiness, everyone in insect armor with an enhanced blade, plus the firearms bought from East Bridge. That is no longer the rabble that assembled in a schoolyard. That is an army. I took about 200 because it was the first joint operation between the combat teams and reconnaissance, and I wanted to see the seams. And because a live opponent is the only training exercise that teaches anything, Wu Lei is back. That went round the departments the night before, and the whole economic development zone tightened up. Equipment, supplies, and personnel were ready before I asked. In the morning, there were over 200 picked men in front of me, from an unknown lone wolf to a force that commands that, and the road between those 2 points would fill a book. I did not stand there enjoying it. I have watched what enjoying it does. Let us go. 200 voices came back like thunder pushing cloud off a horizon, and my column went out like a long dragon on a repaired road. Winter had taken everything green out of that landscape. The leaves had yellowed and dropped, and the thick trunks were nearly dry, and the whole area had a used-up feeling to it. I remember thinking it suited what I had come to do. The tower itself was convenient to people once and has been abandoned for years, and from the base to the tank, it gives off exactly the impression of an old man whose life has come apart. My kind of address. And underneath it, in the shade, there was a tall figure. Close-fitting leather. Skin as white as porcelain because it has not seen the sun in months. And in one hand, a long whip studded with spikes. Beside her on the ground, there was an enormous, ugly head. A blade mantis. An overlord which at adulthood has 2 sharpened blades instead of arms and moves faster than anything that size has a right to. Somebody had taken its head off and set it down beside her like a serving dish. I understood the message. Once a month, in the middle of the month, the energy in the air drops. When it does, she needs blood, and she conducts a ritual over the head of something she has killed. Afterwards, her face closes over with a black crust. Madame Shadow has a figure and a physique that would hold any man's attention, and a face that is genuinely appalling to look at. Her eyes are calm, like standing water with no ripple on it. And there is one strangeness. They have no pupils. They are entirely white with not one black point in them anywhere. A chilling calm. And the pieces of flesh that come away from her face do not appear to be her skin. She feels nothing at all when it happens. And if you look closely at what is behind the scars, it is not exposed vessels and bone. It is mouths, shrunk an uncountable number of times, with no features and no expression. Small mouths, hundreds of them. That is her ability, and it is the reason she matters. People awaken because of the energy in the air. Everybody absorbs it slowly. The mouths on Madame Shadow's face absorb it at minimum twice the rate of an ordinary human being, which is the number I actually cared about. As professionals reach certain levels, their abilities change, and against the glamorous and powerful transformations everybody else gets, hers is more impactful and considerably more frightening. I would not have taken it. They have small, sharp teeth. They take what is put in front of them, and they spit out a black viscous liquid, and that liquid sets into the crust and heals the damage. I watched it once, and that was enough for me. She made a sound while it happened that could have been pain or its opposite. That is a blood sacrifice, and it is a special way of eating. In the middle of every month, the ambient energy drops, and she needs blood to hold her normal consumption steady. She told me that herself. A group of women were waiting at the entrance. Lord Shadow, number 19 has not returned. Should we go to that camp and look for her? An attendant handed her a towel, and a snow-white towel went red quickly. All of them carried damaged faces. Knife wounds mostly, and burns on some. In the half-light, somebody who wandered in by accident would believe they had arrived in purgatory. I have been to purgatory, and the comparison is not unfair. Young ones and older ones, and not only ordinary people. There are professionals among them, and they have one thing in common. Every one of them came through something in the first months, and they found each other by accident, and out of hatred for the people who did it, they gave the rest of their lives to it. I have never had a recruitment pitch that clean, and her tactical judgment is the reason this was not simple. Do not act rashly. Our objective is to expel them, not to create a genuine blood feud. We took that stronghold 2 days ago, so by now the area is full of reinforcements. If we go there, we walk into a trap. In this situation, we stay careful, and we do not go out. I will look for number 19 myself after dark. And she was not worried about the missing woman, because doctrine says she will not give up the location under any circumstances. The location had been given up 11 hours earlier. During the fighting, I overheard a man say that Lord Wu Lei will be back soon, and then somebody will avenge them. Those people are physically disfigured. They are not stupid, and it is worth remembering which of those 2 things the world keeps confusing. And then one of them said the thing that made the whole operation make sense. This is a decision we had to make. Once the other side discovers the light barrier, our food supply is cut off. A light barrier, and her own confidence, delivered to a frightened room. It does not matter that the other side is strong. My cultivation has already loosened and it will not be long before I go up a level. At that point I can protect you properly, which is not a boast. With mouths on her face taking in energy at twice the human rate, given time and a stable environment, her reaching gold is a scheduling question, and I intend to be the one holding the schedule. And I noticed the thing that mattered while it was reported back to me. At the mention of that light barrier, subordinates who had been wavering went firm. Whatever that object is, a group of survivors with no army decided it was worth attacking my soldiers over. Then there was noise outside and a low growling, and a girl came in badly frightened. "Sir, something bad has happened. Somebody has broken in." The wind was cutting when I looked up at that tower. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. I had been searching since dawn, and I spent a great many people and hours on it, and found it at dusk. My reconnaissance team is full of professionals with investigative abilities, clairvoyance, one who hears wind. None of them impressive, and in the apocalypse all of them lived precariously because nobody wants a man whose entire gift is noticing things. That changed when they came to order, where every one of them has a job and a place, and that is the least dramatic and most profitable thing I have ever built. The one working that evening is a middle-aged man whose ability is something close to life detection. According to the reading, multiple streams of life energy ahead, that is the hideout. Have the others prepare. When they are forced forward, take them with nets. Remember, I want them alive. And I was relaxed about it, which in hindsight was the interesting part. I had not brought extra professionals because I was confident of handling it personally. And however strong her subordinates are they stronger than Kalen and my imp? If I need those two, I call them, and they arrive without any risk at all. Begin. My soldiers went in with what look like grenades and are smoke, with a filling, a paralytic. An ordinary person who breathes it is paralyzed for 2 or 3 hours, disoriented, and out of the fight entirely. The origin is insect venom, collected during hunts as a matter of routine, and different species produce different compounds for different tactical jobs, and I have a man whose whole department is that. The canisters went down into the base of the tower, and there was shouting and swearing, and figures started coming out of the smoke. And my soldiers lying up around the perimeter threw nets and hauled and pulled several of them off their feet, harvesting chives. Figures kept coming out of the base of that tower, and my men above worked like a farmer with a sickle, and inside a few minutes more than 20 were on the ground alive. And I was frowning through all of it, because smoke only takes ordinary people. A strong expert of that level walks through paralytic gas and does not notice it, and while Madame Shadow had not come out, the whole engagement could still turn over. Her believers kept climbing out, and my soldiers stopped bothering with the nets and simply tied them by hand because the toxin had gone through them and they had no resistance left. And then a serious force came up out of the tower. You could not hold it in any longer. I had been waiting for her the whole time. A sixth sense at that level gives you an extraordinary instinct for danger and a strong feeling when death is approaching, and my skin came up and I ignited on the spot. Horns, wings, the totem, flame demon transformation. Even my soldiers who had seen it before made a noise, and there is a lesson in that. Against the savagery of wild beasts, intelligent human beings are considerably better at getting the whole of their potential out of a peak, which is why I am dangerous and a ground dragon is only large. Out of the smoke came a whip, fast as lightning, coated in a purple liquid that stank. Strong poison. I have reached the peak and I am resistant to most of them, and something about that one made me uneasy before I understood why. I met it with my own whip, and my flame whip was cut in half and the lava came off it and went onto the ground and ate into it like acid. Highly poisonous. I was right, and it cost me a weapon to confirm it. The smoke thinned and there was a scarred face on the other side of it. Who exactly are you? And on her side, for the first time in a long while, something moved in those clouded eyes. She could feel a chilling aura coming off my soul, as though something terrifying were hidden inside my body, and it put real pressure on a strong expert at her level. Devil's blood, no. The trace of a legendary demon's blood, and past Silver Peak I have learned how to use that pressure deliberately, and in that form my voice comes out hoarse, like gravel dragged across glass. You destroyed my base, you owe me an explanation. And she worked out who I was on the spot, and everything that had been strange for 2 days assembled itself. Even the wounded at that outpost had not been frightened. They had been mocking her people while bleeding. Somebody was giving them that. Her professional assessment, which she gave me later, and which I am keeping. My soldiers moved in perfect order, from the smoke grenades to the ambush. Even when she appeared, they paused for a few seconds and continued. That was a premeditated operation, and it was my operation, and she had possibly made an unusual enemy, and she did not waste time regretting it, and she did not blame number 19, and the only exit available was through me. The whips met, and the noise of it went across a dead field. Then golden fire came out of my whip, and she went back several steps, and it caught her across the cheek. Inflammation venom. The skin blistered and then charred. A summoner had just badly injured Madame Shadow, and I did not relax, and calling that a mistake would be generous to me. I brought out my hard armor. Crimson scale, sharper and better looking than a fish's, throwing a fire-red light. Armor that appears to have been through an uncountable number of trials, and its property is immunity to poison and to physical attack. My primary job is summoner. There is a fighting spirit in me anyway, and it has been getting me into trouble since June. I brought the whip round again, and a smile came onto that bloody face. A surprise attack from the shadows. Bloodthirsty whip. All of it was an illusion she had built. She had been waiting for exactly that moment, and to get a close-range attack on me she had been entirely prepared to be disfigured a second time. After all, there is no real difference between a grotesque face and a burnt one. Her whip split into two and closed on me from both sides, and a death aura came with it and bound me where I stood. Die. The two lengths wound round each other like steel bar, and cracks started running across my body, and I began coming apart like an ice sculpture. The demon armor was not holding. Without that armor, my organs would have gone in the first second. A close call, and that is the polite version. And then there was a noise, and her vision went, and something small hit her in the chest. One strike. Madame Shadow went more than 10 meters in an arc like something coming off a catapult, and her whip landed on the ground. I had been holding my right palm pressed down the entire fight, and I called Kaelin in the critical second, and without that her plan would have worked completely. Her reputation is entirely deserved, and I said so out loud in front of my own men. And now the honest part. I had become complacent. Reaching Silver Peak brought my demon body close to its full potential, and I made a misjudgment about my own strength, and Madame Shadow was a warning that pulled me back from the edge of something. I am a summoner. Force is for self-defense. It is not shameful to lose to her, because my strength has never been in my arms, it is in numbers, and I had started to forget that. She got up after taking a hit from Kaelin with not one drop of blood at her mouth, because a large section of skin like porcelain burst off her body instead. Blood armor. Plasma applied to the body and converted by her ability. It works exactly like armor, and it is single use, and to protect herself again she needs fresh blood. I made a note of the gap, and I clearly was not going to give her the opportunity, so I made the whip live. It came round me on its own and formed a barrier, and to reach me anything would have to go through it first. A flame vortex. She told me afterwards that she has been through an uncountable number of battles in this apocalypse, and nothing had ever put that kind of pressure on her. She sealed her own wounds. The mouths came out in a dense mass and closed them over. Then she swept her right hand and 5 fine blue threads of pure energy came off 5 fingers. The energy in a human body is the most difficult thing there is to control, and that woman can shape it into something that fine, which by itself told me what she is. She was ready to die there. We cannot wait any longer. Right palm down, and my imp came, a child's face, and the pressure it put on Madame Shadow was worse than anything the cat had produced. Hand strike, hidden force, flame whip. I went first and put a curtain of fire across the sky behind her to close the retreat, and my imp's cloak came up, and more than a dozen arms came out of it, and there was a sound off those arms like the dead complaining, entanglement and binding, and she stayed remarkably calm, which is composure I have not often seen, and what broke her was the nature of the thing rather than its strength. Those arms ignored her energy completely. Several of them were torn off and kept coming forward. What is wrong with these arms? They are broken. Why are they still attacking? My imp did not answer. The mechanic is cynical, and it is the best thing I own. Madame Shadow has respectable agility, so my imp simply bound her and removed the maneuvering. Damaged arms are not a problem. It eats more enemies and grows more. And then Kaelin came in from the run like a shell. Without the blood armor, she was genuinely injured this time. Face the color of paper, eyes coming forward, blood at the throat, the ribcage deformed. I had done that, and she did not die, which is proof on its own of what peak level means. My soldiers put rifles against her head and waited for one word from me, and the captured women went rigid. Every one of them is somebody with a bad history. Under her protection, they were able to live like human beings, and the price was their faces, and they paid it willingly. I would have paid it too. If she is killed, their lives face a new set of choices, and all of them know exactly what those choices look like out there. And she did not say a word, not one. Her heart went hard as stone in the hour she cut her own face off. She did not offer surrender and did not ask me for anything. She has her own pride and her own principles, and I have met 3 people in 2 lifetimes who genuinely do. So, kill or release, against her. She organized an attack on my territory, which is my red line, and things that cross it have historically become either sacrifice material or my imp's dessert. For her, there was not one death at that outpost. Even Song Yang woke up and will fully recover, and decisively, her strength interested me. It was obvious she had not shown all of it. She is a genuine strong expert on the level of Lin Yue, and I do not currently have a spare one of those. So I walked toward her. She opened both palms and energy came up in them, a last challenge from somebody who could not stand. And with every step I took, the flame on me went out by an inch, and by the time I reached her, there was no trace of the demon anywhere on my body. What she was looking at, in her words, was not a handsome man. It was a desolate calm that had gone into the bones. Somebody in his early 20s with terrifying strength and formidable subordinates, and she could not connect him to the thing that had been standing in that field a minute earlier. Neither could I, most days. And then she recognized the face. Her clouded eyes did the thing that still water does when somebody drops a stone into it. "It is you." And Kaylin noticed the surprise and came over and looked carefully at both of us in case this was an old acquaintance. Then she looked at Madame Shadow's face and shook her head, because in Kaylin's estimation, I do not have tastes that extreme. "I think we can talk." The second meeting was not warm. The first one was 30 seconds long in a police station, and neither of us had introduced ourselves. But something indescribable was happening on her side, because the young man who saved her turned out to be the ruler of the nearest city, and I could not have written a more dramatic version of that reunion. And by her own accounting, I killed the people who hurt her, which technically makes me her savior. Her ethics are the reason this worked, and they are worth stating properly. Madame Shadow is lawful evil. Repay kindness with kindness and avenge a wrong. She will not let an enemy go unpunished, and she will not kill an uninvolved civilian. I can work with that, which is why she was uncomfortable. She had attacked the outpost of a benefactor, and by her own code that is repaying kindness with harm, and it goes against everything she believes about herself. I let the silence do my work for me. We sat down with tea, because against alcohol, which numbs the nerves, I prefer something slightly bitter that keeps the mind still. And here is what I was actually working out across that table. Letting her go is impossible. A strong expert like that near my economic development zone is a device with a clock in it. She is capricious. If things go badly one day, and she hits my outposts again, I cannot keep coming back to suppress her personally. Killing her is a genuine waste. That strength is not below an insect king's, and if I could recruit it, the odds against the tide improve materially. But she appears to have no desires and no wants, so how do I persuade her? I cannot exactly build her a church. And then I heard myself think it. Let her preach in my city. A church, which is not entirely impossible. She is homeless. Her people are hiding in dark corners like rats. Give them a large clean place to preach in, and it is unambiguously better than a derelict water tower. I had the place already. Your person is only physically paralyzed. In a few hours, she will have her strength back. I can pretend none of this happened. And I would like to invite you into my city, which also communicated the other thing. You killed nobody, and I did not go too far either, so this is not a situation without an exit. She shook her head stubbornly, because after what happened to her, she has a rejection of every man alive, and that includes the one who saved her. I put a hand up. Do not rush the decision. Do you not want to hear the terms? And my terms were partnership, not submission, and I want that noted because it is the only offer of its kind I have made to anybody. Living in my camp does not mean submitting to me. What we have is a cooperative relationship. I am expanding and the monsters around me are my enemies. Eliminate those monsters for me and I pay you in meat and supplies of equal value. And besides that, I see you do not have many people. I will build you a church and let you recruit. My city currently holds over 20,000. You are free to recruit among them, and I will not object, as long as they agree. My calculation was that she is a bomb, and correctly applied a bomb is an unimaginable amount of force. I am not kind. Either you become a friend and we both win, or you become an enemy and you die. Madame Shadow has probably never realized that she was standing on the edge of a cliff at that table, and what she heard was different from what I said. The first condition did not interest her. For reasons she did not explain, her supplies were in order. The second one was fatal, because there are almost no survivors left outside anymore, and she has essentially nobody left to recruit, and that is the sad part of her. As a victim, her deepest belief was to build an organization that would put fear into the kind of men who did what was done to her, a form of protection for the people still suffering it in places nobody looks. I did not tell her I understood it, and in all the months since, she has gathered fewer than 200, nothing like what she wanted. Is everything you said true? And her voice, against that face, is exceptionally beautiful, like a lark. I swear on my life. Which from me, and I could have had her shot at any point in the previous 10 minutes, is a considerable amount of sincerity, and she took it as such. Her earlier refusals came from not wanting to be enslaved. This was clearly cooperation, and refusing it would have made her the person who abuses somebody else's goodwill, my goodwill, specifically. I accept your suggestion, however, I hope you will keep your promise. Of course. And at that moment, another voice went through my head. I have been tricked. For any ruler, a doctrine and a faith inside your walls is a threat, because it undermines authority by definition. Here it works differently, and understanding why took me about 4 seconds. Look at her doctrine and who it recruits. She hates the people who hold others by force, so her believers come from the desperate and the ones who have been through it, which is the same pool I recruit from. In any chaotic city, missionary work like that gathers a congregation in a fortnight. It is not going to work in my economic development zone, because in my city, that kind of violence carries the heaviest penalty I have, up to and including hanging, and everybody knows somebody who found out. And because of the standard of living, which even the middle of East Bridge envies, in my city, an old woman can feed herself by lifting a finger. Besides grain, there is a real chance of insect meat and now fish. So apart from a few congenitally lazy people, there is almost nobody unhappy in it. The good days have only just started. Apart from somebody genuinely unwell, no ordinary person in my city is going to disfigure their own face to join her. Her mission there is going to fail, and I knew it while shaking her hand. And I am going to keep my promise anyway, for no other reason than that trading one building for the loyalty of a top-tier strong expert is the best exchange available in the world. Neither of us knew what the other was thinking. You are not a fish, so how would you know what a fish enjoys? Both of us walked away believing we had taken the larger share, and neither of us was dissatisfied. It is a pleasure to work with you. I put my hand out, and after 2 seconds of hesitation, she took it. And then I asked the question that had been bothering me since the outpost, because the arithmetic did not close. Why hit it at all? That tower is a long way from my outpost, and destroying it gained her nothing. She hesitated. Then she saw the look on my face, which apparently now carries an authority that does not accept a question in reply, and worked out that the only way to close the subject was to answer it. We are protecting the light curtain. The stronghold you built is only a few hundred meters from the light barrier. I was afraid your people would find it, so destroying the stronghold was the only option. Light screen? And that is the last time anybody in this account saw me confused. I stood in front of it half an hour later, and my face did something it has not done since the day I woke up in a rented room. An enormous stately portal, a screen of light 3 meters high and 2 across, hanging like a mirage, and images running across the surface of it. Mountains, rivers, and monsters and humanoid creatures I have never seen in 12 years of memory. And I knew what it was, and she did not. That is not a curtain. That is the entrance to a plane, what the texts call a breach in an interdimensional wall, which needs explaining, because the whole rest of my life runs through it. A plane is the thing that explains a multiverse. Every plane has its own characteristics. What exists is a collection of a great many worlds with complicated relationships between them, and apart from a handful of connection points, each plane is effectively an independent universe with its own natural laws, and my first reaction was relief, which tells you what I have learned. Thank God that rift does not open onto a wormhole, or the abyss, or purgatory. It is not possible to describe what would have happened if that had connected to the abyss. Monsters sensing an outside world would have thrown themselves at it, and my entire city could have been swallowed by demons before anybody sent a runner. And rifts are two-way. Things come here, and people can go there. I also privately thought she was insane. That woman walked into an interdimensional barrier without any preparation at all. Was she not afraid it would close and she would spend the rest of her life somewhere with no road home? This place was only found a week ago. We were short of supplies. They were looking for food and did not understand how they had arrived. One of my people accidentally got close to the screen and disappeared in front of everybody. When she came back, she was carrying a bag of fruit that would not close. Since then, we have gone in occasionally for food. The temperature is very humid, which suits vegetation. There are towering trees everywhere, and the fruit is huge. Some of the apple-shaped ones are the size of basketballs, and one will feed several people for a day. Which told me a great deal. No attacks, fresh air, good environment. That is not an evil plane like the Abyss. Planes have their advantages and their disadvantages, exactly like people. The Abyss is the famous killing plane. The moment a dimension opens, every demon in it fights to get out and enjoy a rare massacre. Some planes are entirely peaceful, some have no life in them at all. The whole world is an enormous ecological park with uncountable giant trees and grasses, and in that limitless world, there is loneliness and there is despair and nothing else at all. And some have no land. The entire world is ocean with uncountable marine creatures, and some of those have civilizations of their own. The number of living organisms across all of it is not a figure human thinking can hold. And as the barrier weakens, the contamination of the human world by other worlds increases, and monsters appear more frequently, and the apocalypse is gradually changing the whole planet rather than damaging it. And there is a counter-example, which I made sure my people heard. A similar rift opened in East Bridge months ago, and that plane was not benign. It was a world of creatures with human faces and the bodies of spiders. The moment they saw the opening, they came through in a mass, and by the time reinforcements arrived, a number of people had been killed badly. The barrier collapsed quickly, which is the only reason the number was not worse. What interested me about this one was the food. If you harvest that properly, you feed considerably more people than my fields do, and my problem is that interdimensional barriers are notoriously unstable. Nobody knows when one appears or when it goes. If I am inside when it closes, I am there for the rest of my life. I am cautious, I was curious, and my life is worth more. So I snapped my fingers. Who called for Alara? I asked him one question. How long does that rift hold? He has done research on space, which I did not know until that afternoon. About half a month. 15 days from observation, which means I can go in and see an unfamiliar world and come back out of it. And the honest reason is not curiosity. I need supplies, very large quantities of supplies. Combat is a bottomless hole, and once it starts, the daily consumption of food is staggering, and one transport of that fruit closes most of the stomachs I am responsible for. My eyes went red, and everybody in that clearing understood that I had already decided, and conquering a plane is not a walking tour. In an unknown environment, danger arrives whenever it likes. By my order, every order warrior except the garrison assembles here, full equipment, 2 blades per person, ammunition prepared, living supplies properly arranged. And something has changed in me, and I noticed it while giving that order. I have been through the fear of a ground dragon and the arrival of the Zerg and a devil in a street. I now want to be a conqueror and go and see an unknown plane, and there is nothing careful about that at all. The risk assessment was simple. Madame Shadow went in with small groups and probably never attracted the attention of the locals or whatever hunts them. I intended to take most of my fighting strength in for the resources, which meant being noticed almost immediately. I told my people we were exploring another world, and they were startled and then extremely excited, which was not the reaction I expected. And then I gave them the actual motivation. This is a collective operation. In addition to the usual rewards, every participant receives an extra 2% of the ingredients they gather personally. I know how to reach people. Faced with self-interest, human beings unleash a considerably more terrifying potential than they do faced with a speech. The window is 15 days. I would not sit in there for 2 weeks. 10 days is safe. Within a day and a night, there were 1,300 people at that light screen. Combat teams, reconnaissance, and the medical team, plus staff for sorting the fruit and produce as it came out. And the first group in was strictly limited to about 100 because the main force does not move until the ground has been scouted. It was the first time my economic development zone genuinely showed what it has become. 1,300 people fully equipped, trained, standing like an army. The rations are the other thing worth mentioning, because it is where my money goes. 3 dishes and a soup is the standard for a soldier, insect meat without limit, and nobody steals from it, and the reason is the penalty. In a time of hunger, embezzlement is the gravest crime available. Anybody caught is removed from post immediately, and every relative of theirs working in my camp is dismissed with them, which in practical terms is a crime punished across the whole family, severe punishments in chaotic times. And on the other side, one quartermaster can earn up to 10 kilograms of insect meat a week honestly. In all the months of my order, there have been exactly 2 cases of embezzlement, and after the punishment, there were none. And Madame Shadow watched my soldiers work and understood the gap between us for the first time. Several hundred rifles on shoulders means that even without Imp and Kalen, she does not do well in that density of fire. Once her energy runs out, she is a target on a range. And the alliance with Eastbridge means a continuous supply of new weapons and ammunition arriving on a road I built. There were no additional oaths, over 1,000 people in 5 formations like a wolf pack. And at the front, 3 professionals. Chen Hao. After the fusion, his appearance changed. Skin is white as snow, and 2 small purple points above his brows, which are the scorpion demon's poison. And in transformation, those points spread across the whole body. He carries no weapon at all because of the bone demon. His bones are the weapon. In a fight, he uses the spine, the finger bones, and on one occasion, I watched him use his own ribcage. The enormous energy of that sacrifice put him straight into silver rank, which makes him a new power in my economic development zone at 18 years old. And because I personally granted him the power he wanted, his faith is purer than anything I hold, including Su Wen's at the same level. Guo Dong, a botanist whose love of plants is close to a medical condition. He heard the words plain covered in vegetation and volunteered before I finished the sentence, and he is the man who deserves the main credit for my city's food security. And Zhang Jiansheng, who came in with him and now runs the search team, and who reached silver rank recently on nothing but supply. He is enormous. In a crowd, he stands out the way a chimpanzee would, and in the dark, he is still the most visible object present. His ability is pure strength, and ordinary blades bore him, so I had a staff forged, 2 meters, as thick as an adult's thigh. He swings it like a maddened ape, and he can open the ground with it. During his time running the search team, he won the whole department over with that stick, and I do not think he has ever had to raise his voice. That is the foundation of my business. When I need soldiers, I have soldiers. When I need generals, I have generals. And that is only part of it, because with Song Yang and my 4 summons, I could break with East Bridge tomorrow and possibly come out ahead. Set off. The first 100 walked into the rift, and my soldiers around the clearing watched a familiar figure vanish out of the world and made a noise. Then I nodded to Madame Shadow, and she went in with a portion of her believers without hesitating. Which is when I became certain it was not a conspiracy. There is no dizziness. You close your eyes and open them, and there is a different world in front of you, something like a rainforest, colossal trees, an enormous variety of flowers and grasses, and on some of the trees fruit large enough that from a distance I could not identify what it was. And I did not go exploring. I stood still and measured. Temperature between 26 and 30. Oxygen content in the air nearly double the human world, at around 40%. No trace of an enemy yet, and the high oxygen means the creatures here are not small, so everybody stays careful. And that oxygen is the engine of the entire expedition, because it is also the limit. The environment is beautiful, and it is not survivable. Long exposure produces oxygen toxicity, and in severe cases the body's functions progressively fail. It is exactly like fish at different depths of an ocean, which cannot live in each other's water because of the pressure. An ordinary person can stay in there about 2 hours, longer than that, and the lungs begin. And the consequence for everything living in it is that at double oxygen, the local creatures grow exceptionally large. An ordinary python breeding in there for an uncountable number of years could be a prehistoric serpent by now. Not finding something is not evidence it is absent. I was not foolish enough to think I had walked into a paradise. And the second resource was on the ground. Stones that looked harder than iron. I picked up a piece the size of my fist, and it weighed about 10 pounds. It does not even need processing. Polish it and you have a weapon. Darts or hammers. A mineral that dense can be ground into a dart harder and longer lived than any steel my blacksmith can make. There is considerably more here than fruit. Mining. And the logistics solved themselves once I had the 2-hour figure. 1,300 people in 3 shifts, rotating every 2 hours. That is enough to establish a base and expand from it indefinitely, without anybody's lungs failing. We had brought supplies across, and among the supplies, because I do not know what lives here, a magic crystal cannon. Land grabbing, get everything out and set up camp. 300 soldiers went in first, resource collection and base construction, fruit taken by whole sections, specialists on the ore, and everybody else felling trees for a temporary base. We brought tools, and there were colossal trees on every side, and after we dropped a few, my camp was half built. Part of my force stood outside with blades and rifles, watching the tree line the entire time. The first structure completed was a watchtower. Chen Hao took a small group out to scout. Zhang Jiansheng felled trees and helped build, and Guodong became completely absorbed in the local trees and walked around with a notebook writing everything down and had to be reminded twice to breathe. And I stood in the middle of a camp in another universe thinking about horticulture. If it is possible, I would like to take those trees out and plant them at home, which would mean the economic development zone has a great many more nutritious fruits without spending time and effort cultivating mutated ones. That is what I have become. I found a door into another world, and my first coherent thought was about the harvest cycle. That world has a sunrise and a sunset, and the sun in it is several times the size of ours and sits high enough that I stood there with my mouth open. The first day passed without an incident. In the evening there were cooking fires, and I let a breath out quietly where nobody could see me do it. My people worked like animals, partly on my order and mostly on the 2%, and it was not only fruit, or accounts too, at an exchange rate against weapons or meat, and several of them had already worked out what a hammer of that stone is worth at home. And we had all misjudged the situation. On the second day, the noise of the clearing brought something. A boar, except that boar is the wrong word entirely. It was a monster with enormous tusks, thick hide, and the general proportions of a tank. The consolation is that it carried no energy and no elemental power. It hits you with a mass at speed, which is all it has ever needed. And the reason it is that size is the oxygen. It happened faster than anybody could react. The watch got a signal off, and 2 men did not clear my line and were flattened where they stood. I had Chen Hao on the perimeter that morning, and he did not bother with the scorpion demon's venom. He put his own spine through the animal's skull and pinned it to the ground with it. The thing lay there afterwards like a low hill somebody had left in the clearing. 2 dead, And the enthusiasm went out of that camp within an hour because nobody had expected losses that fast. I went to the wounded scout and got as far as reprimanding him and then stopped because he had lost too much blood and had died before help arrived. And I was talking to a body in front of 40 people. I cannot resurrect a dead warrior. I can take revenge on the animal that killed him. So we butchered it, and the pieces went onto the fires with seasoning, and every man in that camp ate it. The 2 deaths proved my working theory, which is that this is a world of powerful life forms, and the beautiful environment is a cover on a crisis. I doubled my watch and put up 2 more towers, and the faces in that camp went from relaxed to grim, and even with meat dripping in front of them, the shock did not come off any of them. Scouting suggested we were on something like an island and that the surroundings were enormous. In 2 days, we shipped out at least several dozen fruit trees, which against the size of that island is a teaspoon out of a lake. We were in a remote corner that had rarely attracted the attention of the powerful things in that world. And the sound of mining caught the attention of the neighbors. The size of everything there is past imagination, and every one of them qualifies as a behemoth, which did not frighten my people at all, and I enjoyed watching that. Those men have been through a genuine insect plague. I cannot name an insect they have not met. Beetles the size of a calf, centipedes 3 meters long, green caterpillars that spit sulfuric acid. Against those, the local varieties were merely terrifyingly large, and they had barely come out of the soil before one of my soldiers ended each one with a single stroke and went back to what he had been doing. By day 5, the death toll was 12, from the miasma, the environment, and the attacks. Exploring an unknown environment is by definition brushing against death, and the fact that only 12 died is good fortune inside bad. I had no time for grief. I would not hesitate over the compensation owed, and my work had to continue, and both of those things are true, and neither excuses the other, and the number that made the whole expedition worth it. 1,300 people in 3 shifts, working almost around the clock. In 5 days, we gathered enough fruit, ore, and meat that the food alone covers my economic development zone's ration for 3 months. Fruit stores badly, and that is not a problem. A small part is eaten fresh and the rest goes to preserves and drying. And then we found the thing that changed how my city lives at night. Among several new minerals, there is one that emits a soft light continuously, a glowing stone, and it is enough to see by, which needs context. There is no electricity in an apocalypse. The city's supply is dead, and restoring it at scale is wishful thinking. Apart from a handful of important buildings, an ordinary person's home goes completely dark at sunset. I have lived in one of those. Candles are scarce, and there is always a day when they run out. In a few days, we brought out more than 10 tons of that stone. That is enough to light half of my economic development zone, permanently, for nothing. The night it went wrong, I had been uneasy since morning, and I could not source it. I told myself I was worrying about the stability of the barrier, which is what you tell yourself. It stayed quiet, so I decided I had wound myself up. Then somebody screamed on the watchtower, and then firing, which is much sharper in the dark. The professional who reported has an ordinary appearance and 2 pupils in each eye, which gives him enhanced vision and excellent night sight, and because professionals do not rotate out as often as the ordinary shift, I had him on the night watch. His account is worth having as spoken because it plays the fear of the unknown better than anything I could write. I saw some humans. No, they were not human. They were very tall and their color was wrong, and they had legs and arms. I killed them. We followed the blood. The thing had tried to leave and had not got far with several rounds in it. The body was around 2 meters. Gray skin. Leather armor, essentially an animal hide. Long cheeks, a lion's nose, and particularly pointed ears. Like a dark elf, and not one. Not human, and not an ordinary elf. There it is. The native inhabitants of that world. That plain is beautiful, and I want that on the record too. Trees over 20 meters. Mountains scattered like stars and apparently floating. A rainforest full of colorful plants and various plants and animals that glow after dark. It looks like a garden out of a dream, and exactly the way the abyss is a sea of blood to its demons, and we live in a steel jungle. That beauty has owners, and I had come to take it off them. The evidence on the body told me most of what I needed. Feet large and heavily calloused, which means they live in that jungle and go barefoot. Gray skin that is difficult to see at night. Long necks, disproportionate by human standards, and large lion-like noses, which told me to assume an acute sense of smell. His weapon was a javelin, a carved wooden shaft with a polished stone head. I threw it casually into the ground, and it went through hard-packed earth like tofu. Very sharp. And jungle warfare is not flatland warfare. As natives living in it, those people have an enormous innate advantage, and I had brought 400 men who have never fought under a canopy. The question was whether they had been observing or scouting, and the difference decides everything after it. Then I heard grass move. The whip went out through the dark, and there was a scream, and my people brought me a live one, tied, shot through the right leg, which is the only reason he was still there. He spoke to me in his own language at length, and I have demon horns and could have interrogated him. That method is slow, and nobody knows whether the natives were telling the truth about anything, and I had a better way. My necromancer came out, and my soldiers did not react at all anymore, except that 2 of them looked under the hood out of curiosity to see the skull. Begin. The scepter went through the native's neck. The body went down with the fear still on the face and the desperate wish to live still on it. And I stood there without any expression, as though the creature in front of me were a rat or an insect, entirely unmoved. I abide by the law of the jungle, and I would like to be judged on it rather than on anything I say. The vast plain is a dark forest with a great many hunters living in it, exactly like my own plain, where we were found by insects and monsters, and I did not get a vote about it. Here, the natives and I were in the same position. An unknown creature is hell, and a permanent threat. Anything that poses even a slight danger gets its secrets taken out of it, and if I have to kill it for them, I do not hesitate. Throughout history, no power has ever won a war by relying on kindness. To win and to hold the initiative, you rely on killing and conquest. That is cruel, and it is reality, and both of those are load-bearing. And although I could summon horns and talk to him, I do not trust my ears. I trust my eyes. A shriek came out of the body, hoarse enough that several of my men covered their ears, and a ghost came out with it. My necromancer's black magic turns a living being into a ghost between one breath and the next. And because that one died badly, it came up carrying curse and grievance and glared at everybody in the clearing, me first. Then it detonated, and fragments of its memory started playing in the air over the body, and my soldiers stood in a semicircle watching a silent film. The first fragment was a swamp, a group of identical natives lying flat on the ground, waiting for something, 2 of my soldiers on a routine patrol coming through it, and a javelin through one man's chest before either of them had a word out, and then the body being dragged away into the trees, which answered the question nobody had asked out loud. Over those days, besides the men killed in accidents, several soldiers had simply gone missing. The second fragment was a settlement, several hundred natives with mud on their faces. In front of them, a stooped old man, extremely old, with wrinkles like tree bark, all of them dressed brightly, as though for a worship, and my soldier again, injured now, and held up. And the old man cut his throat, and the crowd around him threw their arms up in an excitement I do not have a comfortable word for. The silence in my camp after that was total. Several of my soldiers had their fists closed because they had watched exactly what happened. Nobody knows what fear those 2 went through at the end of it. I also saw the rest of the settlement, and it is worth being fair about because those people were not villains. They were savages, extremely dirty. Filth on the ground in patches, men, women, and children barefoot without any discomfort, houses low and apparently assembled from grass and branches. I had seen better in my last life, and not much better, and a very strong outer palisade built entirely of heavy logs, which a large animal could not break. A primitive tribe where no proper civilization has emerged at all, chaos, killing, and dirt, and none of that was relevant to me. My soldiers were killed, and those were the people who did it. One detail I filed and needed later. The priest was reciting something while he did it, and behind him there was an arrogant, strange statue, and the memory was too blurred to make it out. The natives' actual purpose stopped mattering. What mattered is that they had provoked me. Nipping every danger in the bud is my life principle. I made a flaming sword and put it over my head. Our comrades have been killed. That is a provocation and nothing else. Will you accept it like cowards, or follow me and crush their camp and avenge the men we lost? Faces went red. Vessels came up in eyes. And it is worth remembering what those people were 9 months ago. After a long series of battles, they have been transformed entirely. They are not the timid, subservient, ordinary people who came through my gate. They fight monsters and insects, and they have taken a zombie's head off with their hands. Revenge. Revenge. And the killing intent that came off 400 men scattered every animal within a kilometer. And here's the real calculation, since I have given you every other one. Those natives are physically strong and obviously much stronger than an ordinary human. My economic development zone and East Bridge are both being rebuilt, and I need manpower everywhere. If they can be captured and taken back, it speeds up the construction enormously. And there is no need to discuss the rights of a prisoner of war. Their value is that they work. Besides fruit and minerals, I regard a population as a resource, and I have stopped pretending that is a metaphor. 400 for the operation, and because of the oxygen, I planned my engagement to fit inside 2 or 3 hours, which is not a lot of time to destroy a settlement. Over their heads, my little devils, who were not there as spectators. At the start, they drop high explosive grenades from altitude, and they are a separate arm of service. And then there was the sound of heels on hard ground. All right, you damn bastards, stop flying around in front of me. This is not my dirty homeland. You are blocking my view. The succubus. By appearance and dress, she is indistinguishable from a person, if you ignore the tail and 2 sharp horns. Red mouth with a playful expression on it, long black hair brushed back, and a dangerous fire-red shine in the eyes. At every joint, there are claws like daggers, and at the end of the flat long tail, there is a curved spike, and in her hand a black whip with barbs on it. I wanted it before I knew what it did. In hell, that woman is somebody. Here she has one identity, which is my imp slave. By human measure, she is silver rank. Several little devils started circling her. There was a crack, and one of them came away with a bleeding line across its forehead. Get out of it, you gutter worms. You disgust me. Listen, carry out your master's orders correctly. If any of you fails, I will send you back to your homeland. Which is, in their world, the worst threat available, and it worked immediately. Her opinion of me is the best outside portrait anybody has produced, and I only heard it because she said it to a little devil in a language she assumed nobody present spoke. She thinks I am a demon. She has only ever seen me in the fire form, so from where she stands, I am an anomaly hiding among humans. And compared to demons who are cautious before doing anything and need a great many plans and conspiracies simply to control a few humans, this demon is decisive and efficient, which is the quality I buy first. Not only does he move freely in the human world, he has become a ruler of it, which is, in her professional opinion, insane. And her personal policy is to look and not approach, because she has a working mind and she has seen my imp's dependence on me. The owner is capricious. A simple outburst of temper puts a little devil into a wall, and she does not want to end her life that early, so she satisfies every whim of her mistress and stays a long way from her mistress's master. An interesting demon, something of a shame. And then she went off to invent a battle plan for a flight of idiots, on the grounds that commanding little devils is a permanent headache. And her private summary, which I am keeping because it surprised me, she likes it here. Compared to hell, where you never know when you might die, the human world, while not without its dangers, is far safer. She loves the beautiful clothes and she loves the food. That is what revenge does to an army, and I did not have to manufacture any of it. Once the men knew what had happened to their comrades, even the neutral ones went angry and jumpy, and the only objective any of them had was making the enemy pay in blood. I did not stand in the way of it. A weaker force lets that go. My soldiers are not a weaker force. In a long campaign, they have killed too many enemies, from beasts to insects, from a mountain ogre in a supermarket to a devil in a street, and I was there for most of it. Any power that becomes hostile to my economic development zone takes a ferocious attack. A group of fanatical lunatics, and I built them deliberately. We went at dawn rather than at night, and my reasoning is worth having. Those natives have night vision, or they would not have scouted a firefight in the dark, and they have lived in that jungle long enough to know ground I had never walked on. At night, without light, they cut us apart on our own perimeter. The order of march was ordinary soldiers, little devils above, Madame Shadow leading the professionals, and me. The outcome was decided the moment it started. There were no elaborate plans and no conspiracies. For a primitive tribe, the operation had a code name of one word, crushing, and the oxygen limit cut the available time again, so it had to be finished fast. I want to describe the army I took, because it is not the army in the recruitment posters. Most of them are damaged, scars on the face, a missing piece of ear or fingers, several of them covered in tattoos. For most people, the end times are a disaster. For a small number, it is an opportunity to stop living a peaceful life. Those people are lunatics. In peacetime, they suppressed the rage inside them, lived among ordinary people, and held enviable, quiet jobs. And when the apocalypse came, that small group of people no longer had to wear the mask. I hired every one of them. The warrior and the madman turned out to be a perfect match, and I have no question that every one of them is an elite who has survived one engagement after another. Over 400 in insect armor, and the junior commanders carrying forged blades that, after the ironcaster's work, split blue stone in a stroke. I gave Madame Shadow the rear guard. The scouts they sent out have not returned all night, which will have made them suspicious. Stay here. If you see an enemy, kill them without mercy. The ambush came without any negotiation, more than a dozen javelins into my column at once. Her whip came round like an enraged python and knocked 6 of them out of the air together, and Chen Hao and Zhang Jiancheng intercepted the rest simultaneously, which is the only reason I still have both of them. Indiscriminate fire. I have marksmen in that column, and they had located the throwers off the launch angle before the javelins landed. Natives came out of the trees. There was no pity and no sympathy, because the two sides were hostile before either arrived. In a clash between melee weapons and firearms, the latter has a slight advantage, and slight is all it needs, and the javelin still reached us. 7 men were pinned to the ground. Every throw carries an enormous amount of destructive power, and when one lands, the wound opens instantly, and there is nothing in my field kits that does anything about it. 7 dead on my side, considerably more on theirs, because under that volume of fire, they usually got 1 throw. Everybody else advance. 10 minutes later, we were looking at a wall of logs. Fire. They rolled the magic crystal cannon forward. A weapon capable of breaching a city wall against a wooden defense is not an engagement, it is a demolition. There were no fewer than 100 natives on that palisade, obviously the elite of my camp, some with javelins and some with long bows. On previous form, they would have worn an attacker down from above over hours. The first shell opened a breach in a very strong palisade and took a section of them off it. The rest stood there with their eyes wide, saying something to each other in a tone I understood without any horns at all. 2 more shells and a perimeter that had taken years to build stopped existing. Attack! Zhang Jianshang took the men in and they killed everything they saw, regardless of age and regardless of anything else, because it was a revenge operation and every man in it had been carrying my march. The natives counterattacked with stone weapons and they were ferocious and they are flesh and blood, and against my ammunition flesh and blood is extremely vulnerable. And my little devils came over the top because those people have no air defense of any kind and had never needed one. They pulled the pins and dropped high explosive into the crowded parts of the settlement. Fire spread through my camp. There was screaming and there was crying, and I watched it coldly, and I am going to be honest about the arithmetic of it. In some people's eyes, what I did there is straightforwardly evil. I led warriors into a massacre, and several hundred natives died in a short period. It is a shocking number. That is what war is. Through that memory, I saw how those people live. They are primitives who live by one law, and had they been the winning side, they would have shown exactly as much mercy. War has only ever had one winner. That is possibly the cruelest fact available, and there is simply no compromise inside it. I went to the sacrificial ground where my soldiers had been killed because for some reason I was extremely interested in it, and I was not arrogant about it. The environment was foreign, so I summoned my imp. The little girl followed me with an obedience that completely belied what she is, and anything in that camp that raised a weapon died in one strike, and the women and children went down on their knees and did not attempt to resist. The altar was enormous and carved out of wood, and it is possibly the only work of art that settlement ever produced, and on top of it there was a strange statue, and the moment I got close, the statue shuddered and the shell came off it. The body is a colossal mass covered in black whip-like tentacles. Enormous mouths are open across the mass, and green slime runs constantly off every one of them, and underneath it there are heavy hooves that it stands on. I counted them, because I counted everything that day. The overall shape is a tree, short thick legs where a trunk would be, and a body of tentacles like a canopy. The smell that came off it was an opened grave, about 5 meters. That is what the natives worship, and it has genuine destructive power, and I understood the whole of their religion in about 4 seconds. My hands and my feet went stiff. It was not fear of the thing. It was that all of it arrived at once and gave me no time to prepare, and I have not felt that since a ground dragon in a hallway. And its first attack was not aimed at me. It put 4 tentacles round a native who had frozen beside my altar and moved him into a mouth, as simple as eating a grape. And an idea arrived while I was watching it. The sacrifice was never about pleasing anything. It was about buying stability. Those natives used blood to keep that thing calm. For an unknown number of generations, a tribe with stone weapons paid a monster it could not kill once a season in lives, and in exchange, it slept. And now the seal is off, and it has come down onto that ground like an evil god, and from how it treats them, it is easy to see that to that creature, the natives are food rather than believers. Which means that when I marched 400 men in there to avenge 2 soldiers, what I actually did was break the lock on a cage that a primitive people had been maintaining since before anybody there could count. 4 more of them went in the following 10 seconds, and then the blood and the food ran out, and it turned toward me. It has 5 eyes with no consciousness behind them at all. Standing water with a basic killing intent floating on top, my hair came up, and after one glance, my own movements went sluggish. A psychological attack, terrifying talent. It took a step, and every mouth on it began to roar, and the noise was livestock. It sounded like goats. And then it came down the slope like weather. 1 native broke and ran, then a second, then a third, and the whole settlement went at once. They paid no attention to me at all. They were hamsters with one thought. And my imp was completely calm. It moved across and stood in front of me and became, in about a second, an enormous wall. Head tilted, brows up, short hair standing off it. And then it opened all the way. The whole body covered in a thick viscous energy with the arms inside it ready to come out. The monster made a noise that was either a provocation or a declaration. And my imp's cloak came up with no wind on it, and it opened its mouth, and the mouth kept opening, like a hole with no limit on it and teeth around the edge. 200 meters away, the surviving natives were on the point of fainting, because 1 monster had arrived, and now there was a second, and I am told several of them expressed a wish for additional legs. And the thing hesitated, because even it was curious. That lasted 2 seconds. Then it swelled, having eaten several more natives to top itself up, and sprayed sulfuric acid in streams. The air tore and distorted, and the smell arrived before the liquid. My breathing went short and my face went white, and I lit and threw myself sideways as hard as I have ever moved. Because if that had landed on me, I would have gone down to the bone, and my imp tilted its head toward me while the liquid was already in the air. And at the critical moment, its body simply inflated, and the acid landed on it the way water lands on soil. Unlike everybody else's flashy attacks, my imp's method is simplicity and effectiveness. That acid was completely absorbed without a ripple, as though the liquid had never existed. I did not dare face that monster directly. My imp had no such difficulty because that body has evolved abilities through an uncountable number of devourings, and I stood behind it in another universe and understood again that I no longer know the top of the thing I made. The thing went into a rage. The tentacles came round and light started building in several of the mouths, and the separate spheres merged into one. Inside that sphere, there were colossal oscillations, as though a storm had been compressed by force into a single point, and I could see hundreds of wind blades colliding inside it. It made a noise while it charged, a sizzling, and then a sound like an axe going into wood, and there was a visible dent in the air in front of it. Then it fired, and the thing went at my imp like a missile, an energy bomb. And only then did my imp's gaze focus properly, which told me the attack had registered as a threat. That brought a seriousness to my imp that I had not seen since Zhonglihua. Its eyes went bloodthirsty in a way that reads as about to eat somebody, with a cold in them that goes through you. It opened the dragon wings, and chaotic energy started building around it until the whole shape read as an ancient tomb, with an uncountable number of ghosts trying to get out of a prison, and a vacuum 10 meters across opened around it and pulled every bit of air in that clearing inward, mine included, and it did not dodge. It took a fatal blow with its own chest. The ribcage went in completely. The skin broke. Several badly deformed arms were very nearly driven out of the body. Anybody else would have been unconscious. My imp appeared completely unconcerned. There was no fear on its face and no pain either, only a flat stare at the thing in front of it. And then it did the thing that made me stop breathing for a second. Inside a few seconds, it endured the blow and then used its devouring ability to absorb the excess energy into its own body. And then, with an aura that had nothing recognizable in it, sprayed the remaining energy back out through Dragon's breath. The beam went into that monster like a comet arriving. It went backwards with its hooves cutting a furrow 5 meters long and an inch deep as though something had hit it with a siege engine. Blood came out of the mouths and several of the tentacles came apart, and I had not moved. Die. And my imp laughed at it, coldly and slightly unsteadily. What was on the ground afterwards moved like a silkworm somebody had stepped on. A great opportunity. Flame demon transformation, and I did not spend the time to call anybody else. I went forward and put the sword through the center of that mass. By any logic, it should not have got up after a dragon's breath. It got up, and there was hatred in the eyes. And I could not let it leave, because if it does, every living thing in that region gets slaughtered, and if that thing is genuinely what the natives worship, then it is also an evil god that feeds on human blood and souls. Flame from above, half blocked by the mass and half of it doing real work. Then my imp came down on it, and more than a dozen arms went round it like vines, and it fought and could not get out. It shook hard enough to break up hard ground and put a wall of dust across the settlement, and at one point it bit one of those pale arms. Die. And I came off the top like a cat onto something small, and the blade of flame went straight through, and there was no blood, and it did not roar. The body went woody and stiff, and fluorescent energy started coming out of it. That is the power of faith. A pure faith force had been operating that monster the entire time, and the body withered and decomposed in front of 40 witnesses and became, in about 8 seconds, the same wooden carving that had been standing on my altar. And the chaotic energy gathered itself and looked for a carrier and went into me. I could not get out of the way, and I did not try particularly hard. With my eyes shut, I could feel something new inside me, as though something in there were waking up, like a butterfly coming out of a cocoon, and I have never used that phrase about myself before or since. An aura capable of destroying a world, and, simultaneously, an energy that feeds living things. Life and death, destruction and creation, twisting round each other and colliding inside my chest. Every scrap of energy those natives ever offered up as a sacrifice had just become mine, and I could hear what was inside that faith, which is the part I did not expect. It was like a great many people praying at once, and those thoughts were not worship and were not respect. They were fear and resistance, which means that thing ruled that place by force and intimidation. And compared to believers, those natives were the enslaved party, and their entire religion was a protection payment they had been making for generations. I recognized the arrangement because I run one, and inside the faith there was one more thing, a chaotic will, and it hated me. Even at that distance, I felt a cold go into the bone, as though wherever I went, the other party would find me and then kill me. And then I assembled it. The monster, the wooden carving, the will. That terrifying thing was not a physical entity at all. That was an avatar. If an avatar can tie up my imp and me the way that did, then if the real body ever comes down here, its strength has already gone past legendary, not on Rose's level, comparable to some of the newly made evil gods, and that is a category I did not previously have to think about, and my reaction was entirely in character. I have already provoked enough people, so I am not going to lose sleep over one more, and I devoured the faith without hesitating. My heart went like a hammer on a drum. Then an inborn fear arrived, and panic, and a despair like falling. And when I opened my eyes, the sun and the cloud went out of that sky, as though the stars had shifted and the whole world had dropped into a moonless night. The gains, since I checked immediately. My hearing is sharper, my eyesight is doubled, my running and my jumping have both improved. It is like a game where every attribute went up at once, and the reason is that the monster's true form was high enough to be worse than legendary, and the irony is the best thing in that clearing. The native priest put a knife into his own chest to summon the thing that would save his people, and what he actually did was make my dessert, and it gave me a new ability, intimidation, exactly the way my imp got dragon might by eating a red dragon, a roar with a whale underneath it, close to a banshee's, which stuns an enemy for several seconds. An ordinary person can simply lose consciousness. That trip did not only produce supplies, it strengthened us, and I was very clearly the biggest winner in it, which is what I am for. Midday, sunlight, a living forest, and a settlement full of blood and dead people. The fire had only just been put out. The survivors were crying, and not only the women and children. Grown men were crying from fear. And from where they stood, enemies had appeared out of nowhere like ghosts, breached the palisade with weapons nobody in that world has ever seen, and then killed everybody. That was my doing, and I put it plainly. The fire took nearly half of the structures, and the people who were a step slow never got the chance to become my prisoners. We collected the weapons, set the food and resources aside, and my camp was so large that even after the fire, the remainder was startling. The smell of blood pulled animals in, and every one of them could also smell the killing intent, so they stayed at the tree line and looked and did not come closer. I let them look. The prisoners were separated by sex and tied. And there is a detail in that crowd that told me most of what I needed to know about them. There were almost no old people, in an environment that harsh. Being old means being unable to work or hunt. Besides disease, some of them are deliberately driven out into the wild, and an old native does not survive out there for a week. That was the world I was buying them out of. An inferior civilization, and I say that having just burned it down. Those are slaves. They will give their labor, their time, and in a certain number of cases, their lives, to building my economic development zone. And one personnel conclusion came out of that operation. Chen Hao still has growing to do. His strength went up very fast, and his experience has not caught up. Zhang Jianxiong is different. Unlike Guodong, who is absorbed in his own science, that man has exceptional executive capability. He is a loyal dog carrying out every order his master gives, and I am aware the comparison is crude, and it is exceptionally accurate, and half the credit for that battle is his specifically. When the killing started, he did not stop on his own despite the casualties. He held to his orders and kept going, and that is what broke the native's courage rather than any of my summons. He is a talented man. When we got home, I gave him authority. Against Song Yang's somewhat reckless style, that former gang boss is craftier and more intelligent, and I will be watching both of them. The final count, read to me on the field. 267 enemies killed, 736 captured, 27 of my own dead, and 43 lightly wounded. 27. That is the deadliest engagement since my economic development zone campaign began. Every one of them was an elite soldier, and losing one is a loss, and I was visibly short-tempered for the rest of that day, which several people noticed and nobody mentioned. Take them back to camp. Anybody who causes trouble is killed on sight. And everything in that settlement stopped having anything to do with the people leaving it. Weapons, status, wives, children. None of it belongs to them anymore. And all of it belongs to me. They have one identity now, which is my slaves. And as they were driven away from their homes, those people began to weep, and my soldiers walked them out through the smoke, and nobody in my column said anything at all. There are no weaklings in a war. That was a collision between two civilizations. The winner takes everything, and the loser loses everything, and I have been on both ends of that in 2 lifetimes. And the practical side, which is why they are alive. Those natives have extraordinary strength, and their hands are twice the size of an adult's. Put to work, they are the most complete building labor I have ever had my hands on. With the natives and the goblins working together, my economic development zone gets rebuilt inside a season. Because the insect tide sits on my chest like a stone, and before the disaster arrives, I have to gather everything I own into a fortress. Over 10 days, we cleaned out everything within 30 miles. In my economic development zone, the dried fruit alone covered 3 long streets, nearly 20 tons of ore, and my necromancer processed a batch of skeleton warriors specifically for transport, using material that had recently been natives, and a 2-meter skeleton generates an astonishing amount of carrying power. In the same time, one of those is worth 3 men. And under that temptation, I genuinely considered killing all the natives and turning every one of them into a skeleton. I want that written down next to everything else. I considered it as a logistics option, seriously, for about a minute. After the first settlement, we found 3 more, smaller. After a series of engagements, they produced over 1,200 more slaves, which took my total close to 2,000. None of the small camps had an idol, so there was no second helping of faith, which I regretted more than I should have. We left on the 10th day exactly. My necromancer gave me 15. Caution does not allow the extra 5. What we had taken will feed my survivors for a long time. Continuing is decorating a cake rather than saving a life, and people should know when to be content. And the second reason is worse. I devoured an avatar of a strong expert along with its faith, which by any standard down there counts as a killing. That is an irreconcilable hatred. If the real body comes knocking, then at my current strength, it does not matter how many people I have. We are queuing. Beings above legendary cannot be assessed by ordinary understanding. In the abyss, they are apprentice evil gods, and with a little achievement and a little intelligence, one of them builds a kingdom in an afternoon. I intend to be that kind of problem for somebody, so we left early, before the other party grew alert. Go home. And the happiest people in that column were the ordinary soldiers, which surprised me until I thought about it. The environment was good, the food was plentiful, and the weapons were excellent, and it was somebody else's plane, and I was foreign in it in body and in every other way. And a great many of them filled sacks, and that is not theft. I promised 2% and I paid 2%. We had even set up a courier service to take the allocations directly to their families, and most of my soldiers carried their own anyway, returning home in glory. Their thinking is simple. They wanted to live so that they could personally hand the supplies to the people they belong to, and the world has become simpler, and that is the thought I keep coming back to. Compared to peacetime, with its cutthroat business and its competition for a desk with a window, most human beings genuinely do not have time to think about any of that now, and I count that as one of the few improvements. Everybody's thought is the same: live, and live well. From despair at the start to this. And, ironically, the person hiding in the shadow behind all of it is me. Humans in an apocalypse are a swarm of slugs. Sunlight is welcome and intense heat evaporates the blood. Perhaps darkness suits them better than sun. Light and darkness. I have stopped being certain which one of those is supposed to be the justice. Before we left, the entrance had to be hidden. We put a mound of soil and leaves over the opening, and from 30 meters, it is an ordinary hillock, and nobody walking past it would guess I keep a road to other worlds inside. The column came home in 3 parts, and I arranged all 3 deliberately. At the front, the men who distinguished themselves, and I put Zhang Jianxiong first, which looks like a small thing and proves that he has entered my field of view and that his future is bright, and from the moment we came through my gate, his mouth did not close once. In the middle, the prisoners. 2-meter gray-skinned natives, and the effect of that on my citizens was considerable. Several of them bared their teeth and growled at the crowd, and there was a crack of a whip and a line opened across a gray back, and I let that happen once where everybody could see it and not twice. And the reaction of my citizens is the subtle thing I was actually buying. It looks cruel, and in an apocalypse, seeing that my force protecting you is strong enough to do that, while still feeling some pity for the prisoners, put a sense of trust and pride in my order down into people. That raised the public's perception of what I am to a completely new level, and it cost me 1 crack of a whip. And at the back, warriors in black, heavy and formal. 57 men, each carrying one of 57 urns. And when those appeared, the crowd went silent. And then the families started. To walk into a plane alive and well and be carried home as a cup of dust is not a thing the families of the dead can accept, and none of them were pretending to. I stood in front of every one of those families. My own expression was somber, and I was not particularly sad, and I am not going to lie about that either. Against the number we killed and the number we captured, 57 is nothing, and I understand the definition of combat. I also understand what those families feel. Anybody can say a comforting sentence. Rather than holding a meaningless farewell ceremony, it is better to distribute the compensation and the benefits, and the system is real. The family of a man who dies for my order is paid, and his closest relatives are found light work and kept. Lin Yue told me once that it is excessively generous. It is not generosity, it is belonging, and it is the cheapest thing I buy. Every soldier in my economic development zone knows that if he dies, his family receives a substantial compensation, which removes the worry, which lets him produce a considerably more formidable amount of combat power on the day it matters. That evening, there was a feast in the square. And along every street, every 10 meters, a post had been sunk with a glowing stone hung on it. Streetlights. In the darkness of an apocalypse, light is extremely scarce. Apart from my house and the offices, most ordinary people in that city have been living like blind people from sunset, and when my city lit up again, everybody stopped. They stood in the road staring at the lamps, and several of them said the same thing, which is that the cold night felt warmer because of it, and the fruit went out on long tables in heaps, and every person at that feast got a share, which took the whole thing over the top. People started singing and dancing, which is the most primal way human beings celebrate. They had been holding it in for a long time. It finished at midnight, and the man who caused the entire invasion had gone home before 11. There was a maid working in my rooms, which is worth mentioning because of who she is. Suen, the Miss Seraph, who is extremely popular in East Bridge and in the Economic Development Zone, on her knees in my rooms with a cloth, because I keep my word. Rewards and punishments both. I said the two sisters would work in my household for a period, and I have not shortened it by a day, and she is not what she was going to become. Before she went fully into the dark, I helped her awaken, and against the decisive faction leader of my previous life, this Su Wen is still a compassionate girl. Her life has been hard, and on the whole she is full of hope. Her sister, because of her appearance and her ability, has acquired the nickname Mermaid Princess. Neither of their individual abilities ranks especially high, and their fame is growing extremely fast, which is the part that matters to me. The church is going up in the center of my city, over 2,000 square meters with thin marble on the floor. She will hold prayer meetings in it regularly, and nobody in the whole of order except me is permitted to be the object of a prayer. The sense of belonging and the material benefits were a prelude. The rise of that church is my renewed grip on power. Against the people and my soldiers, believers and fanatic believers are the genuinely terrifying source of it. And as first priestess, she has risen far enough that even Song Yang nods to her when they pass, which means she has quietly entered the top of my organization from a latrine alley in 9 weeks, and here is what she actually is, underneath the wings. Back then, for her sister's life, she gave all of her loyalty to me. She is genuinely Miss Seraph. She is also the loyal believer of something considerably worse, and more precisely, a mad fanatic believer. Beneath the quiet and beautiful face, there is a radical soul. She is a very kind girl, with compassion for everybody, and where I am concerned, her entire moral compass converts into the position that the adults are always right, and she is not the only one. Song Yang, Lin Jie, Zhang Jiangxiong, and the most extreme example lives in the room next door. The Economic Development Zone is a machine, and I am the core component of it, and Su Wen cleaned my house that night, diligently, and later described herself to somebody as a brick in the adult's house, placed wherever it is needed, and she does not care why. That is her life. Simple, and by her account, very fulfilling. The captured weapons were the other prize. By modern taste, they are ugly and they are extremely practical, simple and effective. Those people used limited resources to make the sharpest killing tools available to them and nothing else at all. And I have adopted the principle. Thousands of javelins. Besides the faith, that is the main haul of the entire expedition. And they wear out slowly, which means my soldiers are about to have a 4th category of equipment after armor, blades, and firearms. And here is the tactical arithmetic under the tide. Those heads are made from that dense ore. Imagine the deterrent effect of several thousand javelins thrown at once. The first wave of an insect assault becomes paced immediately, which breaks the schedule of the attack behind it. I ordered 4,000, plus several hundred axes, which can be thrown if it comes to that. Over 20 crates and thousands of items, and I went through all of it personally, slowly, because that is where the good things are. And in the middle of the junk, there was a small wooden carving. The work is not impressive, and I recognized the subject immediately because it has tentacles and a great many mouths. In my palm, it gave off a cold that went into the bone like holding ice, and I have a flame demon body and I felt it. That is not an ordinary item. It is enchanted equipment carrying part of that thing's energy, and its function is not summoning. It is an amulet. It works like an evil god's blessing, except that the power is stored in a container rather than in a person. And what it does is intercept several strikes automatically on behalf of whoever carries it, which needs a scale. In my previous life, I watched an enchanter make one of those. The power stored inside raises a shield against a bullet or an arrow on its own. There is a reason enchanters are known as the fastest way for a professional to make money. Whatever the era, people are afraid of dying. And if a piece that stops a bullet is a 1, that ugly little carving is a 5, which means it can absorb a combined crushing blow from my imp, Lyra, and the necromancer at the same time. Nice one. I do not usually let anything show. I let that show. And the irony is that it was a gift from the monster to the tribe for an emergency, and my invasion arrived too suddenly, and the leaders died without ever getting the chance to use it. So I now hold 2 enchanted objects, the cursed longsword from Zhao Wei and the carving. The difference is that the sword is beyond me. I will not be able to understand or use that thing until gold. The carving only has to be carried, and when something unstoppable arrives, it works by itself. Against cheap enchanted equipment, an item at that level is a second life, and I put it on my belt that night and it has not come off. Late that night, I had one more piece of business. Bring me the tattooed one. The interrogations produced a piece of native culture worth knowing. On reaching adulthood, every powerful animal they kill earns a tattoo on the face. I have a similar system, and mine pays better. The man they brought in had tattoos over the whole of his face. He is a genuine warrior. Obsidian Fang, in translation. His record is that, wounded, with rounds in a leg and an arm, he still killed 3 of my soldiers, which is precisely why he came to my attention rather than into a work gang. I grew the horns while he was walking in and sat in that chair like something that had come up out of a hole and put the pressure on him deliberately and watched an instinctive fear arrive in a man who does not have one. The problem is arithmetic. 2,000 natives is an enormous population and I cannot manage it directly because of the language. I needed a puppet administrator, and he refused. I am sorry. I cannot agree. You destroyed my home. I cannot help you oppress my companions. If it cannot be avoided, I choose to die. That is a genuine warrior, staying loyal to his own heart in a chair in front of a demon, and I respected it enough to spend 20 minutes on him instead of 2. You should understand that none of you will ever return to your homeland. This is your new starting point. However, I am not as bloodthirsty as you think. I have one requirement, which is that you make them work for me better. I can give you houses, clothes, food, and even the chance to regain your freedom. Freedom requires power to maintain it. Without my pardon, all of you and your children spend your entire lives with one identity: slaves. Is that what you want? And then the argument that actually went in, and it went in because it was aimed at his conscience rather than his fear. My men cannot communicate with you, which means some requests simply cannot reach me. You are different. If you control those people for me, then even if you occasionally make a reasonable request, I might grant it. And he understood immediately that I was right about the language, and understood the thing underneath it, which is that with a barrier that wide, there will be endless misunderstandings. And worse, cruel men will treat his people like animals and whip them for entertainment, and he did not want to watch that. As long as the daily work is completed, I provide enough food and heated housing. And more importantly, I will periodically pardon those who behave well and grant them freedom. Those people can own a piece of land in my territory, or join the army and become my soldiers. I have shown mercy once. If you refuse me again, I will kill you as you wish, and your companions lose the chance at freedom permanently. Now give me your answer. Coercion and enticement. My usual method, somewhat old-fashioned, extremely effective. And he thought about it the way a warrior does. It is close to assisting a villain, and it is the last chance his people have. As a jungle hunter, tracking prey, he has lain motionless in mud for a full day and night. He endures hardship and he bides his time, and 2 life forms out of 2 civilizations turned out to be strikingly similar on that particular point. He nodded, once, stiffly, and that tiny movement appeared to take everything he had, and his face went pale doing it. And I am not worried about a rebellion, for a simple reason. That is my territory. On a distant native plane, I beat those people like ants, and on my own ground, the thought of resisting is a fantasy. The slaves went on to the works within 2 days: the road, the housing, the fortress. I inspected periodically, and rewarded the natives who stood out, deliberately and in public. And Obsidian Fang, being a native, inevitably missed things, so the position of foreman had to be filled from my side. And after considering every professional I own, the job went to my imp, who had been sitting in a pink room for 3 weeks with nothing to do. The problem was that natives do not domesticate well because the wildness is in the blood. On the 3rd day, 7 of them complained to Obsidian Fang that there was no meat in the food, which for people whose entire diet is meat is not a trivial complaint, and I should have seen it coming, and the general resentment about being slaves found its exit through that. 7 complaints resonated with the majority, and several hundred protested at once, and Obsidian Fang had nowhere to stand. That one was on me. The riot did not continue. My imp arrived, the same little girl who looks young and likes to curl up in the sun, and she closed the entire thing in the simplest way available. More than 36 dead in a few minutes. The area within 5 meters of her became a dead zone, and her logic is worth understanding because it is mine. Most of them were protesting to be part of something, to my imp, that is the greatest possible disrespect toward its master, and the instruction it was carrying was one sentence I gave it a week earlier without thinking hard about the wording. Keep an eye on those people for me. If necessary, you may kill them. To my imp, those natives were a group of slightly larger ants. Move randomly, or die. Badly pronounced, 3 words, and they landed on several hundred people like a slab. There was a noise, and then total silence, and then the men who had been shouting a minute earlier were on the ground being sick and shaking like puppies in a storm. I had not raised my voice once. The report reached me the same day. I did not blame anybody. I executed the ringleader, halved the natives' rations as a penalty, and the matter closed quietly. And here is the last image of that week, and I want it exactly as it was. Daylight, my imp, lying in the sun outside the works, falling asleep. It was its 10th working day. It appeared to be dreaming about something good, because the long lashes were moving, and it laughed in its sleep. In that light, the whole thing looked warm, like a painting, and to my natives working 40 meters away, it looked like something else entirely, and there was a deep fear sitting at the back of every one of those eyes. Perhaps it is not a good foreman, it is a good child. 2 churches went up, not 1. Suwin's is near the center of the city, entirely white, with the figure of an angel on the top of it. Madame Shadow chose her own site, because I let her, and having spent her life in corners, she chose one against the city wall. What used to be there was a shopping center. When the world ended, there was a fire in it, and several hundred people died. Because of the number of deaths, and rumors that crying can be heard near it at night, the building had been turned into a store for things nobody wants, which is exactly why I wanted it. She did not care. The space is large. Professionals, natives, and goblins all worked on it, and because the frame was standing, it was finished in a week. The result is dark. Because of where it sits, sunlight does not reach it at all, and standing at that entrance in daylight is unpleasant, and at night my people go round. It is less a missionary church than a research center for damaged human beings. Madame Shadow may never get out of the dark inside her, which is why she trapped herself in that particular corner, and I gave her the deed and did not argue, and her recruitment failed exactly as I predicted. In 10 days of active preaching, fewer than 5 people came forward, and the reason is the best thing in this whole account. If a person can live a peaceful life, who chooses to wander and suffer, their worries are no longer about being attacked by a monster in the night. Their worries are what work they will do tomorrow in exchange for a piece of my insect meat or the right to live in a house with a door. And even the ones who lost everybody have begun looking for new partners. 2 cold hearts come together and warm each other. Without a house and a car to worry about, how to live better in a new century is what those people cherish most. I did not expect to find that comforting. I knew that when I signed the deed. By spending 1 dilapidated building and some useless privileges, I tied a top-tier strong expert to my side permanently, and she thanked me for it. The goblins had a better winter than anybody. The first winter after the apocalypse, and for most people a holiday is a distant memory, and with my arrival my survivors have been redefining what counts as happiness, especially my captured goblins. Unlike the stubborn natives, those creatures are opportunists, and having tasted life in my economic development zone, they have firmly decided to stay. A stable environment, food with flavor in it, clean air, against a homeland that smells of sulfur. The human world is a legendary paradise, and you only have to do the day's quota to eat until you are full. There is no fear of a strong expert arriving to take everything, and no need to watch for ogres. I am the only thing in that valley worth fearing. Every day contains 2 questions, food and work. And the shaman's career is the blackest comedy I own. After the capture, he was depressed for a fortnight. He is now my chief sycophant. The difference between him and Obsidian Fang is precise. Obsidian Fang agreed for his people's sake. The shaman, from the hour he swore, has regarded his own species as counters toward a promotion in my house. If any goblin is found neglecting his duties, the shaman carries out the punishment himself before sending the body to me with a note. A clever fellow. And I gave him praise, the status of a free man, and 50 caddies of insect meat, and an extremely ugly goblin warlock legally became a resident of my city, which is a historic moment, and I recognized it as one while signing. That foreshadows the economic development zone becoming a completely diverse city. Under my rule, not only humans, but goblins, natives, and even demons have the potential to become residents. The world has changed. To adapt to your surroundings, you also have to change, and I am not going to be the last person in this province to work that out. He draws a 2nd lieutenant's allowance, and to keep the position he works the construction site harder than anybody on it. And then there was the zoo. The streets were packed that day, and not because anybody was coming home, because the zoo was opening. You heard correctly. I built a zoo in the middle of a fortress city during an apocalypse, and to look at it that is a useless decision, and my citizens queued from before dawn. Tracker was in that crowd. He does not care about a zoo. He heard that Sume wanted to go, dumped his workload on his subordinates, filed a request with me, and rushed her in from the river. If there is anybody in that city besides me who can make him care that much, it is one girl with a tail, and the closer he gets, the more clearly he sees how far out of reach she is, because her sister is my famous Miss Seraph who stood over East Bridge crushing demons with the adults. To somebody at Tracker's level, the other party is a fire burning in the sky and entirely untouchable, and he cannot control his own heart, and officially, he is her security detail. Tracker, I heard the animals in this exhibition are monsters that are rarely seen outside. I wonder if that is true. She wears a skirt over the tail, and against her recent melancholy she looked like an ordinary girl on a day out. Do not worry. The other departments say the monsters have all been carefully selected. They are fierce to look at and quite strong. Really? Then hurry up. Let us see what is ahead. The zoo is in the outer city on the site of a former sports complex, and do not assume the outer city has no defenses. Over that long construction, 4 walls went up, and the stones in them weigh tens of tons apiece, and it is an enormous project that nobody has thanked me for. And the crowd talk is my favorite thing that happened all winter. Have you heard? There is a rat over 2 meters long locked up in there. Its teeth are as sharp as daggers. Rats? You are ignorant. They are called dread rats. That is from the data Lord Wu Lei compiled personally, which has already categorized and named every monster in this region. Which is true. I wrote a bestiary. There are copies in every department. Do you not think it is a bit of a waste of resources and manpower, sir? And the answer came from 4 different people at once, and one of them said, if the patrol team hears you say that, I bet you want to go and work with the natives. And then the real answer, which is why I built the thing. Is it not good? In the past, we were always the ones being eaten by the monsters. Now these terrifying monsters are kept in cages like animals. Not only can we look at them up close, we can wash off some of what we have been carrying. Besides, it is a decision by the adults. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. There was. The door is open. The door is finally open. And a crowd of survivors went forward at a pace to look, up close and safely, at the things that reduced humanity to what it is. The first cage held brown-gray fur, low bodies, ugly red eyes, and long tails. They went into a rage the moment people appeared, screaming, roaring, beating their own chests, and throwing themselves at the bars, which the engineer had anticipated. The bars are electrified, and living on site there is a one-armed elementalist who controls electricity, and I made that man director of the entire zoo, and it is the best appointment I have ever made. The thing touched the bars, shrieked, and went over backwards. When it got up, it did not riot again. It put its head down like a child who has been caught, pulled its shoulders in, and looked sideways at my crowd. The sign said, ape human, mutated creature, presents a certain degree of danger. Please be careful. Danger. Tracker read that and smirked, and looked at an ape human pressed into a corner, and what he felt was contempt and curiosity and not one trace of fear. And so did everybody else in that line. Several of them threw food in. Fear. It does not exist in there. And that is the whole reason I built it. And the centerpiece, a silver rank ground dragon, against the earth yellow bronze one that nearly ate a girl on a road in my second week. That one stands fully upright at 4 meters, entirely silver white, with a leather carapace like platinum that is painful to look at in sunlight, and claws that open hardened steel in one movement. It is kept in an enormous cylindrical enclosure 10 meters deep, and I have a barrier master laying seals across the top of it so that it does not come out, and people lie around the edge of that pit and look down into it. The ground dragon, which is so ferocious outside those walls, is a lizard for my people to look at, full of resentment and entirely unable to do anything about it. I stood at that railing for a while. The second half of the park is the insect nest, and it is not animals, it is the things that actually did the damage. Because before all of this, insects were the lowest form of life, the thing I stepped on without deciding to. And because of the energy in the air and the thinning barrier they mutated, and the fertility went up, and the size went up, and the strength went up. Out in the wild, they became a nightmare, and among the people in that queue, there is not one who has not lost somebody to them. And in there, insects are objects of interest. And there is an interactive section, which is the part I am most pleased with. An ordinary person can put on basic equipment, take a weapon, walk into a cage, and fight one. The prizes are on a long mahogany table, cold weapons through to firearms, insect meat, and grain, and at the front, the shining stones, fluorescent stone, which is the refined version of what I brought back. It absorbs heat in the sun during the day and holds a soft glow at night, as though it were charging. Owning one of those means owning the right to light in the dark, and an ordinary survivor cannot get one. They go to senior people or to somebody who has done something exceptional, and on that table there were several cut and polished to the size of an egg, worked by a craftsman, and they looked like jewelry. Sume could not take her eyes off one of them, and her face did something. In nature, when a male courts a female, he always uses a specific method to attract her attention, and it is probably an instinct. And a man who has spent his entire life avoiding danger by smell and who boasts that trouble does not get close to him took a step forward without consulting himself. I did not order it. He wanted the challenge. He wanted to win the thing on that table for the girl. They gave him an enhanced blade and a set of insect armor. And inside an enormous cage, under a crowd craning over the rail, his breathing went uneven because he has always fought in a group and had never once fought alone. I know what that first minute is. And then he glanced outside and saw a girl with her fists closed and a worried look on her face, and something pushed the fear down, and his back straightened without his permission. I have seen my whole city run on that. The host explained the rules with a smile. The requirement for victory is to kill the insect. If you are defeated partway, raise your hand and we will kill it for you. That is recorded as a failed challenge and there is no reward. His opponent was a corpse beetle, and the host's commentary is a page out of my own book. The corpse beetle is a social creature. Its sharp teeth and its antennae are its weapons. Its advantages are speed, agility, and an acute sense of smell. Its weakness is anything bright. In the dark, its vision is normal. In daylight, it is effectively blind. Which brings me to the requirement I am proudest of. In the economic development zone, the first thing any soldier is required to do is not physical training and is not weapon handling. It is to memorize the entire monster encyclopedia compiled by my staff. Every known monster, with its name, its weaknesses, and its habits. My soldiers are examined at random every week, and anybody who fails 3 times consecutively loses warrior status permanently. 2 of my best men have been demoted for it, and both of them passed on the retake. The beetle came at him like a shadow, and the ground shook. And Tracker stood completely still, and the crowd made a noise, and several women covered their eyes, and even the host's face changed, and he signaled my marksmen to put the beetle on their sights. He was not frozen. He was waiting. He knows the habits by heart. That thing is agile, and there is no point at all in giving it your back. And when there were a few dozen centimeters between them, and he could smell it with blood mixed into it, he dropped, came up, and put the knife into its left eye. I was not breathing either. The recoil put him on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. And here's the difference between a person and a monster, which he then had to survive. A human being blinded like that grabs at the wound and drops whatever is in his hands. A beetle does not. Its objective is clear, and it is to kill, at any cost, and it brought its forelimbs down on his head. He got up without wiping the blood off, slipped sideways, and instead of retreating, went forward. The blade went into a leg joint, because in unevolved insects the joints are the weak point, and it is on page 4 of the encyclopedia. One hard movement, and the joint broke and green came out of it. Die. And he came off the ground and put the blade down through the head. That mutant is dead, and Tracker was more exhausted than he has ever been hauling a shoal of fish, and he got up anyway, because there was a stone to collect and a person to give it to. I have run my whole life on smaller reasons. She scolded him first for being reckless, then she looked at the injuries with real worry, and then she took the heavy thing anyway, and he grinned through a back that hurt enough to make him swear at the wall later, because as long as the other person likes it, all of it is worth it. I have no argument with that arithmetic. And then the punchline of the whole enterprise arrived, which I had not designed and should have. The host called for the next challenger, and the crowd went off. That insect looked weak. This is practically free money. Having watched somebody carry away a stone that goes for 20 pounds of insect meat on the black market, the largest men in that crowd started forming a queue at my registration desk. The nightmares those people remember became targets in one afternoon for the price of a corpse beetle. Mutant insects. That is all there is to them. The beast garden and the insect nest had one purpose from the beginning, which is to familiarize ordinary people with monsters and insects. The apocalypse is a long war, and it is not going to end one morning. It is hard to accept, and monsters and human beings have merged into this world now. I accepted it early. To survive in it, people have to become familiar with fighting and accustomed to it, and the people involved in the fighting are not limited to my soldiers and never were. What I wanted every person in my city to understand is that the creatures they have been afraid of are mostly larger wild animals or larger insects, and that with a weapon and some nerve they can be beaten. It will be a long correction period. If it wakes the fighting spirit up in people, good. And even if some of them never pick up a weapon, at least they will not stand paralyzed the first time they meet one in the open. And paralyzed is what killed most of the people I knew. And I am not so old-fashioned as to worry about my survivors' food and clothing while enjoying myself. I created the opportunity, I provided the shelter and the livelihood, and that is already my greatest contribution. Whether they have enough to eat and to wear is something they have to work at, and I have built a place where working at it produces results, which is more than the old world managed for most of them. That night, I lay on an extremely comfortable bed with a glass of hot milk. When I work, I am more ruthless than anybody. When I rest, I relax completely. Constant tension damages the nervous system, and that is something a summoner has to pay attention to, which is the only piece of health advice I have ever taken. Somebody knocked at 11. That is my rest hour, and at that hour, nobody brings me anything they can decide themselves, so it was urgent. 3 professionals were missing, members of my dark group, which needs explaining. The dark group is my personal unit and the strongest organization in the economic development zone. At the bottom of it, army marksmen. At the top, strong experts, several of them at silver. One of the missing men had received a monster's abilities through a blood sacrifice. All three were bronze, and all three had worked together a long time and closed a great many difficult assignments for me. Gone exactly 2 days, not alive and not confirmed dead. I tapped the arm of the chair. When was the last contact? The direction they were probing was one of the points you marked in the east, sir, which is the context for everything after this. The zombie horde is destroyed. Zheng Lihua is executed. Between my economic development zone and East Bridge, there is no enemy left standing. And underneath that quiet, there is an enormous danger, and it is the insects. Insects hide well, which is why I wrote down every location where they were most active in my previous life and set the dark group to check them one at a time. Until that week, we had found nothing at all, and the east is obviously one of the breakthrough points of the tide, so either the disappearance is connected to the insects, or they found evidence and a strong expert removed them, and I did not enjoy either branch. Organize. I will lead a team personally tomorrow. I refuse to believe 3 living people disappear for no reason. And I sat alone in a dark room afterwards with a feeling I have had twice before of a storm assembling somewhere I cannot see. Insects. It is probably about time. I went out early with the dark group, in a party of 6 rather than with a column, because a column announces itself. The dark group's commander is Chen Hao now. Because with those devil abilities, ordinary silver rank experts are not competition for him, so the moment we came back from the plane, I put him at the head of it and pointed him at dangerous reconnaissance specifically. He rose to the top overnight at 18, and I want to note the thing he actually wanted out of it. His sister does not have to break her back anymore. With her brother in my favor, her position rose on its own, and she has a room with a window and a job in the kitchens, and he has stopped counting her nightmares. The outskirts of West Bridge is where we went. Unlike East Bridge, West Bridge became a wild zone after the earthquake. The buildings are down and almost nobody settled there. And with the people gone, the presence of other species went up sharply. Dimensional creatures, zombies, and insects all converged, and the whole of West Bridge is a paradise for monsters. I was walking into it on purpose. I get away with walking into that on skill and nerve. Anybody else would have died several times over by lunchtime. The intelligent monsters hide the moment they feel the aura off that group. The mindless ones come and become bodies. I killed more than 10 on the way in without slowing down. Several hundred meters past the factory line, I put my hand up. Listen, there is no sound at all. There is not even a living creature here. And the professional with enhanced hearing confirmed it and said it in a voice I had not heard him use. It is eerily quiet. There is no sign of life anywhere. That zone was circled in red on my map. It is the exact area that was on the missing men's assignment. We found the smell of blood first, then, behind dead scrub, animal carcasses. The bodies looked as though they had been opened with a saw, and the cuts were uneven, and behind the factory there were a great many bodies and remains, animals and zombies both, and none of them with complete limbs, and it did not read as a place where things had died. It read as a dump. The remains had been thrown down anywhere. Chen Hao picked up a fragment that looked like carapace. It is an insect. There were a great many of those fragments and not one insect corpse, which told me the insects were the ones doing the killing and the ones collecting afterwards. And then the man with the life detection ability went forward. He has no attack capability at all. He was a minor supervisor in the search team, and I took him into the dark group as an exception, over objections, because noticing things is the rarest ability I own. He shut his eyes and opened up and reached out into the ground, and then he froze and his face went white without any blood in it at all, as though somebody had painted it. Go, hurry up and go. His legs went. And with me standing beside him, he made that decision without 1 second of hesitation and ran back the way we had come, stumbling. And I looked at his face, and then I looked down at the ground under my own boots, and every hair on me came up, and I ran after him. The others had no idea what had happened. They ran because I did, which is the whole point of the arrangement. At the edge of East Bridge, the scout went down on the ground, looked around him in fear, and got it out. Sir, the insects, they are right under our feet, densely packed. There are thousands. Lin Yue was taking delivery of aid from me that morning. She has changed. She used to be a pure fighter, and she is now a ruler, holding the right of life and death, and the masculine hardness she always had has gone further, and every movement is decisive and fast. I put her there. 1,000 caddies of insect meat, 3 tons of grain, and 500 slaves. Please give my regards to your lord. Nobody will forget his assistance to East Bridge. If the lips are gone, the teeth get cold. East Bridge is the primary target of the tide, so I sent food, and I sent 500 pairs of hands for the fortifications. And in front of 2-meter gray natives, there was a creature under 1 meter 20 with a potato nose, bead eyes, matted hair, and a dried branch in one hand, who looked exactly like a beggar. He is mine. And who stood there arrogantly in front of the ruler of East Bridge and did not consider her worth a glance. This friend has become an official resident of the Economic Development Zone. He is very skilled in construction and has a somewhat eccentric personality. Please forgive him. His arrogance has a simple explanation. Timid and humble and incredibly cunning, that creature is already a master of borrowing authority, and it has latched onto the most powerful patron available on this planet, which is me. 70% of the credit for the fortifications in my city is his, and he knows the figure to the decimal, and her reaction was a ruler's rather than a proud person's. An official resident? She did not care what he is. As long as he helps Eastbridge, she will be respectful. Prepare simple housing for them, familiarize them with the daily work, and start first thing tomorrow. In 1 month, on the 8 out of my economic development zone, every aspect of Eastbridge changed. And against the politicians who worry about my intentions, my survivors are extremely easy to satisfy. As long as there is food in the stomach, that is the greatest happiness available, and they have no time to care who holds the power. If life can be better, they would be willing to do almost anything for it, including things that are not good. In the face of a disaster, that is a very realistic choice, and I have stopped judging anybody for it. Even the remaining conservatives started wavering once the convoys became regular. That is the appeal of money, and there has never been anything else underneath it. Her day, that day, was to inspect the formations, mount new magic crystal cannons on my walls, and then check the armory and the weapons production. And then a runner came in with a letter with no explanation in it. 8 characters. Insect nest discovered. Requesting backup. Now, what an insect garrison actually is, because it explains the entire catastrophe of my previous life. A place like that looks unremarkable. Underneath it, there are an uncountable number of insects in dormancy. When they get hungry, they come up and eat everything alive in the area, and when they have fed, they gather again, exactly like a military outpost, and wait for the moment to strike. I have seen the moment. The Insect Emperor is a cunning adversary. Unlike mindless zombies, its forces do not allow themselves to be found. That is how it went last time. There were a great many of those outposts. The insects instinctively dug caves and hid in them, and when people relaxed, they appeared as though out of nowhere and came in from every direction at once. I lost a city that way. Eastbridge was breached shortly afterwards, and what followed was a slaughter. Countless families were torn apart, and the hope that had been painstakingly rebuilt after the apocalypse was dealt a devastating blow inside 2 days. I remember the 2 days, and I only found that garrison because I marked the places where they broke through last time and sent men to try their luck. What my scout felt was 1 or 2 insects at first, and then an uncountable number of lives flooding into his awareness. At minimum, thousands. They lie quietly underground like the grave goods of an ancient king. As long as the king gives an order, they come up out of the ground and wash my world in blood, and among them he registered one aura that was incomparably powerful, like a stone pillar holding up a bridge, rooted into the earth. Even at that distance, he could not resist the pressure and was immediately swallowed by fear, and that man has stood next to me while I killed things. That garrison may be hiding an insect king. I have already killed 2 of the 5. Whichever one is down there, killing it removes a major commander from the Insect Emperor's order of battle. And when the tide comes, my people on those walls have an easier morning. And I had to move fast because if the insects noticed us, they would relocate, and then I lose them entirely. So a runner went to Lin Yue because I wanted the strike joint. At the gates of my order, there were over 800 warriors, the whole dark group, blades and rifles on all of them, and an honest assessment. If I relied only on those soldiers charging in, the fighting strength of the 2 sides is roughly equal, and how would I ever do something I was only 50% sure of? So, the preparation. The bodies hanging in the dark trees came down. Those are my primitive bombs, ripening artificially for weeks, and they detonate on a hard throw. The corpse toxin in them is severe. On skin contact, it slows a body immediately and produces ringing, blurred vision and vomiting, and thrown into a swarm, it affects everything inside 3 meters. I have never enjoyed a weapon more. 500 skeleton warriors, because after months of raising, the number has climbed sharply. They are more agile than zombies, and I have replaced their weapons with enhanced blades. When they move, it is a torrent of white bone. And Su Wen came in overhead with the holy wings out, and the wind took her hair, and an invisible barrier settled over my soldiers within 5 meters of her, and white light came up under their boots. A holy incantation. Courage shines. It did not increase their attack power. It steadied their minds and let them face the thing calmly. On a battlefield with thousands of participants, mindset matters more often than strength, and I have watched armies come apart on exactly that. And I did not attack. I waited for Lin Yue because I wanted her fire support. Only a fool rushes up and starts a melee. Before that, I intended to give those insects a baptism of shells. She received the letter, dropped everything, and had 500 people moving inside half a day. Rifles, high-explosive grenades, and more than 4 magic crystal cannons, which took 30% of Eastbridge's entire weapons reserve out through my gate on 1 letter. And her Iron Demon army is worth a line. Those are genuine battle maniacs who have fought beside her enough times that I do not have to manage them. To them, fighting is an ordinary occurrence. They are a spear, Wherever she points it, it goes through. And several thousand insects, obeying the Insect Emperor's orders and lying quietly underground, had no idea at all that I was the scythe hanging over them. They were about 10 meters down. Nothing but insects digs a cavity that size, and they are not harmless. As the Emperor's slaves, they build shelters for their own kind and occasionally dig a large passage directly into a city of mine. For a cavity that size, conservatively, there are more than 10 of them down there, which is the alarming part, because the moment they understand what is happening, they can dig an evacuation route for the entire nest in an hour, and I would have nothing. Begin. 4 cannons onto one point. The ground in front of me disappeared. After the impact, there was a tremor, and trees came down across a wide area, and a shockwave of dust went over 10 meters and spread like a mushroom, cracks everywhere, and an enormous hole in hard ground. And in the ejecta, besides soil and stone, red plasma. Deploy. The little devils went up over the crater, and besides the high explosive grenades, dropped the corpse bombs off the trees. After 3 passes, they flew off in an excellent mood, and one of them did a barrel roll, and every insect down there, including the stupidest one, understood what was happening. From the mouth of the cave there was a stridulation that was a rally, because individual consciousness in insects is very weak. In a swarm that size there is always a head insect commanding the rest, and at times it functions as a general, giving orders by sound. I only ever want that one. Draw weapons. Sober assessment. The cannon and the grenades will not remove everything underground. If we killed 30%, that is a rare piece of luck. The bombardment was a step to disrupt the enemy's plan. What produces the victory is the bloody part. Skeleton warriors at the front. On my necromancer's signal they drew and stepped forward together and made a line. And behind them my people, tense, and considerably more determined than tense. What came out is a bestiary. And standing there watching them come up, I went somewhere else for a moment, a familiar scene. For about 4 seconds I was in the middle of that catastrophe in my previous life, surrounded by crying and by people asking for mercy. And here is how it went then. The crowd fell into chaos immediately. They did not need to outrun the insects. They only needed to be faster than their companions because the insects eat the food in front of them first. I have used the same fact myself, and in that environment, in order to live, some people did not hesitate to knock their companions onto the ground. Human nature is the most difficult emotion to test. A small number of people were not killed by insects. They died at the hands of the people they had been walking beside. Things have changed. The insects are the same. What is in front of them is no longer a panicking crowd of ordinary people. It is a well-armed and psychologically prepared army, and I built every part of that on purpose. Start charging. Aim and fire. Emission. The beam out of a magic crystal cannon, loaded with soul power, vaporized several of my own skeletons on the way past and drew a straight line across that field. A vacuum 5 meters wide. Low insects and bronze insects both went to paste. One shot removed nearly 60 insects and vaporized a portion of their armor along with them. The battlefield went completely silent. Shoot. An east bridge opened up like a meteor shower. The evolved ones held. The ordinary ones were finished, and there was one detail that turned my own men's stomachs, which is that acid beetles decompose completely when they burst, and the acid ate through the armor of everything standing next to them, and those went down complaining, and then the ground made a noise. The air filled up with danger, and cold went down every spine in that line, like water snakes moving over skin. Even Chen Hao and Song Yang felt it. Something enormous settled onto the throat and my chest, and being surprised was not available because breathing was not available either, and an enormous glowing worm came out of the earth in orange transverse stripes. Really. I was only mildly surprised because I predicted that location 6 weeks earlier. One of the 5 insect kings, titled Invincible in Ground Warfare, and it has killed 3 silver experts simply by arriving in an engagement. The dragon-patterned beetle. A rare sacrificial offering, genuinely an unexpected bonus. And here's the measure of how far I have come, and it is not a boast, it is a diagnosis. Unless the Insect Emperor descends personally, those so-called Insect Kings no longer present any danger to me. Look at the sequence. The first time I met an Insect King, I was in an appalling state and had to kill my own summon to barely put the 3-winged demon fly down. Against the earth-drilling giant earthworm, I prepared for weeks and killed it with a corpse bomb, and it was extremely dangerous, and I nearly lost my imp doing it. Now I am at the peak, and every one of my summons has been trained to theirs. Power is a trend, and faced with absolute power, never mind a dragon-patterned beetle, a red dragon died obediently and became nourishment. And for everybody else in that field, it was a completely different afternoon. The ground hit them with a second and much heavier tremor, and they had just found their confidence. The previous wave had died before it arrived. With my weapons and their comrades, whatever came next would also become paste, and the air froze the moment that thing put its head out. Everybody stared as though they were watching a meteorite the size of a district come down. Insect. Is that definitely an insect and not a mountain? The head alone is 2 meters long, larger than a grown man, and the body in orange stripes looks as though it is full of life, and it pulls a person into an absolute silence of horror, and it carries an extremely strong violent aura, and even a faint dragon might. I wanted it the moment I saw it, and it looked at what was left of its subordinates, and then it looked at us with an anger that has no floor. Anybody meeting that gaze feels an enormous cold spread through the body like a discharge, and there is enough hatred and enough desire for revenge in those eyes to open a human soul. Mine held. What is that? Lin Yue said it out loud, which she does not do. She said afterwards that it was like being lowered into a glacier with a ringing in her head. People are afraid of the unknown. Even a strong expert meeting an insect king of that grade for the first time has surprise and fear on her face at the same moment, and she is not ashamed of it, and neither am I. Is that still an insect? And the rule underneath the question is worth having. At the level of a dragon-patterned beetle, life undergoes a transformation. Ordinary insects still vaguely retain their original appearance. That thing resembles a beetle, and its aura is a demon's, or a giant dragon's, and it gave me the distinct impression that it has never once shown anybody its actual face. And even Song Yang stood there with nothing on his tongue, because I killed the other 2 kings alone, and every person in that army has only ever known about insect kings from a rumor, and had no real idea what one is. Now they had one 200 meters away, deciding which of them to start with. Is this the insect king? And Song Yang turned round and looked at me instead of at it. He is one of the first people I ever recruited, and he knows something the rest of that line did not. I have told him I killed 2 insect kings. 2 of those. Alone. And I did not know it at the time, but in that second, my appearance was magnified in Song Yang's head an uncountable number of times into something like a monument. His personality was always his weakness, or he would not have put a knife into his own partner for his own reasons in the first week of the apocalypse. I hired him anyway, and standing in front of a dragon-patterned beetle, his so-called selfishness became mud at the side of a road, stepped on, of no value at all, the sublimation of faith. He became my 3rd fanatic believer, standing on a battlefield without saying anything to anybody, and his logic is his own. Rather than trembling with fear, better to obey completely. That way, he might live longer in this apocalypse, and by my reckoning, he is entirely correct. And on my side, I felt a very fine thread of faith come round my soul and settle, shaking slightly. Is that Song Yang? I frowned, because I could not work out what had come over him, and I took it anyway. A fanatic believer never betrays you. For any aspiring evil god, that is a situation with no downside. The dragon-patterned beetle came the rest of the way out of the ground. Its steps shook everything. The vibration goes into the lungs and the heart and interferes with a heartbeat at 100 meters. Its armor is why it has the title. Orange stripes, and a carapace that shines with a light that is genuinely unpleasant, polished as though it had been worked on 100 times, and I could see my own face in it, which means armor brought by energy to something close to perfection, effectively invulnerable, every inch of it fitted tight, and my magic crystal cannon does not open it. Which is why it is called invincible in ground warfare. It stamped once and then came forward like an express train on rails. Its legs put craters into the ground, and its own insects burst under its feet, without it registering that anything had happened. The skeleton warriors went first. Bone that has held against everything I have ever thrown it at turned out to be brittle as ice, and they came apart in one pass, and even the soul fire went out. Panic went along that line. Some of my men lost their hands and their feet, and there was screaming, and it was not cowardice. Their opponent was outside their comprehension, and the correct comparison is a tsunami or a landslide rather than a fight. Even Lin Yue's professionals, who kill insects with confidence, understood that they were not going to stop that. And she went out in front of all of them and raised the blade like a dam. That traitor, whom a great many people in her own city consider heartless, did not seize power for luxury and comfort. She was trying to say no to the apocalypse in her own way, and she has never once described it differently to me. Her face was white. The fear was there. And she had already decided, and there was a calm in her that people have when they meet death as still water. She knew she was not a match. She knew she would very probably be badly injured, and she stepped forward without hesitating. Revenge. That is her belief, and anything in front of her is automatically an enemy, and she was not alone. Part of that army broke, and not all of it. The Iron Demon army came out beside her, and against a dragon-patterned beetle, those men are infants. They knew that. They went forward anyway. Where there is darkness, there is light. Sometimes the light is only a glimmer, and it is still there. There has never been such a thing as a peaceful and tranquil life. There is only somebody else carrying the weight of it for you. For the survivors of East Bridge, Lin Yue and that fearless army were the ones carrying it. And with all of them about to become a red mist, a thin little figure walked out in front of them unhurried. A little girl, and a second later, 5 meters of monster with dragon wings and a dragon tail and more than a dozen arms. A head-on confrontation. My imp licked its lips and said without much energy that it would eat you. The cloak burst off it, it hung in the air, and the clay across its body kept swelling as though somebody inside were trying to get out, and the shriek it made had every person on that field with their hands over their ears, mine included. And its motive is a beautiful and appalling thing. The life force in a dragon-patterned beetle attracted it deeply, like an extremely delicious piece of soft cheese exerting a lethal temptation on a hungry mouse. I know the feeling, because at my imp's level it is no longer a chaotic sludge. It has its own consciousness, and it naturally wants to become stronger, and that is a want I put there. Its eyes lit with a human madness and a hunger and went through to blood red. The first dragon's breath would have killed any bronze insect on that field. It did not leave a mark on the king. That defense is not opened by a beam. And the answer came back as a roar at the sky and a charge. At the size of a small hill, that thing is unbelievably agile. The ground went down under it, and the tremor reached 100 meters. If that had gone into a crowd, the number of dead would not have been countable. You should go too. Quicksand technique. The ground under the beetle liquefied, and it began to sink with every step. And my necromancer is worth a note here, because that spell should not exist in his hands. Of all my summons, his origin is the most mysterious. He may well have been a strong expert from another planet, and even as an undead, he has retained a considerable amount of intelligence and memory. He does not only have dark magic, he has slowness, and he has quicksand, and those are abilities the undead as a category cannot use, which raises a question I have never asked him. Was he a powerful mage before he died? And he is extremely reclusive. In all this time, he has shown a preference for exactly one being, which is Mr. Wang. He does not speak to the living at all, and he speaks to me rarely. Inside a minute, the king was into the belly. My soldiers were surprised that something that simple immobilized a monster that had just walked through 500 skeletons, and Lin Yue and I were both watching for the other thing, and it came. A pair of wings opened out of that back. The wind off them went past force 10. Trees came out of the ground, stones went sideways, and the quicksand itself was blown off the field. My soldiers were scattered, supplies went, the formation came apart, and even somebody at Chen Hao's level could not approach and had to put a weapon into the ground to stay where I had told him to stand, and that was the trap, because while it was immobilized, my imp had been charging. Its abdomen inflated until the body cracked and looked about to burst, and what came out of its mouth was a beam the thickness of my arm, brighter than daylight, with a noise like artillery. That move was born for destruction. In the sound of it, you can hear a giant dragon wailing, and an evil will spreads out in every direction, and the beetle broke free at exactly the moment the beam arrived. Joy turned to sorrow. It took it across the side and into the back, into the wings it had just opened. A body that held against my magic crystal cannon was suddenly soft as tofu. The wings shattered. Enormous crossing wounds opened and blood came out under pressure. And here is my plan, because it was one. That armor is genuinely astonishing, and I could not open it. So I looked for another breakthrough, and the wings were the answer. They are perfectly concealed. If I had not known what that thing actually is, nobody in this province would have guessed that an insect king that clearly prefers to kill by charging is a flying insect. 12 years of memory used as a weapon, exactly once, at the right second. And it does not heal, because a king like that has outstanding regeneration, and dragon's breath carries corrosive and necrotic energy. The wound is ruptured and the beetle is disinfecting it, and on the other side of the argument something is piling rotten fungus into it. And then its own army did something I did not expect. It went down howling, and the blood went onto the ground, and the insects around it began to feast and to celebrate. Because there is colossal energy in a king's flesh, and an ordinary insect that eats a piece of it can break through its own rank. So the low ones went at their own lord's blood, and the stupidest went onto the body itself looking for meat, and it got its forelegs up and drove several red rock beetles into the ground flat, and I put the whip into the open wound, because it was the only breach available, and red mist came up off it, and I will admit that I enjoyed the position I was standing in. The arithmetic at that point had already tipped. I had used 2 of my 4 summons and had kept everything else in reserve, and Lin Yue was still standing there watching with a full unit behind her, and the cost of continuing was real. Because of the king, our attack had turned into a defense, and the ordinary insects were getting windows, more than a dozen dead, some of them caught by acid beetles. Bastard. And Lin Yue went. Her hair came up off her shoulders, and she cut into that thing's back while it was still moving. The blade went into the fresh wound 5 inches deep and very nearly reached the vital center, and that area is packed with sensitive nerves where any contact at all is unbearable, which is why I had aimed at it. Its eyes came forward and foul blood came out of its mouth and an enormous body rolled on the ground, and then something new appeared in a dragon-patterned beetle's eyes. Fear. It understood that it was very likely about to die at the hands of a weak human being, and it wanted to leave, and its wings were already gone, so it played the last card. Its horn snapped off at the base, and a purple mist went out across the field. Everybody inside it started screaming and tearing at their own skin with their nails. Poison. Everybody scatter. Do not go near that mist. And then I understood what the mist actually was, which was a gecko dropping a tail. It was an illusion. It was running. Not good. If that thing gets underground, the entire operation is wasted, and killing it matters considerably more than destroying the nest. Flame demon body. The fire burned the mist out of the air around me, and through what was left I could see a staggering shape. I came in on demon wings and put the blade of flame into its neck, and after several strikes a crack finally opened in that armor. I had blood over my whole face by then, holding the blade in both hands, with a cold and stubborn look and a killing intent I did not moderate, and I enjoyed every strike landing fatally, which produced the illusion of holding other people's lives in my hands, and I am aware of what that says. Die. The spine went through. The organs went with it. No regeneration closes that. It turned onto its back with the black underside up and made a sound with regret and despair in it, and inside a few breaths the invincible dragon-patterned beetle ended, and it ended in my hands. And if you asked me how I felt, I do not think I could tell you. I killed a thing that everybody in my previous life was afraid of, and every word I had available was inadequate. With the head insect gone, the lower ones went mad. They scattered or charged blindly, and they are cannon fodder, and my people came back to themselves and finished it. The stronghold is taken. 3 of the 5 great insect kings have now died, and my imp shrank back down and looked at the corpse with tears standing in its eyes. Eat it. Exactly like a small girl asking for a sweet, and it even leaned against my leg while doing it. I shook my head and rubbed its head. We can eat one another time. I need this corpse. And I ignored the look I got and stood over that body thinking about what I could summon on it. There was a carnival that night, fires all over the square, and an uncountable number of pieces of insect meat over them, tender, and the smell went over the whole city, and some of my warriors relaxed completely and joined it, releasing tension and fear and anxiety they had been carrying since the world ended, in case they missed today and never had the chance again, and survivors who had lost people were infected by it and started roaring out songs. It was noisy and chaotic, and nobody told anybody off because everybody was slightly mad and enjoying a rare carnival. I paid for the drink. They had not been drinking. Their heads were disordered from grief alone, and at that same date in my previous life, the food was getting thinner and there was no carnival, only small banquets for the leadership, and worse. In my previous life, the economic development zone, having too few people, repeated Westbridge's fate. Most of the population went to Eastbridge and the zone became an insect breeding ground. And after a day's work, when a man could not lift his arms, they issued a tiny portion, and insect meat was not something anybody dreamed about. At worst, what my city has now can be described as hardship. It cannot be described as despair, and that distinction is the whole of what I have built. In the nest, besides the adults, we found thousands of eggs packed tight. Insects have an extremely high reproductive capacity, and they have nothing to do underground in the dark. Apart from mating, there is nothing else available, which is my whole problem in one line. Even at a 30% survival rate, those eggs would have been a nightmare-grade catastrophe. Instead, they lost the chance to hatch and became food, and were cooked and served on people's tables, and I ate too. My personal chef presented one dish that evening with an explanation. These are the pupae of the ice flame golden cicada, extremely rare. Only 10 were found in the nest. He was a famous medicinal cuisine chef before all this who cooked exclusively for senior officials, and he can combine food and medicinal herbs perfectly, and he has been cooking for me for over 2 months. Which is not a demotion, and inside order an uncountable number of people covet that position, because being near me is an enormous amount of shelter, and a personal chef eats. Under that competitive pressure my kitchen does not slack. An ordinary cicada pupa is half a palm, a mutated one is the size of an apple. He cut it into 6 and poured thick royal jelly over it. In the mouth it dissolves and a rich aroma comes up through everything. The ice flame golden cicada is an alien species among insects with colossal potential. Given enough food, its reaching silver rank is a scheduling matter, and to any insect lord it is a treasure. To me it was a shopping list, and its flesh is poisonous. It commands both ice and fire, and a great many parts of it contain unidentified toxins, and eating the wrong section would have killed me. Only somebody at my level can use it with peace of mind. An ordinary person takes one bite and dies of it. The effect is that energy grows, old injuries clear, and the general spirit lifts. Reward. 1 word, and the chef nodded quickly, because an order receiving that word out of me is a genuinely delightful surprise, and there is a waiting list to hear it. And standing there looking at the fires and the dancing and the food, I thought that this kind of life is not bad at all, and the thought vanished immediately. Born in hardship, die in comfort. Comfort and ease are also forbidden words in an apocalypse. If alcohol numbs the brain, comfort corrodes both function and soul, and the sober part underneath it. I am only looking at any of that because of power. Without it, that city and every person dancing in it would be rubble and rotting bodies, and I would be a name on a list. And one last detail from that night, which is the one I keep. After the cleanup, there were half-eaten pieces of meat left on the ground, and the cleaners wrapped them carefully in small bags and put them inside their coats. And the patrols saw it and did not interfere. My order requires a curfew. At midnight, everybody except patrols and duty staff is in their rooms. There are a great many rules in my city, and some people find them tedious, and nobody protests openly because they know who the ruler is. That night, instead of sleeping, I stood in my own courtyard over a corpse. That carapace has exceptional defensive value. With modest processing, it becomes an excellent shield, and with precise work, several sets of armor, and even if I never wear one, I will arm my inner circle with them. Consider Song Yang in a suit of that with what is on his arm. His defense goes up sharply, and he starts being able to fight things that currently kill him. So the first order after we got back was to strip the whole thing. It lay in my courtyard afterwards like a flayed whale, and it looked pathetic. And the rest of it, the blood, the organs, the flesh, is all treasure. Feed that to insects, and you produce a great many mutants very quickly. I did not do that. I refused my own imp. I am hardly going to hand it to mindless beetles. The ritual is simple and unpleasant. I opened the body with the blade, which without armor comes apart immediately, drew a summoning circle round myself in its blood, and put both hands into the flesh. The process is disgusting, and it makes it considerably easier to gain the favor of a monster, and I stopped minding months ago. The offering has been made. Now for the interesting part. And while it was building, I did the arithmetic on what I have become. Over these months, I have contracted a great many summons, good and bad. The demon-hunting spider, the banshee, the headless horseman, a mutated tentacle monster, a gnoll, a great many species and races. And because of my principle of making use of waste, if you think about it carefully, apart from the headless horseman, who had a good ending, every one of them was either tricked or betrayed by me and died on a field somewhere. I increasingly resemble a demon, adhering to a principle of being devoid of feeling. Anything that can be used will be discarded like rubbish once it stops being useful. That is the account, and I am not going to soften it, particularly since I am about to summon something else. There is a difference between contracts, and it matters. An ordinary summon is bound by an ordinary contract, and I command it for a few minutes, so training one is pointless. The master-servant contract is different. My necromancer and Lyra, an ordinary imp, raised into an apprentice deity, and Kalen, whom I raised and bound to me until the Fistmaster no longer belongs to herself. 4 silver peaks. Even leaving the Insect Emperor out of it, if every Insect King under his command were still alive, I could match him. Plus, people. Song Yang, Zhang Jiansheng, and Chen Hao are all independent figures now, and Lin Yue is under control, and to everybody in this province, she is the head of East Bridge, and the real authority sits behind her. She is, at best, a puppet, and she knows it, and has decided the trade is worth it, and the reason I cannot stop is the thing that keeps me awake. The world is changing rapidly. Professionals, insects, zombies, and dimensional creatures all change daily. Once, a powerful banshee had an arm cut off by a 3-winged demon fly, and I thought that was the ceiling of my problems. Now, meeting a dragon-patterned beetle, a banshee is killed instantly, and there is no version of standing still that survives that curve. The blasphemous words went out, and a storm came up round my circle, and space tore, and a blood-red crack opened slowly beside me with endless dark energy pouring out of it, and the smell of it made me shiver, which does not happen. A ghostly aura. Apart from the undead, nothing in the abyss carries that. Out of the crack there was a wailing like the last sounds of things that died badly somewhere below, and the air for 30 meters vibrated uneasily. The undead as a category is worth a note, since I now own several. There are different routes in. Some strong experts convert themselves into leeches or skeletons deliberately for eternal life. Others are made or awakened by human beings. The second type carries grievance in the will from the start, and to become stronger, they have to devour soulfire, which means the stronger one gets, the heavier the grievance becomes. Some of them can frighten an enemy to death with a wail alone, because when they appear, everything around them distorts like a mirage. The aura spread across my courtyard, and the ground under it went black and lost every living thing in it. And my imp came out to the smell. It had been playing with its doll in its room, and the atmosphere in that courtyard made it shiver, so it came over and attached itself to my leg at 1 meter and looked around with enormous curiosity. Then it touched the black fog with the tip of its nose, and instead of corroding it, the fog was absorbed. It licked its lips and then said, disappointed and slightly aggrieved, that it was not tasty, and I stood there doing the assessment. That aura is strong. Its energy surpasses the Banshee and the Headless Horseman, and most alarmingly, its power is comparable to my necromancers, a Silver Peak undead. If so, I have struck gold. Cold wind came out of my circle full of negative emotion, and even with my will my head went briefly unclear and something like rage went across my face, as though I had seen a sea of blood. And then a dragon roared directly into my ears at a volume that hurt. The pressure came up and the trees round the courtyard bent, and I picked my imp up and moved backward. The crack detonated, and a bone dragon came out of it. Entirely white, like a snow world, without one impurity anywhere on it. It came out, extended its neck and roared, opened a pair of appalling bone wings, and in the sockets there was a ghostly blue soul fire. And it did not submit. It made a strange sound, unfolded its dragon might, and put its claws into my courtyard, and left a crater. That is a Silver Peak bone dragon. Ordinary undead, like a skeleton warrior, would be crushed before they touched one of its bone spikes. Banshees and undead knights are not comparable to it, and against my necromancer, in a duel at the same nominal strength, that thing crushes him without effort, because my necromancer is a researcher with magic, and a bone dragon was made for destruction and nothing else. There are two ways one of those comes into existence. Dragons die in battle, and their bones end up on the bone plane, and over hundreds and sometimes thousands of years, a consciousness slowly forms in them. Those take an extremely long time to wake, and the will in them is self-generated and colossal, or full assembly. Bones taken from different dragon lineages, cleverly joined into one skeleton, and undead life poured into it by sacrificing a higher being. My necromancer had a bone dragon in his own holdings. It was assembled. It had the form and not the substance. That one was real in form and in will, with a powerful death aura and the inborn pressure of the dragon race under it. That is the skeleton of an actual dragon. Its claws opened the ground, and stone and dust went up and the trees came down, and inside a few seconds my courtyard was a ruin, and I was not angry. Something that powerful was possibly asleep before I called it. It is understandable that it would vent some feeling if it is in a bad mood, and after all, who knows whether it is going to be sacrificed in the next engagement. It is exactly like having your own unruly child. If yours has a bad temper, you scold it or you smack it. Somebody else's unruly child does not get that patience, and as long as it does not touch your interests, even if it causes an enormous uproar, you treat it as a joke. 5 minutes of control, which is sufficient. What does a Silver Peak bone dragon at full power for 5 minutes actually mean? Without a counterbalance of equal strength, a city the size of my economic development zone can be completely destroyed inside that window. 8 meters with the bone wings out. And here is the coldest calculation in this entire account. What does it mean to hold a peak-level creature that can be discarded at any moment? It is a self-destruct device. It delivers a fatal blow at the crucial second, relying entirely on its own life to do it. A suicide attack from a bone dragon costs even a gold-rank strong expert something heavy. It swore for 5 minutes under the pressure of the rules, and after I had watched it properly, I sent it back into the abyss, and my city went off. People woke up because the temperature felt as though it had dropped more than 10 degrees. There were roars audible across every district, the kind you hear in a forest when something with a mouth has decided about you. The faster professionals concluded my city had been breached and came out of their doors with weapons, and there was no enemy. There was an enormous bone dragon hanging over their lord's courtyard. In the dark, it looked like an iceberg with its wings open, and the body gave off a faint blue light, and the roar went across the whole of my economic development zone like a tsunami arriving. That is a dragon. It is all bones. Are you joking? Even battle-hardened professionals stood in the street looking up, and a few minutes later it vanished without a trace, and half my city spent the following hour arguing about whether it had happened. A hallucination is not available as an explanation. There were not a few people in those streets. There were thousands. One person can be wrong. Thousands cannot. The patrols worked properly and moved people apart quickly, and force is permitted in that situation because with thousands in the streets, a crush produces a panic, and if I asked afterwards, the supervisors would have had to answer for it. Zhang Zhensheng reported to me at 4 in the morning. My lord, everything has stabilized. Good, you did very well. My courtyard, which used to be pleasant, was a disaster area. Trees 7 meters tall pulled out by the roots. Bricks stripped off my walls. And his conclusion, that bone dragon is real. And he was frightened and excited at the same time, and shaking and red in the face, because that monster tore up the ground and the trees and did not touch me, which means I summoned it. And after that, I appeared even more mysterious and more powerful in his eyes, to the point where the curve of his back changed slightly, and he did not notice it happening. As a leader, you do not win people over with gentleness and kindness. You do it by occasionally showing some strength and delivering a warning, exactly like that. It makes their loyalty considerably easier to obtain and considerably cheaper. Zhang Jianxiong, you have done well recently. In a few days I am reorganizing the departments. Do you have the confidence to take another step forward? I swear to serve you to the death. Words are useless. Show me, and have somebody tidy this up. My order has grown into a machine with over 27,000 people in it, and with the native slaves and my goblins, close to 30,000. The old divisions had stopped working, so I rebuilt the whole thing into 8 departments. Combat, the strongest structure, 3,600 permanent soldiers, all in insect armor with steel blades and a portion with firearms, managed by Song Yang. Medical, over 700 medics, known doctors, professors, heads of departments, and at minimum senior nurses, all with extensive clinical experience. The captains are awakened healers, and what they can do goes past influenza and bandaging. With more strength, they regrow a severed arm. They treat cancer. And there is an ability that splits a life, so that while the healer lives, the person it is shared with retains a chance of surviving a punctured heart. Professionals have changed the world, and my hospital is the only place I go where I feel it as an improvement. Managed by Su Wen, Miss Seraph. And because of what Zhao Wei taught me about manufacturing a god, her fame has gone through the whole of order, and that church is packed with survivors every week, and the number of my believers grows slowly, and it grows every single day. Dark, which is a unit of assassins, protection of my person, prevention of infiltration, occasional reconnaissance, and occasional killings. 13 people, everyone a professional, headed by Chen Hao, white masks modeled on animals, all assignment information classified, and 2 rules, which I wrote myself. Rule 1, no body is left behind after a death, and you must know how to eliminate any trace of a corpse. Rule 2, masks are worn on assignment under normal circumstances, because that department is responsible for the security of order, and when it becomes necessary, it kills a traitor inside my own camp. And its existence hangs over every one of my managers like a steel knife. If they fail in their duties, or if there is corruption, their lives are in danger at any time. For a period, the whole of order was uneasy about it, and the unease existed only among the managers, which is precisely where I wanted it. Reconnaissance and search merged, managed by Zhang Jianxiong. Logistics, still Lin Jie's, and since I sent him to East Bridge, his deputy Shen Xia is acting. Agriculture, Guodong. Research, Mr. Wang. And training, run by an outsider registered in my books as Ms. Lynx. 8 departments, holding the whole structure up like stone pillars. My order has bloomed into something with its own light, and it is no longer a stronghold. It is a city where people can genuinely feel at ease. And the other side of that, because I am not going to end a section with a postcard. The forts, the towers, the simple housing, and the wide roads are all owed to the slaves. After the strike, my natives' food was reduced by half. In 2 weeks, more than a dozen of them died of hunger and illness. Only after Obsidian Fang came and asked did I make an exception and restore the ration. And I told him that if there is a next time, it will not be reduced by half. It will be reduced by 2/3. After the strike, my natives stopped resisting entirely because the bodies of the ringleaders were hanging in front of my camp as a notice. That was the cold-blooded part. And then I did the other thing. The ones who worked well were pardoned. Their rations came back, and they were given housing. A simple brick house, built by goblins, and that is the detail that matters. Those creatures fight badly, and they build superbly, and after their particular way of laying courses, a house is warmer and safer. Light a fire inside one, and however cold it is outside, it is warm in there. That is what I bought them for. And to a native, that is not a house. That is a miracle. Those people have lived their entire lives in grass huts, sleeping wrapped in thick hides through the winter, and losing family members every single year to nothing but cold. I took that away from them in a week. The wind howls outside, and inside you sleep peacefully under a few pieces of cloth. To them, that is a divine kingdom, and the freedman's package. The right to choose a partner. A pound of meat every weekend. A working day reduced from a full day to 10 hours, and after work, the time is theirs and not mine. Comparison inevitably produces hurt feelings. Free status became the thing every one of them wanted, and my natives started working seriously. They do not want houses, they want partners. If not partners, meat. And if not meat, then the rest periods get them. Having been given hardship and reward in that order, most of them, apart from the hopeless ones, produced an enthusiasm nobody had seen, and I have used the same sequence on every population I have ever held. Then Eastbridge called a council about new insect movement. The infrastructure is worth one line because it decided the whole war. The roads are fully open and my professionals built a bridge across the river, which finally joined the two zones. It is now 3 hours to Eastbridge on foot, which means that if either side deteriorates, the other reinforces it in an afternoon. The council chamber was the same room Zhao Wei and Zhang Lihua used, and the faces in it are different. Zhang Lihua's people are dead, imprisoned, or corpse fiends. The few that survived are hiding among the crowd. Zhao Wei's confidants mostly crossed over, and the handful of stubborn ones I stripped of authority and left as advisors. Lin Jie ran the meeting. I transferred him out of order into Li Jun's chair, and the report took 2 hours. And by the end of it, my imp was asleep with its head on my knee. The figure was this. The missing in West Bridge have passed 50. 51 exactly. Every one of them gone without a trace. And among them 2 silver experts. Aces of her Iron Demon army with enormous experience, vanished like a grain of sand dropped into a lake, not one ripple. That is my dereliction of duty. I should have listened to you. Those deaths were not entirely meaningless. It proves there is something genuinely powerful deep inside West Bridge. The deep interior of West Bridge is now a forbidden zone by my order because that is almost certainly where the Insect Emperor is. There is no need for anybody to go and confirm it. You need to know that there are powerful enemies there. Rushing in is courting death, and the strategy is not complicated. In the tide, the insects will come out of there because it is their ground. Rather than putting an army in and being surrounded, we hold my city where the picture is clear. West Bridge is the insect's territory. This is the human camp. And Lin Yue stayed silent through the whole of that because she had noticed something. She sensed my fury, and underneath it, barely perceptibly, fear. In her memory, I am absolutely confident about everything I do. Even against Zhang Lihua, a genuine devil, I held the whole situation from beginning to end. So why was I like that? An enemy that Wu Lei takes that seriously is an enemy that should worry her, and she was correct. Then I asked about the magic crystal cannons, of which I had advised a minimum of 50. Only 10 have been built. Gao Ming has been unwell recently and has not refined any. Gao Ming was Zhao Wei's right hand. When that era ended, he and Li Jun lost their authority and went to the second line, and I left him with weapons production. And he is Silver Peak. Colds and illnesses do not touch that body. Unwell is a pretext. It is a silent form of resistance. He was saying no to the new regime and to Lin Yue in the only way available to him. Does he have any relatives? And Lin Yue flinched and could not produce a sound. And a fierce-looking professional with one eye stood up, one of Zhao Wei's men, called Gao Lin. What do you mean by that? Major Gao may not have achieved anything, and he has put in the effort. Are you going to blackmail him using his family? What is the difference between that and being a devil? And that was not a scandal. That was politics. Zhao Wei still has a route back. One man spoke and a great many responded because the method by which Lin Yue took power was unpopular, and the Gao Ming matter touched their own interests. I had underestimated it. The entire thing may well have been a conspiracy from the beginning, aimed at putting Zhao Wei back in that chair. Gao Lin, sit down. And he sneered at her. What? Are you going to kill me the way you killed the conservative faction? I have done things for East Bridge, and nobody except Colonel Zhao can convict me. I never imagined the martial god the colonel cultivated would turn out to be such an ungrateful wretch. And her difficulty is that he was right. Most of those men genuinely do have records. Gao Lin lost that eye in a fight for that city, hero, which is precisely why he could speak to a ruler like that in her own hall. Lin Yue had difficulties. I did not. I raised one finger and let a small ball of fire condense on the end of it, and a large man went backwards across that chamber with a hole through his chest. The man who had been shouting a second earlier was a corpse a second later, and that room went completely silent. Who else? Nobody. There was one collective breath, and even Lin Yue was shaken, because she has fought me more than once and has never seen me use a ranged attack, and because I did not spend one unnecessary word on it. I was in plain linen with a calm face, showing no hesitation and no concern after a killing, and that did not reduce the effect at all. It produced a fear of the unknown in every person in that room. You clamoring pieces of rubbish clearly do not understand the importance of what I have just been told, so I will repeat it. And among the men who had backed Gao Lin, there were professionals and battle group commanders, veterans of that city, and I had called them rubbish in front of their own subordinates. That is not provocation. That is a direct insult, and nobody stood up. The body at their feet was the reason, and then they worked out the actual situation, which was the point of the exercise. They looked at Lin Yue, who was supposed to be the leader, and who was now standing there submissively, and understood that East Bridge had already changed completely, and that I was the change. They had targeted the wrong person. The one behind it was not Lin Yue, and one of them said it out loud. When did an outsider manage this quietly enough that nobody noticed? And their plan had been intelligent, which is why it nearly worked. They pressured Lin Yue specifically because they knew her character: direct, incorruptible, unable to tolerate injustice, and willing to be persuaded by an argument. Every one of those is a handle, and I hold one too. So they used Zhao Wei's record as a lever and had already extracted a portion of authority from her, and every concession she made encouraged them. I was not there, and that is my failure. And an elder's status stopped being a handle that afternoon and became a death warrant. A new emperor means a new court. And veterans with records are a splinter, and there is no reason to make concessions to people whose deaths you can simply wait for. I do not run my house that way. Deep inside West Bridge there is an entity with astonishing strength. Once it attacks, East Bridge and the Economic Development Zone cannot defend against it. Once the city falls, it will not be 1 or 2 people dying. It will be tens of thousands. Therefore, anybody who is negligent or disobeys an order is convicted of treason. Anybody, regardless of status or power. Whoever violates the order dies, and then the vote. Gao Ming has acted arbitrarily and must be punished. So, who opposes this decision? You, or you? No, I have no objection. I do not have any either. I did not, and I will strictly follow Colonel Lin's orders. Heads going like rattles. Lin Zhe, you will handle this. I give you 3 days. Yes, sir. Without any expression at all, and his reasoning is worth having because it is not cruelty. All Lin Zhe cares about is Shen Xia's life. If Gao Ming refuses, the cannons are not built. Without defensive weapons, both cities are in danger, and when danger arrives, how does Shen Xia stay unharmed? I had walked into a knot somebody else tied. His belief is one sentence. Anything harmful to Shen Xia is destroyed with overwhelming force. Lin Yue tried to intervene. Enough. You should understand the situation. One wrong step and the whole game is lost. I cannot let one man affect the overall position. And I left without looking back, and she closed her fists and went red and stood there watching me go, obediently, in front of everybody. Wu Lei. On that day, that simple name went into those people permanently. The cell they held him in was dark and damp and mossy, and he was against the wall in rags with a week of stubble, his one arm and both legs chained so that he had to remain standing. Nobody had told me any of this. Even a Silver Peak is exhausted by that inside 2 days. He is famous for being coarse. In that same council chamber, he swore at Zhang Lihua to his face more than once, and everybody knew the style. He was the most popular of the new leaders of East Bridge. By record, the man who created the magic crystal cannons and enhanced their weapons had a better claim than the woman I had put in the chair. Little guy, the environment here is beautiful. Your grandfather has been enjoying himself. What do you want? Oh, build weapons, is that it? Sorry, grandfather does not have time. A bucket of ice water. 2 days without food or water had already told on him, and he was still doing that. And then he made the speech that is the strongest accusation anybody has made about me, and I am putting it in because it is accurate. I know Lin Yue's personality best. She is genuinely loyal to Zhao Wei. Otherwise, we would not have gone to such lengths building her reputation, turning her from a nobody into the Valkyrie the whole city knows. And everything changed after your master Wu Lei arrived. The Lin Yue of the past is a stranger now. Zhang Lihua is a devil, that is true, and your master is a monster in human skin. I make weapons for human beings to use, not for animals. Tell Wu Lei to give up the idea. Whatever happens, I will never build another magic crystal cannon for you. And Lin Jie did not answer any of that. You are 47 today. In this apocalypse, your family members have died or been injured. You have one son left who counts as a direct relative, is that correct? And he opened a box with a lock of hair in it, which needs the background or it does not land. When the apocalypse came, Gao Ming's son was caught by a blood nether centipede. By the time his father got there with a team, the boy's legs were gone. I know exactly what that buys in a man. He has cared for him since and has taken on everything a father takes on. My son has never offended anybody. He is lying in a hospital bed. What has he done to you? If you dare touch him, I will haunt you as a ghost. And Linja said one thing back and did not repeat it. Is venting your anger more important or fulfilling your duties as a father? I do not know, so perhaps you could tell me the answer. And a man who erupted about everything, who had the reputation of being the most difficult manager in East Bridge, did not swear once. He put his head down and did not look at the man in front of him, and everybody in that corridor understood that he had already chosen. He built the cannons. Under my city there is a chamber the goblins dug that is damp and cold, and in it there is a garrison called Rebirth. My necromancer's first production models, titanic flint scorpions and tunneling worms, and a great many fresh skeleton warriors. And he Guodong, formerly Zheng Lihua's madman, whose body is now covered in rotting flesh and under whose feet the plants wither wherever he stands. He works for me now. I said his corpse would find a use. Behind all of them, an actual skeleton, a necromancer out of an unknown corner of the abyss whose identity, age, and even sex remain open questions. And the lore, because it explains my army. Undead zombies are corrupted works of necromancy, vengeful and bloodthirsty, and subject to the powerful spells of whoever made them. Most people, hearing zombie, imagine a mindless, staggering corpse. Voodoo zombies are considerably stronger. Those retain their original strength and gain the properties of the undead, which means they cannot be killed without removing the head or cutting through a vital organ. And apart from the ones that generate spontaneously on certain planes, the overwhelming majority are manufactured. The strength of an undead creature depends not only on the template, but on the strength of the original creature and the sophistication of my workmanship, which is why my results are what they are. The titanic flint scorpion, the tunneling worm, and He Guodong were all silver. After conversion, their movements are slightly stiffer, and their strength has gone up roughly 30%. The titanic flint scorpion used to kill with its claws. Its black carapace has gone gray now, its eyes have sunk, and there are corpse marks and cracks across the armor. I like it better this way. The tunneling worm runs to 10 meters, the smell is monstrous, and things keep dropping off it that are still moving. More than 700 skeleton warriors, 79 zombie units, and over 900 corpse fiends. Those dark creatures alone are enough to fight a war, and their purpose is to be cannon fodder, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. On a battlefield, they become a dam of flesh or of bone. With them going forward, the pressure on human beings drops enormously. And faced with an insurmountable enemy, they do not retreat even if every one of them is killed. That is their motto, and it is the only one I have ever written that is completely honest. Only to die in battle, never to surrender. And one more thing came out of that laboratory that I did not order, the withered. The product of my necromancer and Mr. Wang working at the join between zombies and insects. The withered are unfortunate creatures mocked by life, and their existence now brings only destruction and despair. A deformed and incomplete black sack with the clear signs of the undead on it. The shape is a swollen and wrinkled human infant with no hair on the head, and the eyes are empty. Arms extremely long and thin with sharp claws, and legs completely atrophied and hanging beneath the body, useless. I made that. A withered never walks, it floats, and in the early stage it attracted my attention, because it meets the requirements of a divine abomination. It is currently far too weak. With an appalling appearance and appalling abilities, it does not yet have the strength to connect to that category. And under my necromancer and Mr. Wang, nobody knows what that species becomes. A life born out of a skeleton with no flesh and blood, and a paranoid madman with a laboratory. That is already horrifying, and I signed the requisition for it. The second round of the awakening experiment ran the same week, and Chen Hao took the notes. My strength has grown, and my handling of blood sacrifice has become more assured, so the success rate should go up. After multiple layers of screening, 5 volunteers. They took their shirts off and waited. And knowing exactly what the risk was, they went ahead without hesitating, and even in that room they kept up a cheerful and relaxed manner. Every one of them has over 100 hours of combat experience and more than 10 insects killed personally, and the reason they were relaxed is that they disregarded life and death a long time ago. And Chen Hao stood there with a pen and went somewhere else for a moment. For some reason he thought of a familiar face. If he were still alive, he would probably have been in that room. That young man's original aspirations can never be fulfilled. And on the face of a man who now carries a devil's bloodline, and whom most of my city regards as the fearsome head of the Dark Division, there was a rare look of sadness, and I saw it and said nothing. 3 of the 5 lived. The first fused with a sand tanuki that commands sandstorms. His body began converting to sand, and his appearance changed completely. He now looks like a sand sculpture of a tanuki with no human features at all, and his strength rose sharply, and he commands sandstorms for me. The second is the one that keeps my staff awake, a symbiotic insect. The larvae enter a body to parasitize the brain, and having taken it they assimilate with the brain cells and operate the dead body afterwards. They can change shape, and their food is the same species as the host. I stopped that experiment there, which is people. In his case, the creature did not die. It replaced his right arm. In combat, he can convert that arm into any weapon he can picture. A bizarre professional in a symbiotic relationship with an insect, and he is extremely popular in the mess. And the third fused with a giant white wolf that commands wind and snow, and mutated into something close to a half-orc with beast ears and a snow-white tail. 3 out of 3, and I had expected 1. And like Lin Yue, he has loved cold weapons since he was a child, and can kill properly with a longsword, and after the awakening, his agility went up sharply. He is the one I would bet on. And he did not become uglier. He became noticeably better looking and is now extremely popular with women, and I cannot explain that, and neither can Mr. Wong. I rubbed my temples afterwards, and I was tired. East Bridge and the Economic Development Zone are a machine running day and night. I have done everything I can. All that is left is to wait for the day that powerful insect comes down. The fog sat over both cities for half a month. Between the sky and the ground, there was a white sheet. Dew on the dead trees. Past 10 meters, you could not make anything out, never mind 100. The fog is very thick. I was in my courtyard with the dessert and morning tea, and to look at me, you would not have known there was an apocalypse. I go to bed early and get up early. Occasionally, I discuss technique applications with Kaylin in the evening, and I still get up early because laziness wastes the most valuable hours of a day, and my imp was in a bad mood because its favorite activity is lying in the sun, and there had not been any for a fortnight. It lay on the ground instead. That demon leader, which also wields power in the abyss, has become lazy and content. It increasingly enjoys contemplation, and besides killing for me, daydreaming now occupies a significant portion of its time. It tilts its head and looks forward, and its tail slaps the ground at intervals. The little girl has an extreme attitude to living, the madness of a rampage, and the peace afterwards, and nothing between them. And the ghoul was in the corner with tears in its eyes, forcing down carrots and cucumber, because my imp got bored of the fact that it will not die. However much it is knocked about, it survives. So, knowing perfectly well that it is a carnivore, my imp has made it a vegetarian. 3 days on vegetables, and it was in a bad way, strength dropping fast from lack of meat, and on that trajectory, it will die. And the ghoul is one of my imp's toys. As a little girl grows up, she discards a great many toys. A soft toy that mattered enormously ends up in a cupboard, and after long enough it is thrown away, and nobody thinks about it again. I have thought about it. It was a gift from me to my imp. How my imp treats it is my imp's business, and I have no say in it. The ghoul is dying, and it still does not dare resist. It spends its days doing everything it can to make my imp happy in the hope of a mouthful of meat. Song Yang came in, and my imp did not lift its head, and I could see that pleased him. And the ghoul turned round at the smell of a human being with its eyes filling with blood like a rabid dog measuring a throat. Song Yang was not frightened. In front of my imp, he is timid because of what it is to me, and everybody in my household treats that thing like a young lady of the house. A ghoul is a zombie species with slightly better blood, and Song Yang is one step off the peak. His report was the readiness summary. The area around the Economic Development Zone is completely explored. The supplies and the survivors are ordered. Eastbridge delivered 12 magic crystal cannons yesterday. I have had them placed on the wall. The forts in the camp and the surrounding watchtowers are complete. Ongoing work is the ditches around the camp and the road to Eastbridge. When it is finished, I want to be able to run to Eastbridge inside 2 hours. Yes. And then I asked him a question that I did not know was a prophecy. Songyang, do you know what kind of weather is most suitable for insects? Sir, I have not paid attention to that. One of the insects' favorite conditions is exactly this, humid and foggy. In this they become particularly excited, and some of them cannot resist coming out to kill and feed. And he answered with the pride I have spent months manufacturing in him. The insects around here have been killed or locked up. There are very few outside now, and even if there are 2 or 3, and they are not a threat at all. Before a storm comes, everything is perfectly calm. Do not be deceived by that. It is precisely at times like this that we take things at 100%. The next morning, the ground made a sound like a drum, and inside a few seconds, it was a herd. Earthquakes are not rare there. The energy has changed the environment, and that city has had over 20 of various sizes in 6 months. That one came with no warning at all. In the building where the bloodthirsty bees are kept, and there are over 1,000 of them now, a dark cloud came up, because my bees, which are placid, were frightened of something and came out in a swarm. And the monsters in the zoo went berserk, throwing themselves at the bars, making noises with an urgency in them, trying to get out, which made it considerably worse for the people, because it feels like cat claws on a heart. My entire research department went out to calm the enclosures, and the panic spread anyway, and in the crowded districts there were crushes, and I went pale. My heart went hard and fast. I do not feel pressure dealing with an enemy. Compared to the power of nature, I know exactly what I am, which is nothing. Tsunami, eruption, earthquake. Outside human control. Until I reach legendary, even a gold rank accepts what happens. Even my imp sat up and looked around warily, the way animals do before something. The second shock was twice the first. Past 6 on the scale, the walls shook, tents folded. Dust came down in the underground forts, and construction crews came out running, and the intensified tremor put children off their feet, and there was crying in every district that did not stop. Organize, evacuate the crowds immediately. We cannot have a large-scale crush. And my order was not the epicenter. I was a long way from it, and what reached me was stronger than what my own ground produced. 10 minutes later, it subsided into aftershocks at 4 or 5. Enormous cracks in my camp walls, and slightly more, and that wall comes down. Over 20 buildings damaged, and I sat on the ground looking at a cracked house. The earthquake came suddenly, and that is not the worst part. What went into me like ice is that I have absolutely no memory of that disaster, which means it did not happen in my previous life. Some butterfly effect somewhere, and for the first time since I woke up in a rented room, I was lost. I have relied on 12 years of memory to anticipate every good and bad thing that arrives. That earthquake struck without appearing anywhere in it. And for my people, it was worse in a different way. My order's power is immense, and it protects them from monsters. Against something like that, human strength is limited, and human beings who have lost a technological civilization are ants under it. And then I put it together. Earthquakes do not happen for no reason. Some force caused that indirectly. And my pupils contracted because the tremors came from the direction of West Bridge. Because of my arrival, this world has changed. In my previous life, when the Insect Emperor launched, the 5 insect kings attacked simultaneously. 3 of those kings are now dead, and however slowly the Emperor reacts, it has certainly noticed its subordinates disappearing one after another. Normally it deploys and attacks more than a month from now. The disappearance of the kings may have caught its attention. It may be attacking ahead of schedule, and it is my fault. I killed those kings, and I moved the date forward, and I worked that out sitting in the dirt of my own courtyard. My hands and feet went cold, and I stood up and shouted it at the top of my voice. Sound the alarm. General Assembly, the highest order that exists in my camp. Under it, every professional and every soldier in the economic development zone, apart from the sick, the crippled, and the seriously wounded, goes to the front. Mr. Wang looked up and stretched, and among a great many grim soldiers, his mood was remarkably good, because a war means the things he has made for me will finally demonstrate their value. The medical department packed because they move with my army and treat on site. Zhang Jianxiang and Song Yang dropped what they were doing and brought their departments to the square, and my dark division came out into the street in animal masks. Some of them had turned entirely to sand. One communicates with people through his right arm. One has wolf ears and a tail and carries an enormous longsword. Those people stood in a street and did not resemble anything else in it. Walk. And a dozen figures went forward like gusts, and Madame Shadow opened her door, listened, and did not change expression. Her recruitment stands at 89, which is nothing like what she wanted, and their lives have changed radically. They have my food and my roof, and they no longer live like ascetics. And she remembers the agreement. I give the church and the food, she gives the strength when the city needs it. What a hassle, and she gathered her professionals and moved out without hurrying. In the square there were ranks of soldiers, and beside them equally grim skeletons and zombies, and those corpses, giving off a death aura, had a fighting spirit no weaker than my humans. Over 2,000 people and 1,000 undead. Anybody who saw it would feel small. That is the rallying cry, and it is the first battle for every warrior in my order. And although I have been waiting for that day for a long time, the sudden arrival of it produced something in me I cannot name. The tremors came from hundreds of miles away, which means the insects have already left their nests and the invasion has started. East Bridge will inevitably request reinforcements, and the road takes time, so I was going myself. As a buffer zone, once East Bridge falls, my economic development zone is a small boat adrift. For months, the insects were a steel knife hanging at my neck. That knife has now been drawn. Do I wait to be killed by it, or organize and meet it head on? I lit, and in a few seconds a man became a demon in front of 2,000 people, and I put a longsword over my head. And everybody in that square felt a panic and a shaking that seemed to come out of the depths of them, as though a bloodthirsty thing had their heart in its hand. It was me. If I were an enemy, not one of them would have had the nerve to fight me. And every one of them knew that the figure in front of them is the key component of that camp, a true leader. Fighting. Song Yang and Zhang Jianxiang and Chen Hao drew first and roared until their voices went, and it went across that square like the sea. One layer, and then the wind takes it, and then I stopped counting the waves. In East Bridge, Lin Yue was standing in a council chamber with blood in her eyes. What were the monitoring battalion doing? Something the size of an insect hide, and they did not detect one sign. In a little over 10 minutes, 2 outposts around that city were destroyed, and over 100 people were dead. And what enraged her was that it was not a head-on fight. It was a sudden strike, and my professionals holding those walls were torn apart before they could get a signal out, and the earthquake had been worse on that side. Magnitude 8. The temporary housing folded instantly and buried a great many people. East Bridge normally has professionals who detect disasters, and that earthquake appeared out of nowhere, and even they understood nothing until it hit. Neither did I. And the cruelest thing that happened in that city happened in one corner of it. More than 100 people were digging an air raid shelter underground so that there would be somewhere to take refuge if a disaster came. The tremor collapsed the unfinished shelter and buried all of them inside it. 5 minutes of quiet. Then a heavy new tremor 500 or 600 meters ahead, and my watch decided a second wave was coming and shouted that the whole ground might go. It was not a second earthquake. It was worse. Ugly things came up out of the ground with armor that shimmered and moved, and a noise that cuts the eardrums, an uncountable number of insects, as though they had been lying in ambush the entire time. Insects. There are insects everywhere. How can we ever kill them all? Like locusts covering a sky, and apparently without end. Locust numbers, and every individual ferocious, and the weakest of them more dangerous than a peacetime tiger. I had brought 4,000 javelins for that. Acid beetles, sickle beetles, and poison spiders were stopped under my wall. And a portion of the murderous ladybirds, red rock dragonflies, and corpse-scented beetles crossed my defensive line and reached the civilian districts 2 kilometers back. And the first people to die in East Bridge that morning were ordinary people who had just survived an earthquake. A construction worker, a pregnant woman, and an old woman who could not run. And that city did not stand there and take it, which is the part worth recording. The patrols intervened inside 2 minutes. Besides the reserves, East Bridge has a great many civilian battle groups, and they went straight into it. And even my soldiers still loyal to Jia Wei started fighting, because otherwise East Bridge is broken from the inside. Outside, a dozen thick tunneling worms came out of the earth, and where they surface the ground collapses, so the towers and the ditches that took my people a month became useless in 4 minutes, and through their tunnels the insects that had been hiding underground came up, which cut my attack timetable to nothing, and shortly the walls of East Bridge had dozens of ferocious things on them. And before the earthquake, outside my camp, ordinary work had been going on. Dozens of foremen and several hundred natives finishing the day's quota. The insects dragged them into it, and inside a very short time, several thousand people died one after another. That is the war between humans and insects, cruel and bloody with absolutely no room for a reversal. Humans kill insects in self-defense. Insects eat humans out of instinct. And then the real enemy arrived, and it came up out of the ground, weighing close to 2 tons and walked like a tank, a longhorn beetle. Organize forces and eliminate any threat inside the camp. Prepare air defense. Any flying insect detected is shot down immediately. Send to order for backup. And her motive, which is the whole of her. She gave up everything she had to get where she is, all of it to gather the strength to take revenge on the things that took her family. That is the only belief that has carried her, and it is what she uses whenever she is tired. And before she has even moved, those things have walked into her city. To Lin Yue, that is an utter disgrace. And she decided not to put everything on my order because insects were coming from the east and the west both, and she would rather take the risk herself. This is the final step for East Bridge. Once the city falls, every person here faces annihilation. Fight for no other reason than for the people you belong to. And her soldiers went red in the eyes as though somebody had hit them in the chest and roared and went at the front. And my professionals who reacted fastest responded almost instantly. From driving them off to strangling them, every flying insect inside that camp was destroyed in under 15 minutes with no survivors. Marksmen with enhanced sniper rifles hunted the sky, and with a sole blessing on the round, a flying thing becomes a red cloud. The main wave held everything from unranked vermin to enormous things. An uncountable number of talented people and an uncountable number of professionals showed the world what they actually were, all in the same hour, and most of them had been ordinary 9 months earlier. I was one of them. Set against what was happening on that wall, the special effects films that used to cost hundreds of millions are rubbish. Professionals turning into animals and moving the power of earth and sky. And ordinary soldiers with no visual effects at all, standing in a line, holding it because of what Lin Yue told them. Behind them was home. Once the insects are inside my city, your relatives have no chance at all. Whatever it costs, they stay outside. Dozens of soldiers in a row like men holding back a flood with their bodies, pulling triggers, putting a rain of rounds into a tide. And then, under the dark red cloud, a swarm of the larger flying ones came over. Humming, wings working, enormous bodies throwing back several different colors, and compound eyes full of intent. I have never liked the eyes. Like a river of blood in the air, and somebody on that wall said the sensible thing. We only just cleared the flying ones out of my camp. If they get in again, nobody knows what riot starts. Kill them. Kill all of them. Do not underestimate human beings. And here is one exchange from that hour, and I am giving it to you exactly, because it explains the mechanics of a grinder better than any description. A human-faced scorpion bit a shadowbinder in half, and as it bent to the body, a winged man came down out of the sky and put a spear through it. And as he turned to help the shadowbinder, a red rock beetle went into him and put him on the ground with his organs destroyed. Both of those men were mine. 1 insect falls and 10 climb up. 1 person falls and 10 step in to make up the number. By the time I was on that road, my working theory had become a fact. That was not an earthquake. That was a planned war of conquest. And the organizer is an insect that has been hiding since May. And the pattern fits the thing I should have noticed. Shortly before it, the number of insects around East Bridge fell strangely, and when most people naively decided the monsters had been finished off and good times were arriving, the invasion came. And with laborers like the tunneling worms, a north-south underground passage will be finished shortly, and after that, the worms come up in every district of my city at once. What I saw on the way in is the part I am not going to dress up. At that hour, there are normally more than 300 natives working outside my walls. The dead were mostly natives, and there were foremen among them and professionals. Not long ago, those people were dreaming about becoming genuine residents of my order and imagining owning a house of their own. And not long after that, the dreams were finished. A fireball took a poisonous ladybird off one of them. Unforgivable. Although I regard those natives as slaves I can discard whenever I like, they are nonetheless my property. Just because I can fight and kill does not mean anybody else has the same right. Those things owe me for it, and I want the record to show that is genuinely what I felt. I was avenging property. I did not become a better person on that road. My fireballs now inflate to roughly a meter and can be detonated at will, and under that kind of fire, an ordinary insect does not have a chance. And my skeletons fight without a formation because they are already dead, and an ambush means nothing to them. A dozen of them surround one insect and cut, and inside seconds there are dozens of wounds in it. Besides the garrison, I brought out 1,500 soldiers, 52 professionals, the Dark Legion, and 1,000 undead. And with the undead, the withered came. And seeing it reminded me of my imp's first mutation when it acquired a human face. At that time, my imp had no intelligence. Everything it expressed was chaotic memory and instinct. The withered is exactly the same, and it looks like an abstract painting rendered in a mad style, and I signed for it. Its first engagement was a silver-hooked ladybird, which grows a silver hook on the tail and normally catches a victim by the neck and takes its time. It came at the withered, and the withered parted its lips slightly, and 2 dark tentacles of pure energy came out with an astonishing amount of binding force. The ladybird was wrapped instantly, and the tentacles began drawing the life out of it, and in a little over 10 seconds, a powerful insect was a husk. I had built that thing myself. Horrible. It resembles dark touch techniques, and it is a black magic ability, which means my necromancer gave that thing magical attacks when he built it. Madman, you have created a monster like that and taught it black magic. Are you not afraid it becomes stronger and uncontrollable? And I have reason to worry about that in particular. In my previous life, as power and environment changed, people's hearts generally went mad, and in the later stages, a number of research societies appeared that caused an uncountable number of bloody incidents. Human nature, good and evil both, is trampled and collapses in front of a devil. And if 2 or 3 organizations like that appeared inside a city the size of my economic development zone, that city comes apart completely inside a very short time. Human nature is inherently evil, which is a conclusion I did not want to reach and have. The Church of Misfortune is the exception, and only because almost nobody normal chooses to disfigure themselves and live like an ascetic. Those other organizations are a box with a lid. The best skill those madmen have is waking the darkest negative emotions in ordinary people, and there is a great deal of that available at the moment, including inside my own walls. And I calmed myself with 2 facts. Mr. Wong is controlled, and my necromancer is a summon and cannot betray me. The most important thing was getting through the crisis. While my column was working like a mill, there was a rumble ahead with heavy shaking in it. And it was not an earthquake, because it was only shaking in front of us, which meant something powerful was underneath. And out of the crack came an iron head the size of a lamp. Ferocious, covered in sharp poisoned bristles and green nodules, with a pair of mandibles I could not have closed my hands around. A centipede's head. Its first victim was a corpse fiend, which has only simple instincts and raised its weapon like a soldier. The centipede did not give it a chance. Half-meter mandibles and steel teeth took most of the head off, and then it wound round the body and stripped it using dense rows of legs like small knives. That was one of mine. A plundering centipede, which is worth setting beside the blood nether centipede everybody knows. That one is a mutant too, entirely blood red, whose strength is agility, and whose weakness is that the armor is thin. An adult with an iron shovel can cut one in half, and its ceiling is bronze. I want that on the record before I describe the other one. This is different. So it cuts with the legs first, and then draws the fragments up off the ground. And here is what those things actually are. I command the Dark Division and the Corpse Fiends. Lin Yue commands the Iron Demon Army and the Cannons. As a gold-rank Insect Emperor, that thing naturally has its own elite army, and a plundering centipede is one of them. They used to hide inside a tide and rarely appeared in populated areas, which is why almost nobody in this province has ever seen one. and the Emperor dispatched all of them with the aim of disrupting humanity's deployment and its confidence and taking us down in a single operation. A skeleton fiend, reinforced with a skull and effectively proof against fatal strikes, did not last one round. A second centipede came out of a crack and cut it in half. I had been proud of that skeleton an hour earlier. 4 of them closed on my column. And the fact that 4 plundering centipedes were dispatched to a location that remote tells you the Insect Emperor is making a desperate gamble. Which also means that if a place like that has insects like these, the situation in East Bridge itself does not bear thinking about, so I went forward myself. Against me, over 30 thick long legs, everyone sharper than a knife, on a body that is enormous and agile. A running mill. Myriad manifestations I lifted my head, and a charging centipede froze as though it had been cursed. The enormous body went rigid and the antennae shook, which in that species is extreme fear. The eye lights green and puts an illusion into anything that meets it, and this is my own note on that moment, because I did not expect it. That was once an insect I could not fight at all. I could only watch from a distance while it killed people, and I was standing a meter from the monster I could not beat, and the one shaking was the centipede, and the stronger the sense of crisis got, the hotter my blood felt, and a fighting spirit I have never had before came up out of somewhere. Die. The flaming sword took it in half and the blood evaporated off the heat, and there was an acrid red haze in the air. And I caught myself enjoying the smell of it, and I did not like what that meant, and I am putting it in because leaving it out would be a lie. 2. The remaining pair came at me together, rearing up so that they were moving on 18 rear legs each, closing the exits left and right. And I had gone too far forward. There was no support coming. A meter, and another fraction of a second, and I would have been in 3 pieces, so I threw the whip left-handed and wound it round the left one. Heat like lava. The armor melted, and the whip went into the flesh, and the harder it fought, the tighter it closed. Meat-filled dumplings, one of my officers said afterwards, and its screaming went across the whole field. And with the right hand, I waited. I waited for the second one to open its mouth because I wanted a single killing blow, and I got one. The long sword went deep into the mouth, and it cost me. My feet went 2 inches into the ground, my face went red, my breathing broke, and there was blood at the corner of my mouth, and the centipede was worse off because it was dead. 3 silver centipedes inside a minute, and there was a political reason I did it personally that I once stated. I knew that within a day, the news that I killed those things myself would go through the whole of order. Sometimes a leader has to show his strength so that the people around him settle. That was a war drum, and it cost me a rib. The 4th was finished by my soldiers with volleys until the armor finally cracked and the head went. Keep going. And I looked toward East Bridge and hoped it would hold a little longer. On a corner of that wall, there was a middle-aged man holding a young man in his arms. Father and son. They had a happy family of 3. His wife, after 20 years, was killed for nothing, and the 2 of them were left. They went through a great deal before they established themselves in East Bridge, and possibly as compensation for her death, both of them awakened and became professionals. Out of hatred, they joined the war faction because they were tired of hiding and wanted those things driven off this ground. They served under Zhao Wei, and after Lin Yue came, they transferred into her Iron Demon army because when gods fight, a small fish does not get a vote. I am one of the gods in that sentence, and that day was their turn on the watch, an evolved corpse beetle. At Silver, it has learned to fly and to spit a strong corrosive venom, and infection leaves essentially no chance. The son was coughing blood and trying to speak, and his trachea was gone, so what came out was a whine. He had lost his sight. His face was changing while his father held it. Do not move, hold on. The healer from the city is coming. Whatever happens, hold on. And the tears came off that man like rain, and he blamed himself, and being unable to take even a portion of it, he knelt there with his hands shaking. He is a retired soldier. From childhood, he taught his son that a man sheds blood and not tears. It is true that men do not easily shed tears. There is another saying, which is that only when you are genuinely broken do you find out how fragile a life is. I found out twice. The son got hold of his father's clothing with the last of what he had and shook it, trying to communicate something. There was probably no consciousness left. He was instinctively calling the person he trusted most. And 2 things came back to that man while he knelt there. Dad, do you think this calamity will ever end? The boy had said it looking at a comrade under a white sheet. And, yes, Dad is waiting to hold his grandson. Hang on, it will definitely end. And he had put a tight smile on and patted his shoulder. Why did this happen? He screamed it, and his raised hand came down. He is an awakened professional with enhanced strength, and the young man in his arms had nothing left, and the outcome of a strike to that chest was predictable to everybody watching, me included. It was fast and there was no pain in it, because he knew the boy would not survive. Even if the medic arrived in time to save the life, the body would be completely paralyzed and what would be left is a living corpse. I have made those and I know, and he knew that was not the life his son wanted, and he could not watch him go through any more of it. He was crying, not out of weakness, but out of grief. He is not afraid of blood, or of death, or of an apocalypse with no future in it. He is afraid of what was in front of him. His own son died by his hand. Why did this happen? The number of insects has gone down, so why are this many people dying? Why? And he did not harm himself. He put his head up and roared, and the muscle on him doubled in a second, and the aura went past the edges of his body, and a man who had just ended his own son's life went off that wall into the insects. I did not stop him. He was going to die either way. All he was asking for was to take a larger number with him. Parents outliving their children is a small episode on a battlefield that size, and similar things were happening in every district of that city. In the first hour, Eastbridge lost not only 2 bronze professionals, but 2 silver experts, and then a king arrived, the ghost-masked Mosquito King, one of the 5, and an anomaly even among them because it has an unusual hobby. It collects heads. Its body is sticky like a bog, and looking closely, it has taken the heads off the dead and attached them to itself. It was carrying more than a dozen, cut recently enough that the last expression was still on several of them. It is an extremely rare creature, historically found in damp, dark caves, and the fact that it appeared at all told me the Insect Emperor intends to erase Eastbridge entirely. A bald professional went out at it, with 2 frost pythons appearing in his palms. He is one of the best in that city. He never attached himself to a faction, and his battle group is in the top 5. He hit it with the frost, and the king did not move. That thick armor turned both ice pythons away without a mark on it, and then it was the professional's turn to panic. He stared at it, and a second later, he was in 2 pieces. A silver expert killed like that, in the open, in front of a whole section of wall, and the insects' morale went up, and they came at the humans like a dark cloud. One moment, those warriors were looking forward to a future, and the next they became food. That is what the end of the world actually is. The Mosquito King started harvesting, and inside a short time, there were more than a dozen new heads on it, and under that wall, the panic started. Some of my soldiers dropped their weapons and ran back toward my camp like a scatter of hamsters, and they did not survive it either. Turning your back on that only makes it faster. I am going to fight, and Linja objected. You are the commander here. If anything happens to you, the whole city falls. We cannot go. If we do not fight now, it will be too late. How could you be so stupid? And his voice was shaking, because those two are opposite characters, and he genuinely could not follow her reasoning. I have to fight. I cannot hide on a wall. How do you stand and watch your own men being killed without blinking? And she stepped off the edge of that wall and dropped the way you go off a cliff, because that height does nothing to her. An uncountable number of courages broke on that field. Warriors, professionals, healers. In front of that much despair, nobody was thinking about the safety of my city, and only Lin Yue abandoned her own safety and went into it. She is an avenger. It is the only thing she has ever been. Her long sword went milky white as though it were giving off the power of light, and she looked taller than she is. A titanic flint scorpion came at her. She hit it once, and a thin crack appeared across the forehead, and then the head split in 2 like a melon. A silver rank insect that did not last 1 round. Then a mountain drake tried to work on her psychologically, and she disliked the pace of it, and swept her right hand, and a silver white light went out like a laser, and that thing came apart. I would not have got out of the way of it. And the insects finally felt something. They roared and called to each other, and the ones further out changed direction and came for her specifically, which is exactly what she wanted. Half an hour later, there were over 100 insects dead or crippled around her, and that put the confidence back into the men on that wall, and her Iron Demon army, which will die before it withdraws, was fighting beside her. I was still 4 hours out. They believed she would produce a miracle, and even a silver peak burns energy in a grinder like that, and by then she was exhausted, and 2 things had been watching her from the flanks for 20 minutes. I have gone over those 20 minutes. The Ender Dragonfly, the last of the 5 kings. Shaped like a dragonfly, with the emotions of a thinking person in its eyes, and a silver white body that moves like a line of light, and my eye did not keep up with it. And the Mosquito King coming in from the other side. 2 Silver Peak Kings closing on 1 exhausted woman, and their tactics are the frightening part, because those 2 are intelligent. They had sensed her power. Her strength made them wary, so they stayed to the side and waited patiently for her to run out. Eliminate the enemy, and my city in front of us falls without a fight. And she lost her footing, and the Mosquito King came in with the mandibles at her chest. And an arrow came out of the dark, It evaded, and the arrow took its foot off. At Silver Peak, an ordinary rifle does not injure that thing. One arrow of unknown material took a limb and put a serious wound into it in the same second. Then skeletons came out of the tree line with a cold will on them, and at the front of them something the size of an infant. The withered went into the swarm first, put its tentacles out, and left an insect as a husk inside a short time. This is skeleton warriors of my order. And then my formations came in like an iron current and cut into the insect army, and my professionals went with them. The assassins dissolved into the shadows and worked with poison knives, and the elementalists started charging. And Chen Hao went in at the head of my dark division with death in his eyes. That boy chose blood sacrifice in despair. He prayed an uncountable number of times that if somebody could give him strength, he would give his life to serve that person. He is not good at speaking. He had already sworn privately that he would do everything he could to carry out his master's orders, and he transformed. A crimson-gray seal came up from his feet and covered his face, and inside a few seconds the devil's power had gathered through the whole body. His brow ridges came forward, the skin grayed, and the white went out of his eyes entirely, withering away. That boy became a desolate winter that finishes everything it touches. A white light went out with a whistle like a meteor, and 10 finger bones came out of his palm, and insects went down with their bodies opened. Then bone spikes came out through the skin, and he became a bone demon, and used Dance of Slaughter, and went through everything in his path like a reaper working nights. And that was not the deciding factor. The deciding factor was a few figures barely visible in the crowd. Me, walking out of a dark corner toward the insects, unhurried, and behind me, 4 powerful auras straining to go and holding themselves down, deliberately, so that mine would be the one everybody felt. And even suppressed, those 4 were incredibly powerful. My imp licked its lips like a person who has been shown a roast and an ice cream at the same time. I will eat you, Ilara, ugly reptile. May my people protect me. And those 4 beings, like the most terrifying natural disaster in the world, released and went into the insect tide. Having shed the lone wolf, a summoner is my most powerful form. I am a bystander in the apocalypse, and I arrived on that field with everything I own. With the 4 of them out, the insects came under a pressure they had not experienced, and the massacre started running in the other direction, and my people were fighting without fear for a specific reason. Their rear was covered. Order has 12 magic crystal cannons and 1,000 men in garrison, and until the Insect Emperor comes personally, that city does not fall. So those soldiers could fight with nothing on their backs, and that is what a fortress is actually for. And the undead evolved during it. A portion of my skeleton warriors became skeleton guardians, which is a higher form with heavy protection and astonishing speed, and they started pulling tunneling worms up out of the ground one at a time. And in those trenches, besides the adults, there were eggs and larvae packed tight, most of them shaped like caterpillars, fat, in heaps. Fire. 2 of my professionals went forward. One controls fire. The other compresses energy and releases a liquid close to petrol. Before all this, those 2 specialized in demolition and arson as a pair, which is not a coincidence. There was a red flash in the trench, and the whole of it went up like gas, and the larvae screamed, and every insect within range of the sound went mad and threw itself into a frantic counterattack. Human beings have emotions, and it appears insects have their own version. They show no pity and no conscience toward us, and they display something completely different toward their own offspring. Because they are no longer the mindless insects they used to be, they have become a living organism. It is a terrifying evolution. They have even simulated feeling. Human beings are devastated when their children are killed, and insects are equally devastated watching theirs go into a fire. And those who are not of your kind are bound to have different hearts. If insects can be ruthless to humans, why would I stop killing because a large number of larvae have burned? There was no psychological burden, and there was not going to be one. And the zoo paid for itself in that hour, which I did not expect to be able to prove. With the insect nest built, not only warriors but ordinary people had been going out occasionally and fighting a few rounds for a prize. At first people were somewhat afraid, and after one real exercise after another, they worked out that the so-called insects are simply larger creatures. One ordinary soldier on that field killed a bronze-rank insect in 18 minutes on his own. He received the reward and was promoted to sergeant the same evening. Insects. To my warriors of my order, honestly, nothing. And then there was the sound of footsteps on hard ground, and Madame Shadow brought her people in. Her appearance is as terrifying as her strength, and because of her doctrine, my professionals under her are a group of horrific killers. They went into that tide like a knife and took the formation apart, and every stroke of that whip killed one insect and frequently several. And she had another motive, which she admitted to me afterwards without embarrassment. She wanted to make a name. She had decided that her church stayed quiet because she had been too low-key, and she intended to use that battle to make everybody in 2 cities know exactly who she is. History has changed. I may not have done a great deal, and I am certainly not a good person, and I did one thing that had an amazing effect on the history of this province. The city was not breached, the walls of Eastbridge are damaged, and there are no major collapses. Inside, clearance teams are working against the tunneling worms. That city is still a refuge for hundreds of thousands of people, which means an imposing military force still exists. Lin Yue and her professionals are still on my line, and the magic crystal cannons on that wall are working, and after a charge, one shot removes a swarm. That is the biggest change of all. As long as Eastbridge remains, and as long as my city is not breached, my survivors inside it are not slaughtered, and the human resistance does not disappear. In my previous life, in that same hour, facing a surging Zerg army, powerless survivors were lambs. All of it was a massacre, and there is no other word for what happened here. And by the original history, the moment the 5 insect kings appeared was the moment my city was destroyed and an uncountable number of lives ended. The Insect King is currently in a rather aggrieved position, reduced from 5 to 2, and being suppressed by twice its number. Under my imp and the rest of them, the so-called Insect Kings are 2 stray dogs in a yard. The 2 kings lost for reasons worth stating because it was not luck. The ghost-masked Mosquito King's collection came down to 2 or 3 heads, and both of those were damaged, and by the end, they looked like clowns mocking somebody who had overestimated himself. That somebody was not me, for once. And the Ender Dragonfly's weapon is a mental attack that builds an illusion in a head and puts the victim into a loop, which is essentially a worse version of my own eye, and it used that on Kalen. A Fistmaster has unmatched resistance to suggestion. In the Abyss, those people hold against a succubus queen's charm. A beetle's mental strike is not in the conversation. I knew that when I sent her. And then it tried my necromancer, a mysterious undead who voluntarily became undead in exchange for power. Next to him, that dragonfly is an apprentice. 2 detonations at almost the same moment, and both kings went down, wings broken, bodies opened. The Ender Dragonfly had its abdomen taken out by Kalen, hissed twice, and stopped, and my expression at that moment was not natural, and I know because I felt it happen. I have changed history. In a certain sense, I have become something like a savior, and I did not enjoy the shape of that in my mouth. My professionals started cheering and produced about 10% more than they had, which is what cheering is for. For most people on that field, victory was around the corner. I did not relax for 1 second because the person who organized that war had not shown himself, and then there was a detonation and 2 eyes came out of the dust like headlights, and a pressure went across that field that put professionals who had been celebrating flat on the ground. An ant, an enormous ant nearly 10 meters long, black poisonous smoke coming out of an open mouth, eyes the size of buckets with a fury in them that will open a soul. The Insect Emperor had arrived, and here is the part that should frighten everybody who has been reading this. The energy multiplied mutants everywhere, centipedes, grasshoppers, beetles. And in 9 months, not one human being in my province had ever seen a mutated ant. An ant. One anthill holds thousands and sometimes tens of thousands. Were they too weak, and did they die out in the apocalypse? The opposite. Who would have thought that a creature that weak was the ultimate author of all of it, and its strength is the ant's own nature? A common ant the size of a sesame seed lifts 36 times its own weight. So what does an emperor 10 meters long and 3 stories high lift? Even thinking about it puts something cold down a spine. Beside that thing, an earth-drilling giant earthworm looks like an infant. And behind it, more than a dozen ants of different types came out of the cave mouth. And behind those, in a dense mass, its personal guard. And the mood on that field turned over. What is going on? Why are there still this many alien insects? No more fighting. No more fighting. Open the gates. We want to go into my city. My people held better. The Eastbridge soldiers who had come a long way were close to breaking because they had been brave at the start and had watched their comrades killed one after another, and victory had been close enough that their hearts had started to heal. I know what taking that back does, and then that arrived. There is no end to it. Its first act was to walk out fully, at 3 stories, into the crowd, putting craters into the ground with its legs, and taking a professional hole out of my line with a mouth that works like a bucket. And its rank has an explanation that I do not enjoy. Chaotic times do not lack geniuses. Lin Yue, Song Yang, and several others could enter gold if they get the chance, and it will take time. The Annihilation Ant Emperor is different. As the leader of the insects, it obtains energy through an uncountable number of eggs and larvae, which is precisely a blood sacrifice, and I run the same arithmetic from the other end. Nourished by an uncountable number of lives, it took the lead and reached that state, which is exactly what I have been doing. It simply did it to its own. Rank suppression. I had to transform into a full demon simply to breathe properly under that pressure. Standing 200 meters away, I looked over at Lin Yue, and she was frightened too, because a 10-meter ant is not something she has seen in a nightmare, and a moment later there was resolve back in her eyes, and she raised the blade like a bugle for whoever was still standing, and went forward. Where there are cowards, there are heroes. Apart from a handful of Iron Demon army men who ran in despair, the rest got up and went after her, and there was a light in their eyes that people only produce when they have decided. I have never been able to manufacture it. 2 of those deaths belong in this account. A night assassin, burning everything he had, went into the swarm, killed 1 insect, and was crushed. And a strong Iron Demon army man that Lin Yue had personally promoted spent everything he had on energy bombs, and then, for the sake of his quiet wife inside that city, walked into the thickest part of it and detonated himself. I did not know his name until afterwards, and now I do. The yield was at minimum 10 crates of grenades. An uncountable number of professionals launched suicide attacks into that tide. The apocalypse is cruel and terrifying, and genuine feeling still exists inside it. At that hour, they were not thinking about themselves. They were thinking about the thing they could never put down. I have one of those too, and faced with absolute power, dying does not affect the course of a battle. To achieve a victory, you need actual strength. Strength. I folded the seal and put my palm on the ground, and the bone dragon came. I will kill you. I will gain the power I have always wanted. And there was a chaos and a madness in my eyes that belongs to demons and not to me, and I noticed and did not stop. When it appeared, the temperature dropped more than 10 degrees across that field. The Ice Age has arrived, somebody said. Its first roar produced a visible sound wave that went out like a blast, and the attacking insects were thrown dozens of meters, and even the Emperor's invincible body slid 2 or 3 meters backwards. That was mine, pure dragon might. And here is the thing that made what I did next worse. Time has eroded that creature's strength. It is a giant dragon that has been dead for an uncountable number of years, and its power in life was far greater than what I summoned. That was very possibly a gold rank or even a legendary being once, and it turned its head and looked at me, and out of those deep blue and emerald sockets there was a wild, inhuman fury. It had not submitted. It never submits. It is held by the rules. And having slumbered for an uncountable number of years and been summoned by a human and put in front of an enemy like that, it is bound to work for me for 5 minutes before it can leave. The question is whether it gets the opportunity. To a summoner, summoned beasts are tools, especially a tool like that. In my eyes, it is disposable, and it is natural to squeeze all of its power out of it before it goes. Attack. And I went back into the shadow behind my line, because in a battle like that, I have to guarantee my own safety. The power of rules. A bone dragon has no right to refute any of it. It took an arc ant out of the guard and opened a carapace nothing else on that field could touch, and the thing howled until its vocal organs were destroyed. I let it finish. Then it gathered white energy in the mouth like a cannon and put it into the ground, and the dust went to the sky and everything in my radius was charred. And the Emperor answered. Its roar was the anger of a thunder god, and it pushed the cloud apart, and 100 meters in every direction went dark under its power. Its body is entirely golden with strange white runes across it. Head up, radiating glory and pride. Hexagonal insect armor packed densely together like a magnificent suit. I wanted it off him. And then it did the thing that told me what I was actually fighting. It breathed in. Black fog gathered round it, and off the bodies of the fallen soldiers on that field, there was a faint smoke. Souls. It devours souls. They gathered at its mouth and went in, and the Emperor's strength went up while I watched. Then it hit the bone dragon with an antenna and put it through a line of trees, and it got up, and there were cracks in the bone, and I had cold sweat coming off my forehead. It is simply too powerful, so powerful that resisting is not on the table. A bone dragon out of the abyss was a toy in front of it. The difference between Silver Peak and Gold Rank is a chasm nobody crosses by trying harder, and I know exactly what that thing cost last time, because I was in the city when the bill came in. To kill the Annihilation Ant Emperor, Eastbridge committed several hundred professionals and more than 20 magic crystal cannons, and finished it by detonating explosives I had built for exactly that, and it cost tens of thousands of lives, houses destroyed, an uncountable number of people in the streets, including parents and wives and children. The escape routes cut, and men who had gone past reason walking forward and setting off my grenades against their own chests. Close to 10,000 died to kill it once, and the Emperor went to finish my bone dragon. And that proud thing did not agree to die quietly. It raised its head and produced a mournful wail, as though it were passing something on, and it sounded desolate enough that men stopped firing. And then dragon's breath. Not only the pressure of the dragon race in it, but the roar of the undead, and what came out of that mouth was a long rainbow, like snow coming down off a peak in an avalanche, and it swallowed the Emperor entirely. My dragon, the Emperor charred, Its armor melted rapidly. The pain was enormous, and it had not expected that level of determination because a badly wounded thing of mine had gone berserk instead of dying, and it opened a hole the size of a millstone in the Emperor's chest, and the bone dragon's bones went gray and then black, and the crack spread, and the light went out of it completely, and it looked at me. Its eyes were full of an unwillingness to give up its life and a resentment toward me for summoning it. And then its head came down and the bones started coming apart. Do it. Because there was a hole in that armor, and that was the breach, and I moved like something that had smelled blood. And Lyra watched a bone dragon die and very nearly lost her expression. That was a formidable and invincible force, and she saw clearly that I did not give one order to save it, which means I intended it to die. And she knows what she was looking at, because she is from down there. A strong expert capable of challenging for Lord level or one that had not yet bloomed had perished, and it had perished working for me. A tool. To me, the bone dragon was, at best, a tool to be used and discarded, and although she is accustomed to my nature, she still felt a strange mixture of things watching a gifted dragon deceived into dying, and beside her my imp stood obediently, entirely untouched by the death, looking forward with curiosity, as though it had seen something appetizing and moving its throat slightly. Then it sniffed, looked at Lyra, the very first companion it ever had, with nothing warm in the look at all, and moved closer to me with an expression that said, "The master is mine." And Lyra's conclusion is the moral of the entire summoned line. All she felt was that the bone dragon dying in front of her and my imp leaning against me were black and white, and the contrast was abrupt. This is the master. Those that are useful are cherished. Those that are worthless have one fate. And she smiled and raised an eyebrow at my imp and went back to work. Because for a summon like her, there is no third road. Either you live a life of value, or you die a life of no value. We will crush our enemy with sharp longbows and icy hearts. Only then will our enemies understand the meaning of fear. The death of a bone dragon. At most she was surprised. As for pity, do not even consider it. How would an elf living in the netherworld acquire that? And her objective from that moment was to prove she is the most necessary, so that she never appears on the other list. 3 thorns at once. Out of that bow, 3 vortices went into the hole in the Emperor's chest with a sound like breaking glass. She put 80% of her strength into each shaft, and after the third she was breathing hard and the sweat was going onto the ground. Because facing a master of that grade, you either do not move at all, or when you move you do it like a lion hunting a rabbit, using everything. Everybody knows that harassing attacks lead only to certain death, and then my necromancer used something he had been building for months, corpse putrefaction venom. He has spent a long time collecting primary putrefaction liquid off decomposing bodies, and after extensive preparation and an uncountable number of corpse toxins, my one real surprise was finally ready, and it works because at the Emperor's level, ordinary poisons do nothing. Corpse toxin is primarily a neurotoxin, and it is dozens of times worse than an ordinary one. The wound started to stink, and the bright red blood coming out of it went black. 1 drop of that on an ordinary person eats through the whole body, and the death is violent. And the Emperor did not break, and I want to be fair to it, because it is not a cardboard enemy. After repeated setbacks, its eyes held a savage look capable of destroying a world. Its evolution from a weak ant into an intelligent insect overlord was not only the good fortune heaven gave it, it was an indomitable spirit. Who says an ant cannot be the ruler of a world? Who says an ant cannot be the ruler of an apocalypse? It did not give up. From beginning to end, it never gave up once. It put its head back, and an enormous point of light gathered in its mouth like the energy after a rocket detonates, full of world-destroying force. Bone wall. My necromancer put the scepter down, and a wall 5 meters by 3 came out of the ground. Concentrating that much energy into a single point produces a power beyond an ordinary missile, comparable to hundreds or thousands of gas cylinders detonating simultaneously. I had 1 shot of it, it fired, and the people and the insects inside the impact zone had nowhere to go and were simply removed, and my necromancer was lying on the ground afterwards looking pitiful. The bone scepter snapped in 2, the rib cage turned to dust, and a weak green light still burning in the sockets. If he were not undead, nothing survives that. And the Emperor was breathing hard, and with every breath dark blood came down onto the ground because the bone dragon and Lyra and my necromancer between them had done genuine damage. And then my imp walked forward and inflated and went into a 10-meter body like a cannonball. Everything it had at once. Dragon's breath, dragon claw strikes, the tail, the clay attacks, and the corpse arms. And at that moment my imp was insane, because it was instinctively extremely hungry for something with vitality that size. That is all it was hungry. A gold rank has devoured an uncountable number of lives, and the energy in its blood is unthinkable. More than a dozen arms went in like knives, took hold of the Emperor's flesh, tore pieces away, and put them into its own belly. and appalling wounds opened, and large sections of armor came down, and black blood went over everybody underneath, and the Emperor howled, and its enormous pupils contracted to needles. It was stunned. How could that be? And it threw my imp off with an explosive release of energy, and in the air, my imp bit through one of its antennae, which sharply reduced its perception, and that is what a hungry thing does when it is being thrown. Its combat skill and its relentless, unpredictable combinations produced a deep hatred in that Emperor because its own mutated, invincible combat experience was no match for a mud alien species of mine. And then it hit my imp with its head. My imp did not get out of the way. Half of its body crumpled like a moth, and it went into the ground. And underneath it, there was an enormous crater full of blood. My imp, which was incredibly powerful and had eaten a dragon, was lying in the middle of it. Its dragon wings were broken. Its tail was completely destroyed. That creature loved beautiful things. It used to flap those wings in front of a mirror occasionally when it thought nobody was watching, and I never told it I had seen. And 2 streaks of crimson came out of its eyes, and it was not clear whether they were blood or tears. And that thing, which fought bravely for me, and which most of 2 cities considers a taboo subject, looked like a small girl who had fallen into a bog, and then a heat arrived over it. Although it could not move its neck at all, it could feel the heat. And it knew that its master, who never puts himself in danger in order to survive, had come to its side for the first time in my life. And the little girl closed her eyes. She was too tired. If she had not rested for a while, she might genuinely have died. It is so good to have sensed my master's presence before falling asleep. It shrank back to a meter, and I bent down and picked it up. And then I raised my head, and my people said afterwards that what was on my face was not a person. I have already paid too high a price. Order's strength was greatly reduced. My necromancer was blasted to the edge of destruction, and my imp was severely injured with an aura weaker than it has ever been, like a candle somebody could blow out. And here is the thing I have never said out loud to anybody. My imp is no longer a lump of mud. Through a long companionship, it left a mark on me a long time ago, and I only found that out standing in a crater. I wiped the dust off its face. You will be all right. There was no answer. It had gone unconscious, and for a divine beast, unless the life is genuinely in danger, that does not happen. And whatever softness was on my face went out like a flame thrown into a glacier, and my voice came out hoarse, like a great many crows. Kill it. Whatever it takes, the Annihilation Ant Emperor dies here, because that is my will, and there is nothing else left in me. And there was a plan underneath all of it that nobody on that field had noticed. Lyra, the necromancer, and my imp went one after another, and every one of those exchanges bought Kaelin time to gather. She crouched, and an orange-red energy covered her whole body so completely that the skin appeared to melt, and she converted entirely into a demonic cat. I had waited months to see it, and the peak gave her an arm made completely of energy that inflates several times over, and she broke the sound barrier inside a second from a standing start. I lost her in the air. The claw went into the Emperor's chest. The ribcage collapsed. The armor went in every direction, and the deformed exoskeleton detonated inward, and several fragments went through the heart. I thought that was the end of it. When Kaelin concentrates every scrap of her energy into one claw and strikes with all of it, that is what happens. A dragon-patterned beetle or an earth-drilling giant earthworm would have been crushed to death by that. The Emperor did not give up. Its counter went through her. A beam of blood carrying colossal energy and a monstrous corrosive property, and it went through Kaelin and came down on the professionals and the insects below, and there were people of mine gone before anybody could shout. Kaelin fell. The energy dispersed and her face went the color of paper, and although the energy shielded her, that last attack damaged her foundation rather than her body, and I could not fix a foundation. And the Annihilation Ant Emperor stood upside down with every piece of its armor standing upright like a proud warrior unwilling to die that way. Antennae torn off. An enormous wound in the chest with rot spreading through it, and it took one step backward as though it intended to run. And it could not be allowed to. I risked my life and nearly half of my people to bring that thing to the edge. Those injuries were inflicted at the cost of lives. If it escapes like that, all of it is wasted. And worse, nobody knows whether an enemy like that comes back after a period of recovery, and I am not prepared to find out in a year. The baton has been passed. If nobody else can take his place, I will end his life myself. And I went up the body onto the head, because its reaction had dropped sharply from the corpse toxin and the general beating. I jumped and put the sword into the head. And at the moment of impact, I released everything I had, and a sword slightly over a meter long suddenly extended to roughly 5. and then, with my teeth set, I drew it horizontally through the head, and a powerful ruler of the Zerg, which commanded an enormous army and killed close to 10,000 people in another version of this year, died on my sword. Dead, dead, and that whole field went as quiet as a graveyard. The Zerg reacted first. They could clearly feel the oppressive aura that had been in their souls their whole lives vanish. They stopped attacking. And their mourning went out across that plain like a wave, because as a gold rank, the Annihilation Ant Emperor had long been regarded by those insects as a god. Its existence was what made originally weak and humble lives into something with color in it. I understand the trade because I offer it. Fighting zombie hordes, taking beast dens, preying on humans. They had grown accustomed to a domineering life under its leadership, and I ended it in one movement, and my people started. We won, we finally won, because the Emperor's arrival had been a mountain on everybody, and the mountain had gone. And the joy was short, and what happened next is the best idea in this entire account. The Emperor's death drove the swarm mad. Without that oppressive will, they were lost and did not know where to go. Lacking higher intelligence, they are a pack of puppies clinging to an owner. And with the owner gone, they became irritable and frantic. Exactly the way I cover order. If I were to leave suddenly one day, the human beings who depend on me for food and safety would very probably become more frantic than that swarm. Without discipline, my city descends into chaos quickly, and driven by hunger, people commit vandalism and looting and arson, and I have watched it happen from the other side. The last push came up like a volcano, their auras stacked into black smoke nearly 20 meters across, and the evolved ones went to self-detonation, spreading out in rings like a typhoon, and hats and clothing and pieces of my people went into the sky, and they trampled the Emperor's body while doing it, and not to insult their king, they were defending it with their own bodies. If you want to get close to the king, you have to kill all of us first, and without the higher insects, to me, they were ants. I went forward in flame, and my people did not flinch at the demonic shape. They howled at it like fanatics, and I did not spend a word on a speech, and did not promise a reward. Both would have been unnecessary. Kill all of these ugly creatures. And I said it standing on the head of the Annihilation Ant Emperor, which is the reason every person on that field had felt they were in hell 3 hours earlier. Everybody who saw it showed a shock. Even Lin Yue, kill, kill. And she stood there and said one word to herself, which was oath. Under the Emperor's power, she had not even had the courage to fight and had stood there dumbfounded, and by the time she came back to herself, the invincible insect emperor was lifeless at my feet. And in the eyes of her own soldiers, she saw an unprecedented pride and courage, and every one of those eyes was pointed at me. I went in first and cut everything in front of me without looking down, and it went into my soldiers, and a genuine massacre started in the other direction. The magic crystal cannons worked the dense concentrations, and it was bright, like fireworks with the colors supplied by insects. It took an hour, and with the last silver rank insect, the swarm lost the ability to fight at all, and afterwards everybody looked at me with surprise and conviction, and something close to admiration. If they had not watched it themselves, none of them would have believed that one person had single-handedly stopped East Bridge collapsing. Clear the dead and the seriously wounded as fast as possible. The dead go to the city. The heavy cases go to the camp for treatment, and then I said the sentence that turned the victory over. It is about to begin, because more than 10,000 insects died on that field, which means the materials for a blood sacrifice are complete. I put a foot on a blade mantis that was still moving and finished it on the way past. We finally have the materials. Tens of thousands of insect corpses. Which abyssal giant is going to take notice? I am genuinely looking forward to it. That is the power of a summoner. Through a sacrificial offering, you draw power from a strong expert in the void. The offering can be a living person, a dead person, an insect, a zombie, or the flesh and the soul of the summoner himself. And it works like money. The more you have, the better the things you can buy. That field was covered with bodies to the horizon, and the insect blood had gathered into a small stream. I have waited a very long time for that. It was the opportunity to step into gold, and as the force that turned the tide, whether as the actual leader of order or as the Dark King of East Bridge, I have proven what I am with strength, and I am the only reigning king on that land. Bloody. Brutal. Who is in favor, and who dares oppose it? And there was a second motive, which mattered more. My necromancer, Kalen, and my imp are all seriously injured, and relying on healing, nobody knows when they recover. Only that way do I gain power to give back to them, so that they recover quickly. I cut my palm and let a stream of my own blood run into the insect blood and said the prayer, and every kind of monster went across the front of my mind as though I had been plugged into the abyss, and the air thickened and went cloudy the way it does before a storm, and something on the other side looked back at me, a blurred face in my consciousness. Even by demonic standards, the build is strange. About 18 feet, 2 hyena-like heads, a thin body like a giant snake in dark green scale, forearms like the arms of an octopus moving continuously, legs that look thin and are not, and a forked tail. I signed for all of it. And the thing turned its face, as though it had noticed somebody watching. It appeared not to have expected that an ant that small would find its trail, and it put out one of those tentacle arms, and across a dimension, it touched my forehead. My head detonated. A blessing, and it began in a bizarre way. I was not gold yet, and I produced the impression of one. The soldiers who came to look at me shook under the pressure, and the professionals had the worst of it, because those men had gone at insects roaring and could not now look at me for 5 seconds, and what answered my sacrifice was a demogorgon, a demon with an unmistakably legendary aura, and its history is the best thing anybody down there has ever told me. At the beginning, the demogorgon was a failed experiment by a strong expert. Because it was weak, it was discarded carelessly, and because it was extremely ugly, I have a use for discarded things. Snake-like long arms, 2 baboon heads, reptile legs, and a twisted tail. Its appearance was so grotesque that even demons could not accept a monster like that existing in the abyss, so it was ruthlessly exiled, and the same creator's later experiments came out beautifully. Out of lust hatched a succubus, out of envy a temptress, out of sloth a wolf demon. All of them were given important positions, and the first one was forgotten completely. And just when every demon had forgotten about it, nobody noticed that out of some forgotten damp layer of the abyss, a strange and ugly shadow was slowly approaching. I keep that story where I can reach it, and when it reappeared, it overthrew the demon that created it. When that hideous thing appeared suddenly, no demon was prepared, and when it proclaimed itself Demon Prince, nobody could stop it. The 12 most powerful abyssal lords attacked the new rival, hoping to put it down, and every one of them failed. Their bodies withered, and their life force was completely shattered. 12 of them, and I am counting. In an instant, the number of demon lords in the abyss decreased by 12, and some ordinary evil gods do not compare to it. And then the former failure, now a demon prince, produced a howl that announced its status to the whole of the abyss and its arrival to the multiverse. I intend the same noise. Its domain is the salt marsh, which they call the stomach of demons. An enormous ocean where flying demons live on rare reefs, with giant whirlpools drawing water out of the sticks and bringing the smell of it in. I have been there now. And what interested it was not my offering. While delivering the blessing, it noticed several familiar auras on a weak human being, the blazing flame demon, Rose, and the goddess of cats and dance. Unexpectedly, this party has actually received the blessing of 3 abyssal strong experts. Even in the abyss, that is a rare achievement. And those forces have somehow converged inside a single human being, and in the abyss, every creature is inextricably linked to chaos. Even a demogorgon, which rose from weakness to greatness, cannot shake the chaos out of its bones. It became curious about me, and the so-called blessing began to deteriorate, exactly like everything else that thing has ever encountered. It tried to start an experiment on me, the devil's experiment, to transform a human being into a demon, using divine skills that only cult gods at Rose's level have access to. And the demon power overflowed in me. Thick drops of blood came out of my pores. Scalding plasma disfigured my face completely, and what was standing on that field was something out of the abyss. My skin melted off in layers, and what came out underneath it was blood-red skin in strange patterns. Logically, after flesh melts away, what should be underneath is muscle fiber. My human appearance is more like a mask, and the demonic body is my true form. Should I refuse? I could not move at all, and I was completely conscious of what was being done to me, and I understood the terms exactly. Once accepted, the demon body becomes the true form, and the human shape is the thing that requires power to maintain. The decision took about 10 seconds, and inside my head it took an uncountable number of years. For power, I did not hesitate to kill my own summoned beast. For power, I did not hesitate to have my own eye taken out. And for the sake of survival, I did not hesitate to send Makai to a devil. Everything I have done ultimately had one purpose, and I have never once pretended it was two. And there was a practical calculation underneath it, which is what actually decided it. If I take a demon body, then shedding the human disguise reveals a true form, and at that moment the demonic power reaches its peak. It works like an explosive technique that multiplies strength for a short period, except, and the pain I was braced for did not arrive. There was a coolness, almost a numbness. My skin came away piece by piece, exposing the vessels underneath, and even the bones were broken up. In practical terms, I died once, on that field, in front of 2,000 people, and a second later, it began reassembling. The demon's power came up boiling in the blood, and flame rose and covered the whole body, and what walked out of that flame put a thick leg down first, 3 meters. The body purple, chest and limbs covered in a great many totems, 2 demon horns on my head and a pair of demon wings behind, and the wildest part is behind that. A forked tail, which hits the ground like a whip and puts cracks into hard earth in a few strokes. And where my gaze lands, the ground blackens, the eyes are enhanced, and they burn. In a fight, everything within 10 meters of me catches, and something like an acid beetle simply detonates in a couple of seconds. And the reaction on that wall is the thing that separates me from Zheng Lihua, and I noticed it immediately. Faces went white, even her Iron Demon army went grim. Several men had their calves lock and shake because they were present at the birth of a strong expert, and so was I. And strangely, although those eyes were full of fear, there was none of the hatred they had shown looking at Zhang Lihua's true form. On the contrary, underneath the fear, a faint power of faith came across to me, because to those people, and especially to the warriors of order, whatever shape I take, I am the thing standing between them and what is out there. That is respect I earned with battles, and not with a speech, and it is the only thing in this account I am unambiguously proud of. And the cloud came apart, and a long-delayed piece of sunlight landed on a demon standing on a battlefield. Blessing complete. I breathed out, and the breath turned to flame in the air, and I closed a fist and understood with total confidence that I would kill a dragon-patterned beetle with one strike. Gold rank. My mind did not change, and there is a specific reason for that, which is that I retained human clarity instead of the permanent chaos every other demon lives in. Only the body changed. A few minutes earlier, I had every characteristic of a human being, and then I was an actual demon. And there is one difference between me and them, which is the tail. Blazing flame demons do not have one. Mine is forked and only 8 centimeters across, and in terms of maneuvering, it functions as a spare arm, and I have started using it without thinking about it. I tested the rest immediately. The ground behind me cracked and flame came up out of it and wrapped me, and there was no burning at all. It was closer to bathing in sunlight, fire resistance at maximum. I could jump into lava. Because in the past, I mostly relied on a summoned beast's abilities to survive, and the transformation was a shape produced by energy. That is over. The muscle is like slabs of blue stone. One strike from that throws an ordinary silver expert or breaks his bones, and an ordinary ground dragon does not survive one. I have watched it twice. In transformation, I am 2 to 3 times what I was. And although I am not sure anybody else would understand it, I liked the change. Then I put the human skin back on, and pale yellow crept slowly up and took my face back, and the price of the blessing arrived. There was a genuine tremor, and every corpse on that plane began to flatten like fruit drying, losing every trace of life at once. The demon prince had collected the offering, and the life force of tens of thousands of insects was eaten in front of me in about 4 seconds, and there was a bonus. Mist came up off that field, and an uncountable number of souls came out of it, because as a gold rank, the Emperor had bound far too many of mine over the months. They were free. And I had no intention of letting them go, because those are a form of wealth. I breathed in, and the mist came in through my nose and strengthened the body, because as a high demon, I devour souls too. And for the overwhelming majority of demons, that is one of the main ways they grow. And then I checked what had happened to everybody I own. Kaylin's face came back from paper to something with color in it. She is not gold. Through me, she received a fragment of gold rank power in advance. She said afterwards that it was like having been bound under a roof her whole life and then standing under an open sky and understanding how large it is. I gave her that sky. There was a flash of yellow light in her eyes. She is at the edge of gold. And what she was actually thinking about was that at gold I can open a rift under certain conditions and move supplies, which means her tribe was days away from the first aid ever delivered out of the human world. Lyra was hurt the least, so she received the least, a fragment against Kaylin's handful, and my imp was lying among the bodies of more than 100 insects with a ghost-masked mosquito king beside it. In the past, it loved to sleep and to devour. It was sitting in blood, enduring something, and because of the exhaustion, there was a row of shallow teeth marks on its lip. I had never seen it bite itself. A soul storm was going through it. Its body shook and it absorbed frantically, and the color went out of its face. And the dragon wings repaired themselves in front of me, and the face changed. It went softer, losing the doll's coldness and acquiring something human. And most of all, the clay under it slowly hardened, like a crystal, and inside a few minutes it had set completely. It did not wake up. Its body underwent some strange change instead. If Kaylin is one step from gold, my imp is separated from it by a curtain. And of all my summons, my imp has been with me the longest, and I am used to how it looks. So when the mud under it turned into something crystalline, I felt lost, which I did not expect and did not enjoy. That thing may be on the edge of an evolution, and even I do not know what it becomes. One thing does not change, and it is the loyalty, and I have never once had to check. And then there was my necromancer, who surprised me. There was only the upper half of him left, and I had privately written him off as useful scrap. I had guessed wrong. By some method he is not explained, he stole a portion of my sacrificial energy while it was passing. And the sign of it is that a faint gold light was coming off the skeleton, and the soul fire in the sockets had changed from blue to a deep gold that flickers and gives me the impression that nothing is going to put it out again. Gold rank. Of my 4 summons, my necromancer reached gold first, which I had not predicted in any scenario, and he may be the first creature in any world to enter gold with half a body, and there is no need to worry about the other half, for skeletons, bones break and get lost in every engagement. Accumulate enough of them and they pick them up and attach them, which costs me nothing at all. Give a strong expert like that a supply of solid bone, and he will be standing in front of me whole inside a fortnight. And my permanently tense expression softened slightly, which is rare enough that Song Yang mentioned it, because I had brought an end to the turmoil of the insect tide. An 8-month project that in my previous life produced despair and death for an uncountable number of people. While I was doing that, a meteor came down into a valley 1,100 kilometers away, and I did not know about it for a long time. There was a man there called Flint. He looks about 30, and he is 19. The environment has ruined his skin. And in an apocalypse, the biggest problem is not clothing and shelter, it is food. Those people have no special skills, or more accurately, their skills stopped being important in May. They do not have the strength to build, and they are not decorative enough for the people above them. I took them anyway. All they have is a pair of working hands, and they obtain their daily food by scavenging. He has a real name. In a world with no dignity in it, a name means nothing to somebody weak, and he prefers the one he has now to the one carrying so much of his parents' hope. I used the one he chose, Flint. He wished he could be as sturdy as one. That day he found nothing, and in winter the weeds dry out, so even the simplest food disappears, and in the crater there was an egg. In a very short time that meteorite had changed qualitatively. The mineral shell had softened and gone wrinkled and leathery. The egg was oval, and there was a white fluid running down it as though it had just been laid. I want it. Could it have fallen out of the sky? He reached for it, and the egg cracked, and something like a spider with a long tail came out and went straight onto his face. What the hell is that? His throat closed as though something had slid down it. Nausea. And then nothing. He came round toward evening. The thing had dropped off his face and was lying beside him, dead and rigid. It was not that night had come. The creature had been covering his eyes. He coughed and felt sick and became frightened and ran back to camp without touching the remains. And on the way he put a hand on his own stomach, because there was no food and it looked as though he was going hungry again. Nobody could see it. Flint did not notice it either. While he was walking, his stomach suddenly bulged, as though something inside wanted to come out. That survivor base holds several thousand people, and it is going to be completely destroyed because of one insignificant scavenger, and I found out about it far too late. The same week, somewhere else again, a small city was killed, tens of thousands of people, enclosed by mountains on 3 sides, which meant it had never known danger because of the ground it stood on. And more than 10 professionals had awakened there on their own, and it lived peacefully and self-sufficiently, fighting and farming. A rare paradise, free of the constraints and the exploitation of the various powerful forces. Those survivors lived quietly and built a decent home, and they were killed. Nobody knows how the things got in. They appeared out of the air without breaking the gates. Gnolls, wolf-headed creatures, neither pure half-orcs nor genuine beasts. Around 2 meters, cast muscle, ferocious teeth, several hundred black ones. And 1 gold, bent back, teeth, a ghostly face, an enormous wolf head, and eyes with an ominous shine, and in its hand a curved knife, 1/2 meter, entirely red, as though it had been soaked in an uncountable number of drops of blood. And listening to it, there are ghostly sounds coming out of it, as though a great many dead things were roaring in pain. I have owned worse-sounding objects. Gold rank. A rift out of the abyss simply came down onto a human settlement. Whether that is a Gnoll's good fortune or humanity's misfortune is not a question anybody there got to answer. More than 10 professionals could not do anything at all. Inside a few hours, the entire population of that camp was killed. And the gold one stood on ground soaked through and put its nose up as though it were enjoying the smell, and an ominous smile spread across that face. I would like to be there when somebody meets it. And it howled, and the other's pupils dilated, and they waved back at it. And that wolf howl translates into one word: conquest. And there is more coming, and I know the shape of it, and this is the part of my account that nobody in either of my cities has been told. This is an era of chaos and disorder, and nobody knows how many races have come down onto this ground. All anybody knows is that the dimensions are extremely unstable, and a barrier can be torn open in the wild or in the middle of a city. And more surprisingly, while you are asleep, a rift can open at the head of your bed, and tearing worms or fallen angels or ancient trents or demons may be standing around you when you wake. That is my world now. Planes conquer. Human land has become an arena, and an uncountable number of monsters keep arriving. The true face of the apocalypse is being revealed to humanity a piece at a time, and what I have been fighting for 8 months was the opening item. Our victory was the kind that costs more than the alternative looked like it would. Eastbridge lost more than 3,000 people. Lin Yue's Iron Demon army was very nearly wiped out entirely. The Economic Development Zone lost more than half of what it committed. Of my 3,000, a little over 1,200 came back, and a portion of those did not come back whole. And here is the honest assessment, which removes whatever halo I have been accumulating. It is precisely because of the sacrifice of those people that Eastbridge is still standing. I am not somebody who likes to boast. Even having ended the Annihilation Ant Emperor without the other warriors going forward, however strong I am, I would have been swallowed by that tide inside an hour. The fires burning the bodies in Eastbridge ran for 3 days and went out at night on the 3rd. So many had died that we had to plan for an epidemic, so after a simple identification, the fire turned all of it to ash. And during those days, there was crying in those streets at intervals, and nobody stopped anybody, because among those dead were their children and their husbands. A few days earlier, those families were proud of them. For an ordinary person, becoming one of my soldiers and occasionally bringing home some meat was an enviable profession. And now it is over. Just as Eastbridge was winning, they were left behind on that field permanently and became a pool of white ash. And Zhang Jianxiong is dead. I found out a full day later when they dug his corroded body out of the ground. The outcome of the battle was already clear, and there was not long left before the emperor died. His foot slipped in the fighting, and he went down, and directly under where he fell, a tunneling worm was digging. He went into the tunnel without understanding what had happened. He fought desperately, and the passage was too narrow and full of insects, and his personal guard tried to reach him and could not. That is how a promising professional died. In a hole, by accident, 4 minutes before a victory. Developing an excellent manager is not easy. Zhang Jianxiong was capable and intelligent and easier to use than Song Yang. And he died on a battlefield in a ridiculous way, and sometimes luck is a very important thing. He is the highest-ranking person Order has lost, and I conducted the farewell ceremony myself, and I meant it. His department went to a silver-rank magnetist who controls every iron element, and at a high level, even the trace elements inside a human body. He was a trainee commander with no prospect of a directorship in his lifetime, and he distinguished himself in the tide and had the support of his own colleagues. I promoted him on the spot, a hero produced in one day. There were a great many of those that week. The dead of Order are not only compensated, they are buried in the tomb of loyal bones, and the ceremony is strict and formal, and even Lyra changed into black for it without being asked. White urns in soldiers' hands and families crying around them, and one of those families is the thing I have not been able to put down. There was a woman with a large stomach. Her first husband was killed by insects. Over time, she came out of that and married a man with an identical history, and just as she was starting to forget the first one and was carrying a new life, the second one was killed in the field. How are we going to live now? She stood alone in front of that tomb with her stomach out, wiping her face continuously as though the marks would not come off, and Lyra stood near her and was unusually quiet. She grew up in the Underdark. In that sinful place, from as early as she can remember, she was taught combat by force, because if you do not learn everything quickly, you are killed in the next engagement. My own education was slower and worse. The Underdark shows no mercy. To become stronger, she has to use every means available. She has been at a great many occasions like that one. The last time she cried was at a sacrificial ceremony when she was 15 because of the 10 clan members who died. 2 of them were her parents. Where there is life, there is conflict. In the human world or in the abyss. It does not taste good. My imp was leaning against a warehouse door, looking at a heap of packages with the interest going out of its face, because against the flesh of a strong expert, bread and dried insect and household goods do nothing for it, and Kaylin was standing in the middle of that warehouse unable to speak, because I kept my word. In 1 week, the supplies filled a warehouse, and for the catfolk that is a year of not worrying. Big spender, and it was not only food, there were blades in there and there were rifles, which requires the state of my abyssal holdings, since it is the whole of my long game. Lyra is a priestess and holds a key position in her own race. My necromancer has an army. My imp has taken a demon legion of over 1,000 by force, and Kaylin, with all of her strength, has advanced least, and the reason is her tribe's position. Because next to the catfolk there is a kobold camp, and those creatures have been hunting them for as long as anybody there remembers. So I gave her the weapons for a reason. Kaylin prepares, and with support she takes the kobold camp in one strike and makes them submit. Abyss layout, because moving freely in and out of the abyss requires legendary, and until then I build my strength down there through other people's hands. And kobolds, like goblins, are cowardly and low, ferocious in front of the weak and pathetic in front of a strong expert, and they surrender completely. I was counting on it. The objective is to enslave the kobolds using the catfolk. Because the abyss is full of ore, Bring those minerals here and combine them with my smiths, and I produce weapons sharper and longer lived than anything on this planet. Kobolds dig, catfolk supervise, and the catfolk, having acquired a vassal, gradually strengthen, which is exactly what I need. And my own condition is that I have only just entered gold, and my control of it is raw. So I spent those days at home, studying the changes in my own body, like a man learning to walk, and the city changed while I did it. The walls are noticeably higher and 2 meters thick, and an armored rhinoceros at a full run would not do much to them, and the patrols now include natives. Slaves have become warriors, which looks like a fantasy and is a mechanism. Under the temptation of a life and possessions, my natives work twice as hard, and completing a quota gives you a chance at food, and eventually, at freedom. And they are a race that values strong expertise, so from their point of view, I am the best available option, which they arrived at themselves. Straight square streets, no high-rises, and not because we cannot. In the current environment, they have no purpose. The city is not glamorous, it is quite ordinary, and everything in it is tidy. A straight road divided into 4 parts with identical drainage channels down both sides. And here is the detail I am proudest of in this entire account. There is no filth in the road. In a collapsing world where nobody has time for morality, people relieve themselves in the street, and the leadership does not care as long as my city does not develop a smell. In my order, it is strictly forbidden, and the penalty is severe, and there are new latrines on the corners. That is what a civilization is, and it fits on one line. And on the eastern experimental fields, there are enormous plantings. Guodong produced a mutated potato, at minimum the size of a fist and some of them half the size of a torso. The yield went up sharply, and the taste is poor, and there is a bitterness in it. I eat it anyway. You cannot have everything. And most people have not noticed that I have already gone past every other power on this land, and not because of my strength. Against everybody else's haphazard construction, my order has established preliminary laws and regulations. If I am given time to develop, what kind of city do I eventually build out of these ruins? I have started thinking about that instead of about the next fight, and I am aware of what it means. Kalen's people went to war 11 days later, and the catfolk are an anomaly among orcs. They are not bloodthirsty and not cruel, and they rarely attack an enemy unless their lives are at stake. It probably has to do with their nature. They love peace, and in the abyss that is filed as cowardice. In my house it is filed differently, and their cowardice has a specific shape. When a disaster arrives, their first thought is not how to fight back. It is how to escape. And the price of that is that when an enemy catches them in the open, a whole clan can be lost. The gnolls hunt them for sport, and almost nobody taken ever comes back. And that is where Kalen's hatred comes from, and I did not have to build any of it. Food on that barren plain is scarce. There are animals occasionally, and all of them are demonized, and even a rat there has dark red pupils and extremely sharp teeth. That is the ground I was asking her to take. Her tribe is a little over 600 people, which in the abyss is not even a middle-sized clan, and among them there are almost no elderly. Where did they go? Food shortages and an approaching battle are the reasons the old disappear, because by growing old, they lose the strength to pick up a weapon, and they are not thrown out. Only when their people need it do those abandoned people pack their belongings and quietly walk away into the distance. And Kalen was nervous. Several hundred catfolk gathered in one place, which is a scene you see extremely rarely. And a fistmaster who calmly takes the head off a berserk demon was looking around and could not find anywhere to put her hands. I let her have the moment because she had told them about the human world, and in their picture of it, it is a place full of sun and hope. There are a great many monsters, and if you work, even the lowest survivor gets food. For the catfolk, that one fact is enough to make it a paradise. And a thin black crack appeared in the air beside her. The narrow slit, like a ray of light in the morning, slowly cut the darkness, and inside a few seconds there was a door in front of several hundred people. My door. The rice went through first. After a simple washing and boiling, it becomes rice, and the taste is indifferent, and it keeps you alive. Thanks to Guodong's work, my grain reserve had reached 100,000 catties, not counting fruit, vegetables, insects, and meat, and with that much food, I can sustain a very long war. More than 200 sacks of rice, then potatoes, then snacks and drinks and winter clothing, and finally rifles, ammunition, and forged weapons. In under 15 minutes, that square was covered. And Kalen tore a packet open, took out a biscuit, and waved it at a girl standing near her. The child has orange-yellow hair at the crown. When she saw Kalen, her ears came up slightly, and her tail hung obediently to one side. Her name is Sakura, and she is an orphan. She lost her parents in a fight, exactly like Kalen did, and because of the shared history, Kalen looks after her. She came over timidly, looked at Kalen, and only when she got an approving look did she take the biscuit and put it in her mouth. It dissolved. The little girl's eyes went wide, and she felt as though she were dreaming, because she has never eaten anything like it. And the context for that is one line. In the past, when food was short, that camp caught worms, and I can tell you exactly how good a fat worm tastes to a child who has had nothing else. Her master had not lied to her. The supplies in front of her exceeded everything she had expected. Food. With that, her tribe no longer has to risk their lives hunting outside, and the old people no longer have to walk away to reduce the burden. And then she put her hand on that child's head and walked to a crate and punched it open, and inside there were dozens of enhanced rifles. Bring it up, because as the guardian of her people she holds absolute authority, and she has never once used it before that day. They brought a bound kobold forward, an ugly thing with a potato nose that was still behaving arrogantly, presumably because it is used to the catfolk being underneath it, and it shouted about enslavement and about revenge. It did not know my name. So noisy. She brought a rifle up and fired in one movement, and the kobold's head came apart. And several hundred catfolk made a noise because none of them had ever seen anything like it, and she looked round at her own people and raised the rifle over her head. Fight! We will take back everything that is rightfully ours. Catfolk, I am not a slave. 150 of them went out in insect armor I had shipped across, with blades on their bodies and a loaded rifle each. The first shot went into a demon-hunting spider that had been sitting in shadow and threw it backwards and broke it. And the catfolk woman who fired stood there breathing hard and then calmed down and put her hand on my weapon with an undisguised delight in her eyes. Firearms, a weapon the abyss does not possess. Confidence comes out of weapons. The appearance of rifles gave that tribe a sense of security they have never had. And Kaelin stepped to the side, and without her lifting a finger, her people shifted from creeping forward to taking the initiative. The kobolds themselves are treated as a joke by everything down there. Bright red and orange clothing, rat tails, and barking voices like puppies. And not taking them seriously is a fatal error because they compensate for a lack of strength with cruelty and with stubbornness. The camp was 600 or 700 of them, which is roughly the size of Kaelin's tribe, and it is the camp that has been grinding them down for years. Because kobolds are subservient to strong experts and brutal to the weak, and they had correctly identified which the catfolk were, and Kaelin's planning was intelligent, which is what I have been raising her for. There are 3 kobold camps in that region, and she picked the weakest one because her present objective is to train her own people and let them find their feet, and starting with the weaker fortification raises the chance of success sharply. I would have done the same. She sighted on a sentry and squeezed until it went. There was a scream and my camp went to alarm, and the kobold's first reaction was not to encircle the enemy. It was to howl and call for their own kind, because the deaths were too strange. There were no arrows in the faces. It looked as though somebody had thrown a stone and taken half a head off. Her second shot took the head off a kobold that had run out to look. 2 of their own dead in a way nobody could explain, and my camp went into a rage rather than into cover. And the gates opened, and at least 100 came out. That is the elite of my camp. Take those, and half the fortification is yours. They have finally appeared. And looking at it, probably because she has spent a long time near me, Kaelin pulled one corner of her mouth into a cold smile without noticing she had done it. Let us begin. Her people brought the rifles up, and several of them opened their coats, and there were grenades hanging inside. And before the volley, I want you to have what those people were remembering, because they were remembering it while they aimed. The sky was on fire. There was despair on every catfolk face, and they did not know where to run, because the enemy was everywhere. Kobolds with steel knives and enormous weapons cutting without any distinction, with madness on those ugly faces. Bodies on the ground, the killing at full pace, like some extreme ritual. And every person there an offering in an evil prayer. That is still vivid in all of them, and that is precisely why they picked up weapons and went to inflict the same thing on the people who did it. Shoot. And most catfolk do not even know how a gun works, and it does not stop any of them from using one correctly. The volley went at once. Blood came up all across that camp, and in one moment at minimum, 40 kobolds went down. Continue. And when the last of them ran out of ammunition, there was not one kobold on its feet. The wounded were howling, and something normally ferocious was lying there like a wolf with a broken spine, whining and obviously asking for help, and however much they wailed, no more companions came out of that camp. The rest of them were standing inside in a stupor because they had not even seen the enemy's face, and the tribe's best were already down. The remaining kobolds shook, instinctively frightened of a strong expert they had not yet met. And Kaelin came out of the scrub, and behind her 1 catfolk, then 10, then 20, walking toward that camp. And passing a wounded one, she finished it with a kick and did not look down. And looking at an opponent that had given their tribe endless nightmares lying on the ground, the catfolk's breathing went heavy, and somebody, and nobody knows who, put a blade across a throat first. And after that, it spread. And then Kaelin did something deliberate. She walked into that camp and took their clan totem out of the ground and broke it in front of my survivors, which is precisely calculated, because kobolds are cruel to the weak and extremely protective of their own. The chief produced a howl out of the bottom of its throat that was extremely hoarse, and it felt less like fighting and more like summoning something, and something came up out of the ground, an enormous black shape covered in spines with a kobold clamped in its mouth. Dead, with the neck broken. A dark python. As thick as a barrel, shaped like a python and pitch black, covered in spines and smelling appalling. 4 meters of it out of the sand, and nobody knew how much was still underneath. Eroded by the abyss, that thing mutated. Enormous size, an abundance of vitality, a long life, rich experience, and unique techniques, all of which make it far stronger than any human I have at that level. Without weapons and without a coordinated attack, a person does not beat an animal of equal rank, and everybody down there knows it. And the arrangement was that the kobolds fed it and called it when my camp needed help. Mutually beneficial, and at that summoning it ate several kobolds on the way out without any consideration at all, and it threw the corpse in its mouth away because why keep rotten meat when better food has arrived? Python venom destroys blood tissue, corrodes platelets, prevents clotting, produces severe internal bleeding, and ruptures vessels. Silver Peak, which is where the chief's confidence came from. Lose a few of your own, as long as the enemy dies. And Kalen pushed off the ground and went up and put a fist into it. Scales burst and blood came out, and the python's eyes went wide with something like horror, because it had not expected a strike like that from something that size. Neither had I, and I raised her. Unlike her opponent's boastful and intimidating methods, Kalen prefers to solve a problem her own way. The second strike opened the scale on the back and the skin with it, and the wound went through. It brought the tail round diagonally into the place she had just been. She was already off it. The second tail sweep she went under, and then she came up and appeared in front of it like a ghost, and swept her right hand, and it lost the sight on that side. It spat an enormous cloud of black gas with a strange smell in it, and she cleared that too, and told me afterwards that the fear arrived late, on the way out, and then she finished it. Molten black flame appeared on her knuckles, full of the power of death, and vortices of magma tore open around her in layers, like colored chrysanthemums opening in the sky. I paid for those hands, and the fist went into that python's mouth, and a chaotic burst of fire destroyed the body completely. And the kobolds stood there in a stupor, and several of them turned and ran without knowing where, as long as it was away. 2 grenades from her own people took the wooden gates apart. Attack. 200 kobolds killed, their patron destroyed, and the rest surrendered, which means the catfolk now possess their first vassal slave group in the abyss, and I did not have to be there for any of it. Eastbridge recovered faster than anybody expected. The aid arrived, and instead of 300 natives, there were 1,000, and inside 1 month the whole of that city was transformed, and I would not have known it had been through an insect tide. The tide brought a great many deaths, and what it meant for the people who lived was that they had to continue. And because of my supply line, those survivors did not starve the way they did in my previous life. And what people actually noticed was something else. It is not clear exactly when it started, and a great many rules were added to their lives. Waste sorting, embezzlement, bribery, misappropriation, brought into the open. None of that came from me. Inside a month, 13 professionals and a considerable number of soldiers were held accountable. And in their spare time, people discussed the idea that Lin Yue was settling old scores and clearing out the previous administration, and that it looked less like enforcing rules and more like a purge. I let the talk run. Is that really the case? Perhaps only somebody who has personally visited my order understands that East Bridge was becoming increasingly similar to it, and speculators are never in short supply in any era. If the senior officials in East Bridge were previously currying favor with order, by the end of that month, most of them had switched sides completely, and a considerable number sent me letters expressing unwavering allegiance without being asked. If Lin Yue is the ruler of East Bridge, she is a hollowed-out puppet, and the real power behind it is the killer, which is what they call me now. A great many people saw my blood sacrifice, and rumor turned me into a great being capable of transforming into a giant monster. I neither agreed nor disagreed, and in certain corners the legend of the killer keeps circulating, and I have never once corrected it. And here is why they accept me. In peacetime, if a ruthless killer appeared, everybody would panic. This is the end of the world. Surrounded by disaster and monsters, a terrifying ruler is considerably more reassuring. Compared to an excessively righteous Lin Yue, I am more consistent with the identity of a guardian. That is the whole of the political situation, and it took me 9 months to buy. After dinner one evening, I was in a chair and a small wet girl came in. She still had recovering to do. The wounds on the wings had not closed, and her spirits were considerably better than I had expected. The maid left tactfully, because everybody who serves me is aware that this particular entity ranks something like the eldest daughter of the household. I maintain a level of wariness toward every person I own. Among a great many subordinates, only that little thing, with a human appearance and a monster's body, is allowed that close. And having absorbed part of a demon prince's power, its body changed. The old mud has become crystal, and the shape is far less swollen. And it was wearing a white dress with small yellow flowers on it, and its features had gone fine, and there was a small hair clip shaped like a bear in its hair. I had bought the clip, and none of that resembles a demon in any way. It came over unsteadily, and then suddenly climbed into my lap, and I did not push it off. I held it, and it wriggled around like a cat treading a bed to make it softer. And then it asked me for something, because after the evolution, it has acquired the intonation of a small girl, and it now sounds more petulant and considerably more childish. Master, the little bats have got fat. Can I eat a few? If my little devils had been standing there, creatures known throughout hell for their cunning, they would have been shaking. Because whatever my imp looks like, its nature is bloodthirsty and brutal, and all of the affection exists only in front of me. And the devils have got fat because there have been fewer battles and almost nowhere to be deployed, and good food does the rest. And I had noticed weeks earlier that my imp often lies down beside one of them and watches it like a child, except that instead of curiosity, the question in its face is how to get the whole thing down at once. That will not do, because those are the best air force available to me. High mobility, high speed, demolition capability, and elite reconnaissance. When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. The opposite. The insectide crisis is resolved, and that does not mean the world is going to be peaceful. And its eyes went wide, and its lip came out, and it looked exactly like a girl who has been refused a cake. Without showing the lower half, most people cannot resist my imp's appearance. As a pure demon, I am certainly not in the category of most people. And then I remembered it on that field, standing in front of the Annihilation Ant Emperor until it had absolutely nothing left, because I was behind it, and the only soft place I have left moved slightly. You can eat one. Master, master is the best. And it shrieked and jumped down and went off toward my little devil's quarters with its companion, the exhausted ghoul who loves meat and has been on vegetables for a month. And on the way out, it said something that carried back to me across the courtyard. Hurry up, we have to pick the biggest one. And I sat there for a while with nothing to say. The new year came, and it was never going to be peaceful. The Emperor's death does not mean the Zerg are gone. They are still all around both cities. In peacetime, do cockroaches go extinct in the south? Insects defy nature. However harsh the environment, they find a way, and they have simply gone from the dominant party to the vulnerable one. And the disaster did not hit one city. It hit the whole world simultaneously, and becoming arrogant after one victory is a way of scheduling my own death. And against the old picture of a whole family sitting together, at that point, a family of 3 was frequently one person and often none. That year was always going to be a celebration without smiling in it. Firecrackers went across that city, and instead of faces, there was crying. An uncountable number of people calling for the people they had lost. And the first year of the apocalypse finished in sorrow. I held a parade on the second day of the new year on a school sports field chosen because it is the right size. Even when food is plentiful, a tiger comes out to patrol occasionally so that the animals around it can see what it looks like and understand clearly that it is still powerful and should not be challenged. That is the entire reason I went. I intended to announce myself openly as ruler of order, and I held it in East Bridge, which has implications too obvious to require a comment. Noon exactly, at the peak of the Yang energy, because my staff insisted, and it cost me nothing. Song Yang finally reached Silver Peak that week, having devoured a great many mutated beasts. His body has absorbed the essence of 23 monsters, and I supplied every one of them. And when he steps forward now, something colossal gathers vaguely over his head, an appalling shape with eyes like copper bells carrying a light that is almost human, as though it were about to come alive. I am glad he is mine. The military parade begins. Su-Wen went first. In a few months, she has accepted an uncountable number of believers and become a famous high priestess, and she runs my medical department, and she led a column of medics who saved a great many lives in the tide. Then the departments one after another, then East Bridge's Iron Demon Army, then legions of natives and goblins, and the crowd craned because several thousand of my natives at once is still startling, and then the beasts. With the number of awakened rising, several beast tamers turned up in my city, mostly bronze, and with help from colleagues they have tamed a considerable number, more than 30 animals of every size, a blue-eyed python, a single-horned giant rhinoceros, a golden ape, and at the head of them, the Thunder Prison Dragon Lion, under my command. Human warriors, dimensional aliens, and ferocious beasts. All 3 assembled in the center of that square, and above them there was nobody at all except me, not even Lin Yue, who was standing at the corner and was not qualified to receive the loyalty of those people. In under a year I have assembled that. I could not have dreamed of it in a rented room with a laptop. And standing above it under a great many reverent looks, I have been told my own eyes looked slightly empty. On the second day after the parade, East Bridge was completely renamed My Order, which means that city is no longer in the era of Zhang Lihua, or Zhao Wei, or even Lin Yue. It has a new master. Object: do not make jokes. And Lin Yue agreed easily and personally campaigned among the old figures to support me, which surprised everybody except me, because she has always been a pure-hearted person. She seized power for the sake of the whole city, and with the Zerg beaten, her so-called power is worth nothing to her. I have never been able to say that, and in that battle she learned what genuine power is. Although she is strong, in the Annihilation Ant Emperor's eyes, she was a small green caterpillar. So was I. Get stronger. Rather than getting lost in the pursuit of power, she would prefer to break through to a higher level so that one day she can face an opponent like that without being what she was. I recognize the ambition because it is mine. My order's rules now extend across both cities, and order becomes the sanctuary. And Su Wen's church acquired close to 3,000 followers inside a very short time, which raised my faith income sharply and lifted my strength by roughly another 10% without my doing anything. And the promotion gave me 2 additional summoning slots. This land is very large. Besides the cities my order rules, there are other forces in the surrounding region, and as things stabilize, they will eventually collide, cooperate. That is a term used between strong experts. If you are merely weak, you have one option, which is to be devoured. And I have tasted what being a strong expert is, and I am intoxicated by it. And if I meet a new force one day, I want to be the aggressor. And there are always exceptions. Because however capable human beings become, in the face of nature, an individual's power is nothing. I looked out of the window at a sky that was dark and appalling at midday, like something crouching with its claws in. Rainstorm. It is coming, and it cannot be prevented. And by my calculation, I had about 2 weeks to prepare. Because in my previous life, that rain ran for a full week. And it was not an ending. It was the beginning. Over time, the rainfall became heavier, and after the tide, that disaster is considered the turning point of the history of this world. The age of exploration, coming shortly. Kalen's first shipment of ore was 13 tons. 67 kobolds died producing it. Exhaustion, and the mine itself, because deep in an abyssal shaft, there are rolling dragons and mind flayers and occasionally a lich, and strong experts turn up at intervals. 67 is my number, and I keep it. Neither Kalen nor I felt sad about it. To reward them, I sent down a slab of pickled insect meat, and there is a demographic problem I had to solve. Kalen has taken 2 kobold camps and holds over 1,900 prisoners, and there are a little over 600 catfolk. A difference of nearly 3 times is not a good sign, and both of us understood it at the same time. So we agreed that half of those 1,900 should be taken out of the picture as quickly as possible, and the mine works around the clock, and the kobold population is approaching my target figure by itself. The ore is worth listing. Mithril. Silver white, far stronger than steel and light with it, and they fight over it down there. A piece the size of a fist, added to weapons, produces 10 enchanted blades. After a forging by my enchanter, an ordinary person can kill bronze monsters with one, and dragon blood ore, heavier than mithril and considerably worse to be near. Blood red, as though it had been dripped on. Standing beside it, my breathing got difficult, and there is a restraining force in it that made me hesitate before acting. The legend is that the ore is soaked in a dragon's blood. Weapons forged from it disrupt an opponent's heartbeat during a fight so that they cannot spend everything they have. I have ordered every gram of it. There is enough for 1 long sword or 3 daggers, and I have not decided. And Lyra, having gained the ability to open a rift, sent me the water of life and 2 ancient guardian seeds. The water does not perform a legendary miracle. For most external injuries, provided the heart and the vital organs are intact, drinking or applying it accelerates recovery enormously. I tested it on myself first. Buried and watered, those grow inside a year and fully awaken in 3, becoming tree spirits with the beginnings of a consciousness. I planted both, and I would like somebody to remember that in 3 years. And in return, I sent her a large quantity of cigarettes and good wine, because elves are creatures that know how to enjoy themselves and never tire of it. Even a dark elf who descends into the abyss and swears to Rose cannot get rid of a deep-seated love of pleasure. And as the most corrupting things available, cigarettes and good wine are a ray of sunlight breaking through black fog. The popularity exceeded my expectations. A crowd formed around Lyra. Sharp alcohol and cigarettes that make your head turn became a fashion in her camp, and her support rating rose by 2% inside a fortnight, which matters because Rose does not have one priestess. As a newcomer, Lyra is inevitably weaker than the veterans, and thanks to human corrupting agents, her position keeps climbing. And that is only the first step. As a race that loves beauty, elves are susceptible to good clothing. Imagine what happens when Lyra brings black stockings and dresses and cheongsam into an abyssal camp. However powerful the Abyss is, it is a technologically backward world. In strength, the Abyss has the final say. In food, clothing, shelter, and transport, the human world is unquestionably first. That is a trade war, and I am winning it with cigarettes. And with a patron like that, Lyra has resources without limit. And when she takes power, a force composed entirely of dark elves can compete with any demon army in the Blood War. The reconstruction of the West Bridge ruins started that month, which is the most important signal in this entire account, because before, that city was a network of hostile forces, and even people who wanted to build could not build anything. It used to be several wide rivers, each of them magnificent and none of them able to gather power into one place. They have started to converge, and gradually, they have evolved into an ocean. A combined force from several departments cleared West Bridge in a single month. Every large concentration of insects and beasts destroyed, with no possibility of massing again, and centralized management over the people, with several, and in some districts, dozens of patrolmen. And 2 lines out of that report are the ones I keep. More than 6 meat processing workshops shut down, 173 rioters killed. And here is what was there before I arrived, which is the reason I do not accept a lecture from anybody about my methods. There was a food crisis, survivors screaming from desperation, security collapsing, mass riots and looting, and people with food stored at home being robbed as a matter of routine. And the worst of it were the flesh workshops, where people mixed human meat with insect or animal meat and sold it. And that was in a city where, during the darkest of the factional fighting, even soldiers in the camps and members of battle groups went hungry because my city was divided and food went to your own. And in that environment, cults took the opportunity to rise, calling themselves doomsday sects and advocating suicide. And because adults are difficult to target, their main focus was children. In under a year, by incomplete statistics, 303 children went missing and have not been found to this day. That is the sentence. It is in the report, and it is a number, and I am not going to describe any of it. It is also the reason I will hang people, and the reason nobody in either city argues with me about it anymore. Under a divided power, those cults multiplied uncontrolled, like bacteria in a corner. Lin Yue started clearing them out, and now all of it is under me, and the first thing I did was crime, and anybody breaking orders rules is removed without mercy. I have never been soft-hearted. The reason I reached this position in this short a time is certainly not that I won people over with virtue, and Eastbridge lost a great many valuable people in the tide, so I have been aggressively promoting new talent. A new revolution has started. For me, this is the worst time and also the best. Lin Yue came to see me, and by then she had put everything down. Apart from commanding the Iron Demon army, she holds no positions at all. There was a lion lying at my feet, calm as a house dog, and she knew exactly what class of animal it is. And looking at me, she felt hatred, and, considerably more than that, astonishment. She had never submitted to anybody, and after meeting me, her mindset started changing. In my presence, she always feels transparent, as though I can see straight through her. However strong you become, your opponent will always have 100 ways of putting fear into you and preventing you from becoming an enemy, and he is so young, in fact, not much older than she is. Is there something you need? I need you to tell me what I should do next. And that is the best thing about her. She is a pure person. She never becomes complacent about an achievement. Her thinking is simple: how to become stronger. She is not a time traveler and cannot see where the trends go, and she is one of the very few chosen ones of this era. And over that period, apparently, I have never once been wrong about anything I said or did. She had to admit that I possess abilities she cannot match and ask me to my face rather than working around it. And that is genuinely the thing I respect about her, and it is not the strength. Despite being the stronger of the two of us in a straight fight, she is willing to learn from somebody who knows less than she does about fighting and more than she does about everything else. This world has changed. We cannot look at it the way we used to. The insect tide was an appetizer. What is coming is a force of nature, and it will not be long before it invades this world. Floods are coming, and we prepare in advance. Besides dams and canals, we also need a port. The continuous heavy rain will engulf some inland areas. Under those conditions, ocean coverage rises from 71% to 80%. Fortunately, this city is at altitude and will not be submerged. For cities in low-lying areas, it is an unavoidable disaster. We need to build a great many ships. And then I got up and walked a few steps toward her and said the rest of it quietly. Do you want to become stronger? Then when the ocean arrives, come with me and explore the real world. I ordered an enormous ditch dug around the city, and nobody understood it. The rainstorm is only the beginning. The actual cause is a warming that raises the sea level by close to 10 meters inside a handful of months. And although they did not understand my intention, since I have absolute control of that city, everybody put their own work down and dug ditches and built dams. For ordinary people, a project like that takes a minimum of 3 years and an enormous amount of machinery. In this world, there are professionals. Some earth elementalists move dozens of tons of soil in a day. The people and my natives were left with the finishing, and in 3 days a drainage system running through the whole city was roughly complete. And drainage ditches are a very simple thing, and ironically, it is exactly the kind of simple thing almost nobody pays attention to in an apocalypse. In those chaotic times, everybody was living hand to mouth, and instead of a useless ditch, it is more logical to go out and find food. And in my previous life, when the disaster came, the long-abandoned drainage was in ruins, houses were washed away, and even carefully hoarded food was taken by the water. The rain arrived 2 weeks later, in the final stage of the works, in drops the size of a thumb, coming down like a waterfall out of a solid sky. The drainage system worked, it connects to my city rivers, and the excess went into the river through the channels, and the panic ran on a schedule. People assumed the rain would stop shortly. Then a day went, and a second, and on the third, they started to panic. In 3 days, the rivers were very nearly over their banks, and the low ground filled and made lakes, and my faith income surged, because if I had not foreseen it, order would have faced a new crisis immediately after the tide, and every person in both cities understood that. The sky cleared a few days later, and a week of rain finally stopped, and from a height you could see flooded districts and insects turning over in the water, flattened things that had been hiding and sleeping in the mud, pushed to the surface by the flood. They are not aggressive, so ordinary people simply collected them and boiled them. They are white and resemble larvae, and they are quite unpleasant. And this is the end of the world. Never mind insects. When people are extremely hungry, they eat grass roots and tree bark. And in every famine, large numbers of people died, and not because they did not know about bark and roots. Bark and roots by a delay. That is all they do, and the attempts to eat whatever is available frequently end badly. Boiled insects give protein and nutrients, which is why they are extremely popular, and I stood on a wall and watched my citizens harvesting a flood and did not interfere. There is over 1,000 kilograms of it out there, and at my level that is a rounding error because Guodong's fields produce tens of thousands of kilograms a week under energy acceleration, and my research department brings in thousands of kilograms of meat daily. And then something came up out of the water, an earth dragon, which used to be a loach, and which was a delicacy on a human table. Over 10 meters, glowing triangular eyes, an enormous mouth with rings of sharp teeth, and a great many sword-like limbs down both sides. It looks like a water centipede. It came up because the water level rose sharply, and survivors nearby were searching the flooded ground and disturbed it. Silver rank already. And at that water level, with the environment more complex, it will reach silver peak shortly. And in water its strength is not measurable, and not only because of the defense and the size. It controls the current and releases a powerful water energy. I hit it with the flame whip, and it raised a wall of water and held the strike, and then it turned and left because its instinct told it the whip was lethal, and it moves through water without resistance and covered 30 or 40 meters instantly, out of reach. I snapped my fingers, and a graceful figure went out from behind me like a startled swan, like a swallow flying in rain, and drew an arrow and pulled the string back inside 1 second. And I did not let it go for a reason. A loach is called water ginseng. It has enormous medicinal value, and a 10-meter body is full of vitality, and an ordinary person eating that can awaken successfully, and even a professional benefits. The arrow went into the river and raised an appalling wave and went through the body with a noise like artillery. The archery of the Dark Elves is genuinely too formidable, and with the bone longbow behind it, the destructive force is worse than a torpedo. The body came apart in two, and the second arrow finished it through the head. And a river breeze came across, and my dark elf narrowed her eyes with a smile playing on her mouth, stroking the longbow gently, and her dark skin took a faint glow under the moon. She has never once looked more pleased with herself, and she earned it. And one policy note, because it is the kind of thing that separates a ruler from a warlord. Sume supplies my city with a great deal of fish and meat every week, and I understand gradual progress. Although my fishermen could take tens of thousands of kilograms a week, that damages the river's foundation, and taking it slowly gives the fish a chance to grow. I have a 100-year plan for a river in a world that may not have 100 years, and I intend to be there for it. And a rumor reached me that Sume has become very close to a particular soldier recently, and that the two of them frequently watch the performances together and walk along the roadside in their free time. Teenagers are at the age when that starts. Love. I do not want to be involved. It is true that she is my servant. I do not control the thoughts and actions of my people. As long as my work is done, I do not care about their private lives. I am not a stud, and I do not want to take every woman I have a relationship with into a bed. Sume is a free woman, and after completing her daily work, she has the right to run her own life. Whether she gets deceived is not my concern. What I want to see is how much benefit she brings me, and both of those are true at once. The water rose, and lakes appeared around my city, and the low ground filled, and a valley dozens of miles out filled completely, and things appeared in it. A mermaid was sighted at the lake. By legend, mermaids are divided at the waist. Above, a beautiful woman. Below, a handsome scaled tail. They are soulless and as merciless as the sea. Their voices are usually as deceptive as their appearance. And they possess seduction, vanity, beauty, cruelty, and a desperate kind of love. I ordered one caught and gave the assignment to Chen Hao because the Dark Division's execution is the best in order. And what they brought back in a tank was entirely green, with an ugly face, dark sharp teeth, and a tail that resembles a snake's rather than a fish's. That is not a mermaid at all. That comes from the Naga sea sirens of an unknown dimension. And to interrogate it, I used somebody new. She looks 17 or 18 and she is over 30. The awakened energy returned her youth and gave her the ability to read a mind. She is in the Dark Division as a specialist because her principal ability is hearing the internal thoughts of different races, which is extremely convenient and saves me from conducting the interrogations personally. And one line about that department that I have been avoiding. The Dark Division is full of monsters, possibly because they contain too much monster blood from the sacrifices. The negative effects have become visible. They possess self-awareness and their temperament has changed. What used to be a gentle nature has slowly turned into violence and cold-bloodedness, and they have become increasingly cruel and impatient with an enemy. I built that department. I selected every person in it. And I have started watching it the way you watch a dog you raised yourself that has begun standing differently. The mind reader came and said it into my ear, an entire tribe. Do not let it leak. Alien creatures have taken up residence next to order. However you look at it, that is an unstable factor. Mobilize. I want them annihilated, and what is in that lake is not a mermaid. Against the seductive picture, Nagas are ugly sea creatures that hide in an ocean, draw passing sailors in with a song, and then show the actual face, sink the ship, and take the crew down. And the sea level is rising. On a world map, cities have become giant islands, and the opportunities an ocean offers are many times what my inland offers. And here is my honest condition at that point, which is the most important sentence in this account about me. I had become a devourer that consumed all the fortune of a city. Even a supreme being, the Annihilation Ant Emperor, became my sacrifice. And I was a hungry wolf standing on a vast grassland with no antelope left on it. Even Madame Shadow, whom I once looked up at, is a piece on a board and not an opponent. Human beings cannot live in comfort because comfort dulls a wolf nature that took a long time to acquire. And there was a practical version of the same problem. A city that size did not contain a single decent sacrificial offering. I hold 2 free summoning slots, and I have been hesitating because the quality of the material is low. On silver rank life, I summon silver, and I do not need any more assistance at that level. I have to explore new territory and acquire powerful offerings, and that is the whole of my foreign policy. And Nagas are the elite at sea. Captured, they are the best crew available anywhere. And here's a fact about me that I have been avoiding for 200 pages. After the insectide in my previous life, I was badly injured and lay in a bed for over 3 months. That period is blank memory. The eyes are always more reliable than the ears, and I only have rumor for it. I heard about snake-like monsters. The city sent forces out several times to clear them and could not, and simply lost people. And then the Nagas mysteriously disappeared, presumably because an ocean was more comfortable than a lake. And the rule underneath all of it is now visible. And it is the thing every survivor on this planet should be told. As the energy in the air intensifies, creatures from other dimensions come down. Energy from multiple dimensions alters the surrounding environment and makes it a world that other races want as well, and not only human beings. They sensed what is here. And then an entire race came, wanting to multiply and become part of this world, and the Nagas did not wage war on us. That did not stop me from invading them. The reason, since you are entitled to it, is that I thought of it, I was willing, and I needed crew to guard a ship. As the dominant party, I act according to my preferences and not according to reason, and I have stopped constructing anything better than that. I have tasted success, and the most profitable business in the world is invasion, and I was careful about it anyway because moving between dimensions requires full preparation, and nobody knows whether the far side is lethal. Continue the interrogation, get the hiding place and the numbers, then spare his life. He still has some value. Bait. That lone Naga had become one. Half an hour later, the mind reader came out unsteady with a white face because even she had trouble with what she had just been inside. There are over 300 of them, and this is where they are. I assembled over 2,000 people and raised a burning sword, and my soldiers understand that when I lift a weapon, a war has started. The team that went in first was led by a newly commissioned second lieutenant called Wang Tao. His gift is called Rotting Mummy. When he awakened, his entire life force went out, and his mind and his heart kept working. As his strength grows, his body decomposes, his vitality weakens, and his power rises exponentially. When he entered silver, his heart stopped, and that is when the transformation completed. At a higher level, he becomes a mummy with a consciousness whose organs have all stopped and whose vitality becomes immortal. That constitution is more disgusting and more bizarre than a zombie's, and it is close to perfect because he has almost no vulnerable point except the head and the heart, and long exposure to the energy has made the body as hard as metal. I made a note of the 2 points, and his politics are worth a line because they explain how I took that city. Even in the worst of the East Bridge fighting, he attached himself to nobody and held his own territory, which is how he survived Zhang Lihua's fall and Zhao Wei's house arrest. I respect it, and I still bought him. Things are different now. My order's momentum is unstoppable. In a short period, 7/10 of the battle groups in that city were recruited, and Wang Tao was one of them. And the leaders in battle groups who adhered to their own nature and did not want to be bound were all removed on fabricated charges inside a month, and there is no trace of any of them. That is what one of my own officers says about me, and it is accurate. The new ruler is a fanatical dictator with a strong desire for power. He is like a boulder rolling down a mountain, and anything in the way is crushed into dust. His briefing was short. There are over 300 alien creatures. The Lord has already given the order that capturing one is exchangeable for food and weapons. Try to avoid causing deaths. And every man in that formation rubbed their hands, because each alien is an astonishing fortune, and greed is the fastest instruction anybody has ever given an army. His second is called Viper. A male body with a female appearance, a jujitsu master who can liquefy his own bones in a fight, and generally an excellent scout. Twisted and changeable, cunning and merciless, so almost nobody objects to his rudeness. And he is a devout believer of the Church of Miss Seraph with an indescribable worship of me. Previously, hearing one bad word about me, he would stand up and put the speaker down. If it were anybody else, there would be an argument. Where I am concerned, nobody dares, including Wang Tao, which demonstrates what I have become inside my own city better than any parade did. Viper, take your men left. Old Zhang, take yours right. We are not letting go of any of the fat in our hands. And those team members have been through a terrifying apocalypse and seen too much darkness on assignment. Invading the Sirens produce no psychological burden of any kind. Driven by self-interest, people betray their own kind, never mind a different race. That is a group of professional hunters, and I built every one of them. The bait worked, and the battle groups joined in like hyenas that have smelled something. Order has taken that whole region, and I am not naively complacent about my subordinates. It is precisely at a time like that that they should be challenged and trained. Laziness destroys everything. And even as a gold rank master, I cannot always be at the front shielding a city from the weather. The site is a former valley that the rainstorm filled completely and turned into a lake, ringed by mountains. And the first thing I noticed there was that there were very few animals, and the whole lake was unnaturally quiet, and the deep water was almost without life. Ordinarily, water like that pulls monsters in, which means something appalling lives there. Nagas have a powerful territorial sense. The insects and the dimensional creatures were driven off or eaten, and a Naga is not a vegetarian, and they will not eat the lower half of a human being, because to them, the soles of feet that touch the ground signify uncleanliness, which I have decided is the strangest thing I learned that year. The first strike was a water cannon that went through a soldier's chest and pinned him to a tree, and it went through the heart instantly, and faces came up out of the water. Green skin, crocodile eyes, gills across the cheek. And that attack was a demonstration. They were trying to frighten the invaders off. And here is where everything I have built paid for itself. In the past, human beings meeting a creature like that are inevitably afraid. Having been through an insectide, those warriors have seen genuine combat. The death of a comrade did not frighten them. It made them show their claws like animals somebody had provoked. Careful, use the javelins, drag a few up first. A harpoon with a line went through a Naga's shoulder, and they hauled it onto the bank and tied it. And a young soldier could not contain it and shouted one word: food. Because even after being skimmed at every level, a siren is still worth dozens of kilograms of grain. And in this apocalypse, nothing is more important than food. After that, they went at the water like a mob, and inside a few minutes more than 30 Nagas had been dragged in front of me. Green skin, 4 arms holding stones and branches, and an enormous fishtail instead of legs, which they use to move across ground like snakes without any difficulty. And on land, they are not weak at all. Their melee is excellent, and water is simply a preference. Kill a batch and throw them into the lake. The man who carried it out is the one from the second experiment who fused with the symbiotic insect. He wears glasses, and the timidity he arrived with has been replaced with a chilling killing intent. The insect's mindset gradually altered that young man's will. Against the indecisive person he used to be, he has become a killer accustomed to death. His arm went soft and reassembled into an enormous blade. And I had another purpose, which is coercion. because within a few minutes the Nagas who went out to scout died appallingly, and that produces a sense of crisis in whatever is left. A cornered rabbit bites, and in the wild, when intimidation fails, an animal uses the actual teeth, and the lake answered with a wave like a tsunami. I put a palm out, and the skin came off it, exposing a red demon's arm covered in patterns and scars, and I threw an enormous fireball into that wave. The flame met the water and the steam went up, and a thick fog covered everything and took the visibility out, and blurred shapes came out of the water dragging colossal tails. Prepare for battle. And I want to put one thing in here for balance because it matters. Sensing a threat of death, the Nagas began their own resistance. Although they came from another world, the principle of survival applies to them as well. If they want to take that place, a battle is necessary to decide the final ownership. Only did they have a chance of winning. I moved one hand and Imp and Lyra appeared either side of me. More than 200 Nagas came out of the fog, wanting to use a battle to demand justice for their dead and to take the arrogance out of humanity. Most of them with stones and clubs, and around 50 elite, with blades and longswords in 4 arms, and some with heavy shields. Their chief was a male over 3 meters, essentially a monster, fully armed. A longsword, a dagger, a shield, and an enormous boulder. Melee, ranged, and defense. A Naga's innate talent grants the ability to carry more weapons than anything else that size. Silver rank, with a turquoise mist over its head, and under its aura the rest of them roared like a pen of fighting birds that had just been let out. And I ignored it because it was a silver rank cultivator, and I did not even have the interest to move against it. I patted my dark elf on the shoulder. The chief brought the shield up on instinct. And a strong shield turned out to be useless against that penetration, like a torn sheet of paper. The arrow went through the shield and into its chest. Its widened eyes were the last thing it did, because Lyra is already at Silver Peak, and although she received the least out of the sacrifice, she still gained enormously, and her arrows now carry demonic energy on top of everything else. She is an elf who is good at learning, a genius in combat who applies what she has learned somewhere else entirely. Then I went forward myself, crouched and out, leaving a white afterimage on the ground. I am gold. Those Nagas were a piece of cake, and more than a dozen died by my hand in a few minutes, and there is nothing to describe about it. And my imp trotted along like a small girl chasing butterflies through a field. It stopped a short distance from a gathered mass of Nagas, breathed in sharply, and breathed out. Dragon's might. Pressure like a mountain arriving, and Nagas that were already frightened went off their tails, and it aimed it forward deliberately so that my own people felt it and got considerably less of it. The Nagas broke, and because of the fog, my nervous soldiers started firing against an order not to. Those powerful warriors did not even know what was happening. They felt a sharp pain and collapsed. Nagas are not afraid of fighting. That kind of bizarre defeat took the courage out of them. And the trap worked, because we had laid enormous nets in advance, and the ones running for the water went into them. Some got away. Close to 80% were taken, and the objective was met. And I stood on that shore frowning. It had gone too smoothly. The strongest Naga present was Silver Rank, and that water cannon at the start was not within a Silver Rank's ability. Something appalling was in that lake. I looked into the deep water with a demon's eyes, and my breathing went heavy, and my heart went fast. Goosebumps came up across my back, and there was a strange powerlessness and exhaustion, as though I had not slept for 3 days. A deep one, a dimensional creature older and more terrifying than the Nagas. And on land it moves in leaps, on 2 limbs or on 4, and they are the ancient masters of the sea. They do not ally with anything. They take a race and own it, and killing a few is sufficient to make the rest into servants, and the Nagas in that lake were property rather than partners. Silver Peak and a hair from gold, which means that to make those Nagas genuinely submit, their owner has to be destroyed, and I could not go into the water. It sits more than 10 meters down, and my flame demon body loses 30% of its power submerged, and there is no point trying to force it out by killing Nagas, because a deep one is a monster incapable of even physical pleasure, and the hatred an ordinary person clings to matters far less to it than its own life. And there is a further reason nobody attacks one in water. It is one of the few masters of an ocean, and a lifespan of centuries has given it a mystique. In an ocean under its control, there are not only Nagas, but even mermaids. So never assume that going after a deep one means fighting one opponent. Bring Sume here. She has awakened her mermaid form and has a natural affinity with the water element, and she is already a well-known expert in my order. Long blue hair to the shoulders, a shimmering tail, and a smell of ocean surf about her, as though she were an embodiment of the sea. And she has never been on a battlefield because I have kept her in the rear deliberately, and she arrived to bodies and groaning Nagas, and went pale, and had to swallow, and bowed. My lord, there is a monster hiding in there. Find a way to bring it out. Because in deep water its strength multiplies, and even a Zhang Lihua, at parity on paper, would be killed down there without a contest. And she shut her eyes. Partly so that she would not have to look at what was on the shore, and partly to calm her mind completely and feel the energy under that lake. And while she concentrated, she looked like a deity born out of an ocean, with a pale blue glow coming slowly off her. And then the surface of the lake began to rotate, barely at first, and then faster, and inside a few minutes there was an enormous whirlpool on that water. Nagas were washed out of it, and the deep one flattened itself to hold position, and the funnel widened and pulled harder, and when the stones under its limbs shifted, it was torn off the bottom and brought up. And its first words came through my horns. "Damned enemy, you will pay the price. Nobody breaks the rules of order." And the wings came up behind me, and two long curved horns came out of my head. A blazing flame demon was born out of that fire. It dragged an exaggerated body, and every crimson dragon scale on it shimmered with a blood-colored luster, as though it were wearing a battle robe. I did not resemble a human being in any respect, and every creature there, the Nagas and the Deep One both, understood that what was standing on that shore had reached the summit of what a life on this planet can be. Gold rank, and I roared, and a visible sound wave put my own people down along with the Nagas, and threw the Deep One out of the water onto the bank on its back in the mud. And it is worth knowing what it was, because it was not simply a target, it is a chief of the Nagas. In its homeworld it existed for a great many years, and the days simply passed it, and having arrived here by accident, it felt as though it had discovered a new continent, and a heart that had been asleep for centuries started again. The energy here is extremely active. Stay long enough and you take a new level ahead of schedule. It had occupied that place for a short time, and my arrival overturned every plan it had, and the blood of despair moved in it quietly, because it knew that what was in front of it was a chasm it could not cross, and that its opponent had reached that strength considerably earlier than it would have. Even Lyra was shaken. Looking at the prehistoric thing in front of her, she felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, like facing a raging tsunami wearing a swimming ring. And my soldiers said one thing: "It is an adult." And that intense shock turned disbelief into a boundless worship, and hearts that had been despairing an hour earlier came back to life like land that has finally had rain. The Deep One hit me with a water beam of colossal power, an enormous blue column like a torrent, resembling a silver dragon crossing a sky, and I did not evade it. I took it with my body, and all anybody saw was that the energy the Deep One threw was completely annihilated on contact, as though it had been eaten by the fire, without a ripple, and I felt an endless power in me. Only then did I properly understand what a blazing flame demon is. I could not imagine that a gold rank possesses abilities like that, and if a gold rank is that, how much more is a legendary? And I registered distantly that the step I had just taken would have alarmed the Balrog Lord in the abyss further, and it cannot come down because of the barrier. Stop thinking about it. Die. The blade of flame, the whip, the fireball. Appalling wounds opened across it, and pieces came off it onto the shore. It threw me back with a detonation of energy, and I was on it again a second later. And a burning longsword, like the first light coming through a dark, went through the body and the heart. And because of the blade of flame, the flesh was already charred when the sword came out, so not one drop of blood came with it. Powerful vitality and considerable strength. That corpse meets the conditions for a summoning. With their owner dead, the Nagas made a wailing noise, and nobody could tell whether it was terror or relief, because with the Deep One's death, the last piece of clean ground in their heads had been swallowed. I killed one Naga on the spot and put the choice through my horns. Submission or death. Nagas are creatures with an extremely strong servile nature, and I planted the seeds of fear in them with a demon body, and that is how their loyalty was obtained. They put their heads down, and I am not naive about it. Even the most docile horse only goes onto a field after training. To genuinely control those warriors, I need particular methods. Take them back, wash them, change their clothes. Do not touch them for now. I have my own arrangements. And then I gave the lesson. The bodies of the dead Nagas were burned on the shore. Their own people grieved and did not dare show it, and the smell of the burning made the fear stronger than the grief. A good hunter, training hunting dogs, first kills a wolf and takes it apart in front of them, not out of boredom, to teach by example that if they satisfy me they live well, and if they do not, there is one outcome, and it is ash. And then I summoned on the Deep One, because a silver peak body standing at the edge of gold produces something out of the ordinary. I cleared the shore, because full immersion requires quiet, and put my hands into that body, and its blood is bluish and smells sharply of fish. As though a life had been sacrificed, prompting me to complete a new contract, and 6 white magic circles shaped like skulls lit under my feet, connected and turning and overlapping, and phantoms of white bone came up inside them and assembled like blocks into a shape, a benthic demon fish, over 10 meters, a hard exoskeleton, 16 serpent eyes, an enormous mouth full of sharp teeth with large horns beside the mouth and on the forehead. and underneath the body, 20 enormous tentacles woven horizontally, carrying sharp spines with a neurotoxin in them, and heavy scale, and purple and blue arcs of electricity running across the whole thing. It is not a fish, and it is not a squid, and it is not one of the soft predators of the deep, and it combines the characteristics of all three. An adult runs about 30 meters and 80 tons, which means what I summoned is a child, and it lives in the same plane as the Demogorgon whose blessing I had just received. Coincidence, or an arrangement of some kind. The demon prince hoards its power and rarely engages in a blood war directly. Its intentions extend a great deal further than that. Silver Peak. And in an ocean, its power rises by roughly 30%, which means in water, anything below gold that meets it is having a nightmare. And the best thing about it, and I want this on the record, is this. As a creature living in the abyss, besides its daily killing, that monster's favorite activity is playing music. When it has nothing to do, it likes to make flute-like sounds from its mouth. There are not many melodies, and they are long and lingering. And certain strong experts down there hunt them specifically to make an instrument out of the vocal cords. The first meeting was quiet. It moved, and a tentacle as thick as a tree came slowly toward me, without hostility, a gesture of goodwill. It stopped in front of me, and I put my right hand out and laid it on top. That is all. In front of a shore that had just seen a bloody engagement, a master and a summoned beast met for the first time. And then I did the other thing, because I do it with every one of them. A summoning is a lottery. The items you get with coins are always lower quality. The tentacle monster, the gnoll, even the headless horseman were mostly obtained that way. Using high-quality flesh, which is the equivalent of diamonds, naturally raises the chance of a paying customer getting something better. And I have never shown gentleness to any summon at a first meeting. Even my imp and my dark elf suffered a little at the start. I stepped forward, and 10 tons of abyssal monster shook like a sieve and flattened itself onto the ground, and the tentacles lay there like deflated balloons. Then I took the heat out of my hand and touched it with a warm palm, and it flinched anyway. Good. It has learned how to treat its master. And then my imp walked over. A big fish. It came up unsteadily to inspect its new colleague, and the fish could not stand it, because obedience toward me is a weak creature's respect for a strong one, and there is no reason at all to be pleasant to a small girl. My imp poked it with a finger, sticky, slippery, and by the look of it, appetizing, and the fish ran out of patience, and straightened its back, and 10 meters of appalling aura loomed over a 1-meter figure, and produced a sound strike that would have put an adult at that range unconscious, and possibly killed him. And strangely, the little girl in front of it, who is visibly 5 or 6 years old, showed no panic at all. Her lips slowly went out, as though she had been treated unfairly rather than threatened, and then my imp opened its mouth, and a face the size of a palm split open into a blood-red mouth 1/2 meter across with a dragon's teeth in it, dragon's roar, and a benthic demon fish's blood went cold instantly, and 10 tons of it started backing away, and then it was blown straight into the lake. It did not come back up. It sat in the water with its eyes open and confusion and disbelief in them about the world it had arrived in. A demon, a dragon's roar. In that short a time, what exactly has that thing been through? And I heard the splash and did not turn round. The benthic demon fish learned another important lesson. Among my summons, it is the largest in appearance, the least experienced, and the weakest. After the count, there were 209 Nagas left, and more than 30 of them female. There is a drop of elf blood in them somewhere, and like my dark elf, they are deserters. One fled to the Underdark, and the other hid in the depth of a sea. And then I did the thing on that shore that I'm going to put down exactly as it happened. There was a young Naga, about 20 by their reckoning, shaking and pressing herself against a male beside her, and he had an arm across her shoulders and was looking at me with something that was unmistakably pleading. By how they held on to each other, it was obvious what they were to each other. I took her by the neck and pulled her back, and he panicked and held on to her, and for a few seconds it was a tug of war on a lakeshore, and a soldier hit him across the head with a stick. Once, twice, 3 times, until his hands opened and he lay there watching her being dragged away. No. No. Her chest was working, and there was terror and pleading and confusion in her face, and she kept trying to turn to see what had happened to him while she was pulled along like a doll. I threw her onto the stones at the waterline. There was blood on her mouth and on her shoulder. She got onto her knees and put her hands together and looked from me to him and back. "Where did you come from?" And her expression changed, because she realized she understood my language. "I do not have much patience." "Where did you come from?" And she nodded and raised a shaking hand and pointed at the left side of the lake. And I looked with a demon's eyes through the water and the fog and found a shimmering crack in a wall. There was a light playing round it like an aurora, and I watched something like a sea turtle come out of it. The head first, then the neck, then the limbs. After the native dimension, a second unexplored and unfamiliar dimension had been found next to my city, and the position of a rift is not fixed. Besides land, one can open in an ocean, in an abyss, and even inside a volcano. That one was at water level, which is fortunate. At a depth of dozens or hundreds of meters, the pressure alone would kill an ordinary soldier before anything with teeth reached him. Put your tentacles in and see what is inside. Because among the few pieces the demon prince considers artwork, that thing also carries tentacle monster blood, which means the tentacles sense an environment, and pressed to the ground they find signs of life. And its tentacles run 8 meters and the thickness of a trunk, so it has already outgrown its predecessor. Although there is a downside, which is that with more powerful limbs, it has lost some of the specific pleasures the tentacle monster was notorious for, and I consider that an improvement in every respect. A few minutes later it spoke, and the language was not demonic. It was closer to bubbles moving in water. Water. Endless water. If it were land, I might have explored it. The other side is a sea. Entering rashly is suicide, and I am not going to destroy a team I spent a year building. Come back. And when a third of the tentacle had been drawn out, the fish suddenly convulsed. Something on the other side had attacked it, and the part it had already withdrawn started being pulled slowly back in. What kind of thing is on that side, that a benthic demon fish weighing over 10 tons cannot even hold its footing, and an abyssal monster with the blood of a slaughterhouse in it made a noise like a frightened lamb? I lit the sword and cut the tentacles off in one stroke. The fish went dozens of meters backwards into the mud and lay there shaking, and then got up unsteadily. Who am I? Where am I? Who is hitting me? Because it has been threatened by me, knocked into a lake by my imp, and had the tentacles its entire life was built on cut off, and it is convinced the whole thing is a terrible illusion. It put its head down on the ground and howled, and I looked into that crack. I opened the myriad manifestation's eye and the demon eye at full power because I wanted to see, and what I saw was this. A swarm of undulating tentacles growing out of a soft, grayish-black, bag-like body, and apart from those outstretched groping tentacles, it had no other distinguishable features. No. There was one. There was a lump at the front of that thing, and that place was perhaps a vessel prepared for its brain, or its nerve center, or whatever other morbid organ controls a creature that repellent. More simply, it was like a giant piece of rotting flesh that had just eaten a benthic demon fish's body, and it noticed me. The rotting flesh moved, and an eye 5 meters across looked at me through a dimension, with strength surpassing even a gold saint, an existence destined for legendary status, and it is not what I have met before. The blazing flame demon, an abyssal lord, is also legendary, and when it descends to Earth, it is a phantom with less than a tenth of its true power. That monster is a genuine legendary being. I felt as though I were in an aquarium looking up at sharks with a pane of glass between us, and it tried to come through. 3 impacts. The crack that a naga passes through is impassable to it, and I felt its fury, and on the other side the water boiled, and a colossal force lifted an uncountable number of creatures I have never seen, things with serpent bodies and a single wing, sharks with a pair of crab claws, giant octopuses over 20 meters long. It is difficult to imagine what happens if that barrier is breached. Not only my order, every city in this province, and I shut my eyes. The monster disappeared, and after it came a needling pain, and the feeling of something sticky moving down over an eyelid. Blood. From exchanging one glance, blood came out of my eyes. I cannot imagine what a legendary rank is. If a gold rank is what I am, then silver and bronze are ants, and I have been at both. And my legs went, and I sat down on the ground on the shore of a lake in front of my own army, and it took nearly all of my strength to stand up again. Keep this area under close watch. Any creature emerging from that crack is killed on sight, and nobody is permitted to enter. Anybody who disobeys becomes a labor slave. The dimensional barrier is not severely damaged at the moment. It is like a fishing net. Nagas and even a deep one are fry. They do not get caught in the net. They find the gaps, and the thing I looked at is powerful enough to have grown to a normal size, and it cannot get through the net, and that restricts its freedom, and dimensional walls break. With the corrosive influence of the surrounding energy, once one is completely breached, the net stops working, and nobody knows what comes out of it. So, grow. Only when your own strength reaches a certain level can you disregard a crisis of that kind, and I have exactly one task now, which is to hold that rift. Nothing comes out and none of my people go in. The incident will fix everything, which is what people say when they have run out of plans. And I simply hope that dangerous rift disappears from Order's territory as quickly as it can. 291 days ago, I sat in a rented room with a laptop and a weather forecast, and I owned 100,000 yuan, a boning knife I had not bought yet, and 12 years of memory about how everybody I would ever meet was going to die. Tonight I own 2 cities and 30,000 people, an angel who cleans my house, a Valkyrie who cut off her own hair, a necromancer who reached gold with half a body, a fistmaster building an empire in the abyss with rifles I shipped her, a divine abomination that eats devils and asks permission before it eats a bat. I killed 5 insect kings and an emperor that took 10,000 lives to kill the first time, and this city did not fall, and that is the one line on my account I would keep, and I am not a human being anymore. That is not a metaphor. The skin is the costume now, and it needs power to hold. I got what I came back for. Every single item on the list. And I sat down on a lakeshore with blood coming out of both eyes because something looked at me for 1 second, and I understood for the first time since the day I bought a dying dog that I am still at the bottom of something. There is a net between that thing and my city. Nets rot. So I am going to keep growing, and I am going to keep taking, and I am going to be ready when it comes through. And if it turns out that the price of that is everything I have left, then it will be the same price I have paid for everything else. I have never once refused it.